Hey, peace and love, peace and love. Before I start this great presentation by Pastor William Bennett out of Chicago, one of the real black African American pastors, one of the greats out there right now. There's two main topics we have today. Deacon Hakah destroys Ron Dalton, Israel is in Congo. And for the record, I did call Ron Dalton, text him, and him and Hakah seemed to be Deacon seemed to be setting up a debate. I was trying to set it up myself with Ron Dalton, but he decided I don't need Garfield help. I do it myself. And that Deacon already reached out to him. I sent him the video because he didn't know who Deacon was. We're gonna talk about that later on and how silly these people are misusing the biblical text again under the banner of being a Hebrew Israelites. It seems like a lot of misinformation are coming from folks who say they're Hebrew Israelites. Now, the next main topic is Hebrew Israelites are jealous of the black church. I'm on Clubhouse every day. I'm on Brother Berean almost every single day. And these guys claiming Israelites are just mad. They don't have the program and the history, what the black church has done. I'm not a Christian. I have no problems with Christian. And if you notice my rhetoric, I never come at the black church. I give honor and respect, whether their teachings is false or correct. It doesn't matter. I have to give honor because of the civil rights movement, which was championed mainly by the black church. We're not in integration today. We're not in segregation, I'm saying. We don't have to go to a bathroom and say, hey, I can't use it because it's only for white. People could travel. Jamaicans, Africans, we could travel from all over the world and come to this country as someone who's recognized as black because of the black church. The black church is the champion for us being free today in the United States of America. So why should I come at the black church? Now, when a Hebrew Israelite says, oh, but they teach the doctrine wrong. Who says whatever you're teaching is right in the first place or what they're teaching is right? That's not the issue. The issue as a collective, the black church has done. You cannot replace the black church in America. You can't replace the black church in Jamaica. In Jamaica, when you look at Sam Sharp and Paul Bogle, all these guys who were attached to the church who led us to the point where we got emancipated August 1st, 1834. You guys got free 31 years later. We were been free in Jamaica, 1834. And we had the same slave masters y'all had up here. So we champion y'all being free by us making us free. But who was behind us being free in Jamaica? The black church. You got to give respect and honor where it's due. So let's take a look at what the great Pastor Bennett said a couple years ago, 3 years ago, and think about it for a second. When you allow white supremacy to distort black history, and you Hebrew Israelites who talk against the church, they can't talk unless they mention the church. They always mention the church and homosexuality. Those two things is what black Hebrew Israelites are using as a way how to recruit Christians. You look at IUIC, over 900 people in their group on Clubhouse. All they talk about is the church. I hate the church. Why the church is wrong. Why this and that. The church is this. The church, that's what they're doing to recruit people. But you don't have the history that the black church has. Denmark Vesey, Nat Turner, David Walker, Moses Dixon. Come on. You don't have the history of the black church, of what they have done. Marcus Garvey, what the black church has done. You don't have that history. And most of the folks who are even in the conscious community, who are conscious, some of these black folks, they are also in the church. And they front like they don't go to church. So let's get this started right here. Peace and love to y'all, man. Enjoy the show. I'll be listening and learning from my great brother, Pastor Bennett.
He's coming with a great, fabulous topic. It's called Misplaced Hate, when you allow white supremacy to distort black history. Before you begin, brother, first of all, peace and love to you, brother. How are you doing today?
Peace and love to the brother Garfield. Humbly so, because I'm definitely not the greatest pastor in America, but peace to brother Garfield. And peace to the chat. I'll say a little more just about my thanks to you, Garfield, once we get started. But I appreciate you even giving me the opportunity to be on. I appreciate everybody that's on the chat now listening, and those who will be on a little later listening. I appreciate it.
All right, cool. All right, why did you pick this topic?
All right, so I picked this topic, one, because it's Black History Month. And so when you invited me and gave me the opportunity to present, I wanted to do twofold. I wanted to present Black history, but I also wanted to present it in the vein that I'm more familiar with. And that's the aspect of our Black history that also involves faith, Christianity, and so on. And so I feel like sometimes because of what white supremacy did, a lot of it in the name of Christianity, just if Black people have the name pastor, or Black people have your church or believe in Christianity, we get mixed to a bowl of white supremacy and how they misused or justified slavery and stuff with Christianity. And it distorts now our Black history. Because now times when you go back and look at our ancestors, you see a lot of our Black history, it begins in the church. It begins with Christianity in America, right? And so white supremacy distorts it because our ancestors didn't believe what they were being told. And so I want to bring it out that they didn't believe what they were being told concerning Christianity and all of those things, but it is our Black history. I also want to make it clear, Garfield, that me expressing these things and bringing this out in no way, shape, form, or fashion is suggesting that therefore anyone who doesn't believe in Christianity has to because our ancestors did, or they don't believe in Jesus, now they have to because we're going to show that our ancestors did. That's not what this is to bring, but it's to give credit to our ancestors here in America and all the stuff that they had to go through and how they actually developed their own independent systems in order to give us the platforms that we have now. So just to highlight those things and to change the narrative so that even within our community, Garfield doesn't believe what I believe, but me and Garfield can build because we have a respect for what each other tries to do within our respective communities.
Pastor, what do you feel about, because March 1st, I'm launching a major program in the Black community. And the program I'm launching is going to affect a lot of people's lives. It's a social program for ex-felons. We're having scholarship programs for Black folks that want to get into Assyriology and archaeology. I'm going to do a full-fledged for the month of March. I'm actually going to clean everybody's credit for free. They're TransUnion debt collectors on Garfield. So there's a lot of things we're going to do also. Work from home. We're going to show people how to get in homes the easiest way. We have our own independent banks. We got our own financial companies. So we're going to be making a lot of moves. But my headline is going to say, Black History Month don't just stop in February. And that's my problem. So commercialization has made me say Black History Month. I'm saying January 31st. I'm like, I can't wait for February 1st to see people who don't normally post about Black history post now all of a sudden. So that's my gripe. I don't have a gripe with Black History Month, what Carter G. Woodson did with History Week, because his purpose was to let you gain knowledge of your own history. I do Black history throughout the year. I don't need February, the coldest and the shortest month, to tell me when to celebrate Black history. So my gripe. So what do you feel about all of that, brother?
No, I think what you're planning to do is absolutely dope. And you're right. It doesn't have to be done in the month of February. I'll even go a little bit further to express that Carter G. Woodson's design of Black History Week, therefore becoming Black History Month, was not, as you stated, for us to only celebrate in the month of February, but it was for us to know our history so that we could repeat our history in the sense of advancement. And so anything that you're doing, so when we think of Black history, we don't only need to think the retelling of a story. We need to think the continuing telling of a story. So if Garfield plans to advance Black lives in the month of March, April, May, June, or July, that is Black history. It can't become a part of history if you don't ever do it. So we tell the stories not to only go back to that stories, but to repeat them and relive them as it pertains to the advancement. So whether it's economic advancement, educational advancement, spiritual advancement, whatever it is, if it's going to shape and advance the lives of African American people, it's all good. And so
let me ask you a personal
Yeah.
question. Do you think the Black community, you got to show hate for white people to be successful or looked at as being Black? You got to have like an edge of hate for white folks. And the reason why I'm asking you this, because you as a Christian, you call everybody your brother or sister. Me, that's just me being courteous. I call everybody brother or sister, whether they white or Black. I only have 2 brothers and my only sister died. So of course it's a term of just casual endearment, if for lack of a better term. And do you think that the Black community only respects people that just show a natural hate for white people?
I think there's a segment of a community that only will respect Black people if Black people hate white people and hate anything that they feel is connected to white people. The problem with that is almost everything we touch nowadays has in some way been connected with white people, Black people, and all the way around. I also think that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this presentation. We have to get away from that narrative of trying to put Black people in a box, right? The fact of the matter is all white people aren't bad. It's just a fact. And all Black people ain't great. It's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? So we have to get away from this narrative. And that's why I call it misplaced hate, Garfield. It's misplaced hate. It's not that you have to hate the white man, but you can absolutely hate what the white man does as it pertains to enslavement, as it pertains to discrimination, as it pertains to these type of things. But then what do you do with the white people who actually were abolitionists and actually helped and condemned slavery, right? Do you throw away the science that white people use that helps to advance Black people as well because of a segment of time and people that did wrong? And I think in our community, we have to get away from that, because even if you really do a study of Black history, you see we weren't a monolith. There weren't just Christians who just believed this way and that was it. There was different movements and different times and segments where they had some disagreements amongst each other, but you can go on YouTube and see some of our greatest leaders sitting at the table discussing their views, and they don't all agree with each other, but they also didn't castigate each other because of these disagreements, right? So I think we have to be very careful about how we place our hate. I'm more apt, and this is just me, that I don't speak for the whole Black community, I'm more apt to hate the thing, not the person, right? I'm not going to put any one group in a box to hate. Right. So I hate slavery. Right. But every white person didn't put us in slavery. So I'm not going to hate all white people. Right. I hate Black on Black crime, but every Black person doesn't commit Black on Black crime. So I'm not going to hate all Black people because of some that do. Right. And so I think we have to look at it and place our hate on the things we hate and necessarily not the people.
Yeah, I think a lot of folks like what I'm doing as far as the scholarship, and bear in mind, Pastor Bennett, I have over 18 different Black scholars that I actually reached out to. Yeah. The only people to respond, you, Chuck Morgan, Brother Unk and the Amara Squad, the Pseudo Killers, Sean from Masiwari, Warrior Clan, and that's it. That don't mean I didn't invite other groups now amongst us. Some of them declined. Shaka Amo said yes. He never responded after that. Jabari responded, and I sent him dates. He never responded after that. So when people say it's Black History Month, but maybe it's a turn of the tides, I want more scholarship. And if it comes, and you know what the hypocrisy is, Pastor Bennett? Mm-hmm. All our greats relied on folks who were not from this community for information. Whether it was pseudo or not, they relied on the quote unquote, what Jabari calls the Tamahu. If you go through their books that they write, who are their sources for this? All folks who are not from the quote unquote Black community. So I think it's like a hypocrisy going on. Well, you know what? Enough talking. We got almost 70 people watching live. It's gonna get up in there because you know your energy reaches volumes, bro. You're like the Fantastic Four, man, with the Silver Surfer, man. You reach worldwide with your energy, bro. So I'm tapping into the power of the ancestors right now by saying this brother right here is bringing that energy. They regurgitating in their graves right now when Pastor Bennett speaks. So, ladies and gentlemen, misplaced hate when you allow white supremacy to distort Black history by Pastor William Bennett. Get it.
All right, man, once again, I just want to, real quick, I'm going to go into this. I got like 130 slides. I promise you, I'm going to go through it quickly. Now Garfield may want to have some conversations, some questions afterwards. But let me just get a few things out of the way. Again, just respect to Brother Garfield for allowing me, right, to even be a part of his platform, number one. Me and Garfield, when we got our start, it wasn't like it is now. And we never disrespected each other, but we would oftentimes debate information or discuss information, I should say. We never want to one-on-one debate or anything like that. But we would both argue our sides or our points to different discussions. But over time, we gained a respect for each other. And so I just want to appreciate you, Brother Garfield, for always being fair to me, allowing me to yield my voice to conversations on your platform, to allowing me to be on this platform with what you're doing in this month as well. So much respect to Brother Garfield. Much respect to everybody in the chat that is watching this presentation. Let me say from the outstart, you do not have to agree with me, of course, but I would ask, as we have done with the rest of those who have been on, to respect the presentation to the point where we just allow it to be heard. Sometimes, a lot of times, I would say, because when pastors enter into this community or those of the spiritual background and faith, there's a narrative that's imposed on people, right? As opposed to allowing us to speak what things we believe, because like I said, in this community, everybody does not believe the same thing. So I'm going to give a little bit of where I stand and how I see Black history within the network of African-American brothers and sisters and ancestors, and how they used the institution of the church, how they used faith, religion, and hope, and all of those things to advance. Because it's often stated that faith, religion, we need to get rid of those things. They won't advance us. That's just not accurate to history. So being Black History Month, I want to highlight how we really got to a place of our freedoms now, how those things had to be fought for, died for, and what they were in the name of. So again, let me just say this for myself. I'm a believer in Jesus Christ. That's my Lord and Savior. I am a pastor, been one for 15 years now. But this presentation, as I will state in it, is not to make you a believer of my faith, right? This presentation is not to make you a believer of the Bible. I want to be clear, because sometimes if we're not clear on what the presentation is about, we get lost, right, on what the message is. But this presentation is about how if we don't study the history right, we can allow white supremacy to distort Black history, and therefore we'll be hating on what our ancestors didn't hate on, but actually built, right? So I'm going to go through it. I'm going to tell you what this presentation is about. First, I want to show you some of the works that I'm going to be using. Let me say this, because for some reason it has gone, these narratives again get put in there, I guess, because of who I am. But no one has given me any information for my presentation. These are my studies and my studies alone, but all of this information is verifiable and everyone could go study. So I put the books on there. Also, I want you to know every book that I show on here, I actually have in my home. And if anybody wants to see that, I could just grab them right here or right here behind me and pull them up. So I'm going to be, a lot of my presentation is going to be based off the works of Carter G. Right, we like PhDs, and these are the real scholars. These are our Black scholars, right? Dr. Retchell, he's another scholar historian. This is a great book. If you don't have it, you should pick this up. Dr. Hakeem Akee, going to be doing some information that he gave as a historian in Africa and the African diaspora, right? Craig Keener. It's another book. So I'm just going through real quick, because when I get to going in the presentation, I want to zip through it. So I want to show you now, these are the works that I'm doing. I got a lot of different slave narratives as sources. right? These books, again, are books that I'm going to just be using without and throughout our presentation. All of these who have wrote these books, they're PhDs, since we like those PhDs, scholars, historians, and those who've been studying this area much longer than I have. Dr. Yolanda Pierce. All right. Going here. I know this one. Going to be doing this. All right. If you know Raphael Warnock, was just the first African-American senator elected from Georgia to the Senate. He has a great book that he wrote, some of those works too. Frederick Douglass and all of that. All right. So these are just some of the works. And I'm going to be doing a little bit of my own book. Yes, I am a 5-time author. This is my latest book right here that I published. Graduate of Illinois State. Just give people a little history about me, a husband, father, pastoring for 15 years of the church that my father founded in 1976. Community activist. I'm a member of one of the boards that I started, the African American Ministerial Alliance. Also, I'm a member in my own community of the PSCRB, which is a police review board that our city started just a couple years ago, taking online classes now in Dallas Theological Seminary School. Okay. These are just some, because I think with Black people, we have a tendency to have to prove a little more to gain respect of knowledge and community work. And I don't want to be a person that says the things I'm going to say today and then not show works, right? That I actually do the work outside of the platform within my own community. So these are just some of the awards that I've recently gotten from the NAACP, the Marilyn Kennedy Award, listed in our local magazine here in town. I just won the 20 for 20, that's 20 leadership, those who were under the age 40. I'm 39 years old, to be distinct leaders within our communities, put on police community forums and all of that. So I just want to show quickly some of the works that I do. Here's 1,000, and our church does. And again, all this is going to add up to the point of this conversation we're going to have. Our church, just in this month, we're big givers within our community. I grew up in this section of town. This is where our community center was, is now the Boys and Girls Club. And so many of our children, Black and brown boys and girls, go to this club. And so we donated 1,000 in January to them. We donated 500. This is just in the first week of January. Donated 500 to our Heartland Head Start. And then because of the pandemic, one of the two or three parents within our church started their own Head Start thing. And they only had about 3 or 4 kids, but we still wanted to donate to Hilltop Academy. This is just stuff that we do. You'll see the dates on here, June 19, 2020 of last year. And these, I crossed out the names. I don't want to put other people's names up here, but these are posts that they put up for last year when we had Juneteenth. We gave out over $5,000 to our community, to Black business owners and those who wanted to be entrepreneurs. We raised that money in like less than a month and gave out over $5,000. So I'm showing you stuff that the church work and the work that I do, so that you would know I'm not just talking about it, but I'm actually about it, right? That we actually do the work. On the 23rd, coming up February 23rd, we are delivering our financial. So we again, just not talking about Black History Month out of our mouths. You're just not talking about having a plan, but actually working a plan. And so we'll be giving $6,000 in just a couple of days to over 12 people who signed up. We had like 20 applicants, 25 applicants. We picked the 12 that we thought were best fitted to receive the grant, and we'll be giving out $6,000 to Black-owned businesses. Why? As you'll see in this presentation, this is church history, right? Or this is Black history. What the church does now is what the church did then. And I think it's going to be important for us to highlight the work that's being done, right? So that we don't have misplaced hate. All right, just to show that we, again, participate in the political realm. That is not just, oh, hey, clap your hands, worship, say hallelujah, leave. And no, don't just participate in the national election, but this is just a conversation with we have our mayor elections coming up in April. So we do the work across the board. We bring in all the candidates and present a platform to inform our people, not to tell our people how to vote, but to inform them. So this is one of the candidates who is up. All right, now I want to play this. I just want to show that we literally do the work, right? And how it's not just talk. And so when you know, last year when all the Black deaths were happening and all of those things. And one day, we put up a post in one day and said, we're going out in the streets, and we had almost 500 people to come out there. And we were glad for all of the white people that were there supporting us. But we told them, please, y'all get in the back and allow all the Blacks to come to the front, because as much as we want you part of our movement against racial injustice, we also want you to know we have to be the face of it. So this is just a march that we did. We marched from our church to our Law and Justice Center. That'd be me right there with the mic and the green, black and green shirt. I'm gonna play a little bit of it just so y'all know how we roll, right? Just so y'all know, because like I said, we can have these narratives sometimes, and we want to put it in the right position so that you'll see we're actually living out our history.
Polluting, right? They said, we know you're going to talk about the violence, right? We know you're going to say something against that because you're a pastor. That's right. But if I'm a pastor, it's not trying to be honest. And before I say something about looting, before I say something about violence, I need everybody to tell everybody the truth. This didn't start with George Floyd. No, sir. This didn't start with Breonna Taylor. No, sir. You want to talk about violence? Yes, sir. Talk about the from their land. Yes, sir. From their land. Talk about the violence of building America. Yes, sir. Of being beat on your back. Yes, sir. Talk about the violence of being hung from trees.
Just a little word, right?
Talk about violence, beginning violence. I come to tell you that I don't condone looting. I don't condone violence on no man. But I tell you this, I will not condemn my people who have been condemned for too long. I will not do what the president of your United States did. I don't call them thugs. Right. I call them kings. I call them queens. And I remind them who they are. Right. That you're a black king. Right. Oh my God. You're black queen.
Yeah, so because you know we'll have some people. I already know I can't see the chat, but I can already imagine how people going crazy on me, because that's the narrative that some Black people want you to believe, because they're really proselytizing their own non-belief. So they'll hate on someone that just because they're Christian, because they're Black. And I think sometimes we have this misplaced hate because we don't know our history. And so the claims of the, you don't preach against racial injustice, you don't preach against, right? I mean, I think it's very clear. We out at the Law and Justice Center right now, speaking what we speak for our people and doing those things. But even more importantly than that, it wouldn't be good enough if I was just out there talking. So this is just one of the news articles from that joint that we did. And I would just ask you to pay close attention to the bottom of the article where it makes a quote that I stated. But if you look under there, I want you to see what we do. The event ended with Bennett calling 2 Black-owned business owners and the spouse of a third Black-owned business up to his impromptu stage. He announced he was awarding each of them with $500 to support their business, and he encouraged the crowd to patronize. So we gave them that on spot. So this is what we constantly are doing, not just talking it, not just walking it, but in the example of those who came before us. The church has to be that place. The Black church especially has to continue to be that institution that deals in all elements, not just spiritual elements, of the advancement of our people. And so again, changing the narrative, because any Black man or Black woman that hates on another Black man and Black woman because of their faith and belief, even though they're advancing their people, those are the people we need to watch, not the ones who through whatever means, because you can advance people, the Black race. You don't have to be a Christian, right? You can be one that doesn't even believe in God, as we're going to point out in this presentation. All right. So history I'm going to start getting into this. History in great detail informs us on the wisdom, intelligence, and creativeness and greatness of Africans, African Americans, or in general, what we may call the Black man. Sadly, the intelligence and greatness of our ancestors and modern Black heroes who claim the Christian faith have been criticized as foolish, stupid, crazy, lost, and sometimes worse for supposedly accepting the so-called white man's religion or the religion and faith that enslaved us. Some perpetrate that. Sorry, let me move this out the way, Garfield. That the thought that faith and belief didn't help to advance our community and now pose it as something that is useless and wasteful. All right. So many are misinformed, possibly lack historical knowledge, or simply deny the truth that our enslaved ancestors found their victory, community, education, economics through the power of the church, the Bible, and Christian faith. So it is absolutely false to suggest that this was simply a matter of force, or it is simply false to suggest that they had no other choice. It is simply false to suggest they only held to such views as tools to aid in freedom. It is simply false and drastically disrespectful, in my opinion, to suggest that our great ancestors accepted the faith and Bible of our oppressor. These views do not wholly add up historically, and it will be my point to not just make those statements, but to show it, not from my voice, but from their voices and the sources that I showed before. And I should also make known, it's not, I have plenty of more sources at the very bottom of this presentation that I'm willing to share with anybody. No, this presentation is not. I want to be clear, because I already know how y'all gonna respect those who came before, because they didn't believe in Christianity, right? Who are on this platform before. I already know how I'm gonna get it. So let me make clear. No, this presentation is not to persuade anyone to become Christian. But let me also say, if you want to become, I'm fine with that as well. But my presentation is not to persuade anyone to become Christian or to make the Bible your book of faith. Every man and woman has the right to choose belief or no belief in whatever they choose. All right, let's be clear on that. But since it is Black History Month, let us highlight that history that informs us rather than divides us. At the minimum, we should show respect and honor to those who came before and to the church institution and faith that propelled us to where we are now, while themselves were in a worse condition. Quickly, I want to just go through a couple things before you even have European slave trade. As Black theologian and scholar and founder of Black theology, Dr. James Cone taught Christianity does not belong to the white man who used it for white supremacy. I want to play a little sound piece of one of my favorite sayings of him. I love when I hear this and hear how he says it.
How you gonna get a European white Jesus in Palestine? You can't get that. But with white theologians, you can get almost anything out of Jesus. So they had reinterpreted Jesus so he looked like them.
All right, so this is our scholar. This is our scholar telling us, right, that you can't get what they impose on Jesus. You can't get that, and where the scriptures themselves actually say Jesus was born, right? And so he speaks to this narrative, and so we're going to attack that narrative of white supremacy so that we don't distort our own Black history and then begin to condemn all Black people who may lean to that faith, right? Christianity in its genesis was cultivated in North Africa centuries before Europe. Again, because I want to be clear in my position, I am not one, others may be. I am not one that says Africans invented Christianity. I am not one that says Africans wrote the Bible. I am not one that says Jesus was an African, but I will tell you where we clearly know is he was not a European with blue eyes, and he was not a pale face. That is clear. He was a man, a melanated man, all right? So we understand all those things. And we understand that Christianity was cultivated. I want to be clear on the language that I use today. Was cultivated in North Africa centuries before Europe. The Coptic Egyptian church, or church in Alexandria, was in the 1st century. Dr. Retchell tells us about Tertullian and other African thinkers in the 2nd century who responded negatively to any attempts to associate Christianity with Greek philosophy. Before there was ever a King James, excuse my misspelling, y'all, I went through this kind of fast, but before there was a King James, there was a King Azana. Whether you upset at him for accepting Christianity or not, but before any enslavement, before he was not enslaved, he was not an arrow put to his head or a gun put to his head. And you can discuss the reasons why he accepted it. We just know as a free king, he accepted Christianity for the Exum Empire and announced that official religion as as their province religion, right? It was in the 6th century that the Ethiopian branch translated the New Testament into the native Ge'ez language. The Ethiopian church had one of the earliest versions of the Bible. So before you get to a King James translation, you have Ethiopians that have translated, right? In the 13th century, the Zagwe or the Zagwa Ethiopians carved churches out of solid stone rock. This is in the 1200s, right? British scholar Ivy Pierce called these stone churches one of the greater historical cultural heritage of the Ethiopian people. These are what they look like. All right. This is before we was on a boat. This is before we were in chains. This is before any of those things took place. Right. Again, Dr. Retro says Africans are mentioned throughout the Bible. The Hebrew Bible alone cites Ethiopia over 40 times, and Egypt over 100 times. In contrast, there is no mention of European countries in the Old Testament. Indeed, the first Europeans of any international consequence, the Greeks, did not emerge into historical record until the time period covered by the Hebrew Bible was almost over. One will not find a single reference to England, Germany, or Spain in the Hebrew Bible. These are not my words, but they are words of our historians, people that look like us, right? Not that people that don't look like us can't be historians as well, and I will quote some of them, but I think for the presentation of that I am making, it's best to highlight a lot of our Black scholars who say what they say, right? The word Rome and its derivatives are mentioned only 20 times in the Bible, and not once in the Old Testament the word Greece, and its derivatives are mentioned 26 times in the Bible and 4 times in the Old Testament. In comparison, Ethiopia more than 40 times, Canaanites more than 150 times, and more than 1,000 references to the Hamitic cities, countries, or people in scripture. All right. The slave Bible that Brother Reggie talked about a little while. Well, the slave Bible itself is the white supremacists of that time own admittance that the Bible is not their inspired book, as they did not feel comfortable delivering all the scriptures to Africans in fear that he would see freedom as opposed to their so-called inspired book for white supremacy. No true writer authors a book and then hides the pages. Right? I want to be clear so that we don't get lost in the message that I'm bringing. All of that information that I just gave about Christianity in Northern Africa and how the Bible speaks of more Africans and African cities and African lands than it does any type of European land, which a European slave master would never have conducted his Bible to have such a weight in an African land with African faces and African thought. And so little of himself, right? But I want to be clear, that information that I just gave was not or that the above information was to show that as to the Bible, Christianity, and Jesus before European enslavement of Africans, these articles are already active throughout history, especially in the regions of North Africa. That is not deniable. That doesn't mean you have to join in the Christianity. It doesn't mean that. It just simply means you can't start with enslavement being the reasons why some Africans accepted Christianity. That's the only reason we want to show that. And we also want to show that it was there before, so that when it gets to Europe and when the slave owner becomes to West Africa and justifies a lot of things in the name of Christianity, you can't look at them as the genesis of it, but you have to look at them as the thieves of it, which our ancestors did. The Black church throughout history and now has been the most influential institution of the African in America. And again, we should not use that information to fight each other. But I think a lot of times people of non-belief and of non-faith, they have a jealous spirit. So when we start talking about the church and when we start talking about Christianity, they don't want nothing to do, because they don't want nothing to do with Christianity. They want to deny our history. You don't have to be a Christian. You don't even have to believe that Jesus existed for you to acknowledge what our ancestors did when they believed it, right? So just to be honest about the historical information is one thing. To believe in it is another thing, and that has to be your choice in whether you want to do that. But false narratives are detrimental to this Black history. So you don't have to be of the faith or of the church to recognize one of the essential or one of the most, or I would even suggest greatest essential institutions where your freedoms and mine were birthed from. Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois, another one of our great historians. He says this: if some people that say, well, Pastor Bennett, I seen the work you do in your community. Good job, bro. But we don't believe nothing you're saying. We don't respect you as a scholar. You're not, well, but I hope that we will respect some of our historians, right? And what they said. The Negro Church Let me back up. Let me also say there is no way in the time that I'm allotted that I could speak to all of Christianity, all of the sides of it. But so this presentation is not the whole story as to how things develop, but it is that portion of the story that highlights the false narratives of white supremacy and how it has distorted our view of the Black church. Obviously, it would take days, weeks, and months for us to give the full narratives of what everyone has said. But W.E.B. Du Bois says the Negro church is the only social institution, y'all, only social. And again, yes, during that time. And that's why I'm trying to point to during that time. There are more institutions now, but during that time, we need to understand the history, look at things, right? The Negro church is the only social institution of the Negroes, which started in the African forest and survived slavery under the leadership of priests or medicine man. Afterward, of the Christian pastor, the church preserved in itself the remnants of African tribal life and became, after emancipation, the center of Negro social life. So that today, the Negro population of the United States is virtually divided into church congregations, which are the real units of race life. So let's begin to check these narratives about how our thought process is on Christians and the church. All Christianity is not good. All Black churches, all churches, period, don't represent what W.E.B. Du Bois is talking about now. But as we do a scope of history, we have to acknowledge that the outlook that many in the community have on the church, even from a historical standpoint, is not how our historians talked about it and dealt with it, especially when you go back to those years after the First Great Awakening, when our ancestors really began to develop their own thought process of Christianity, as we're going to show, okay? Historian James Washington, another Black historian, says the Black church was a church with the soul of the nation. As I go through this presentation, I will only begin to ask you guys if you believe that that the community thinks the same way about the church and Black people and Christians the same way our historians talked about them. Another great, Gayrod Wilmore, Black scholar and historian in African-American religion, who's and hopefully, as I'm showing this, and let me say this too, shout out, because again, I don't want no problem. Shout out to everybody who already gives out this information in this community, like the MBK. We talk about PhDs, and I don't know if Truth Historian has a PhD. I don't know, but I don't care who has a PhD. There are not too many people that I have met, seen, or read that has history in their mind like Truth Historian, right? There's not too many people that can, I don't even think he's a believer. I don't think he's a Christian, but there's not too many people that can tell you all sides of our coming out of slavery than Truth. So shout out to MBK. But for those who may not know of this information, I don't just want you to listen to the presentation. Hopefully you take down some of the names and go read their information for yourself. Right? But he was also the first executive director of Commission on Religion and Race. He served in an all-Black unit in World War II, was a militant civil rights leader who supported also the Black Power movement and was the Black face of the Presbyterians that brought the fight for racial justice to predominantly white churches. He is famed for acknowledging, here is another historian, a PhD, scholar, whatever we like to talk about. Here is this one saying the independent Black church is the first Black freedom movement. So we need to start having a lot more respect for our church, even if you don't acknowledge.
Let me say this. All the people that are hating on Pastor Bennett, he learned this from some of it from Truth Historian. So why don't you hate on Truth Historian then? Because he teaches the same thing that this guy is teaching. I don't get it. I guess y'all didn't watch NBK then. Y'all fronting. He taught most of the stuff he's saying, not everything that he's saying NBK taught. Most of the stuff he's saying, Danny has said it himself. So I guess Danny is a Christian enabler then. Danny is a secret Christian. Truth Historian is what? Whatever you're saying about Pastor Bennett and information, you're saying it about Rawbon, you're saying it about Seneb, you're saying it about Truth Historian, because they teach this stuff. So what is really the problem? And the topic, the reason why I'm playing this is because I'm saying the Hebrew Israelites are jealous of the black church. That's the reason why I'm playing it. Not for you guys to hate on Pastor Bennett. Craziness. Rob, stop trolling, man. You the one that taught them that. So if y'all gonna hate on Pastor Bennett, hate on that guy. Hate on this guy right here. Hate on him. Hate on him. Hate on me. Because I used to enable them to teach it on my channel too. And they hate on Truth Historian too then. So don't try to act like, oh, yeah, everything is everything. Yeah, I want to see you put in the chat, Truth Historian and Rawbon, it's their fault. No, let me not even leave off Seneb, because Seneb teach this stuff like a beast on Clubhouse. So don't leave out Seneb out of this. Look at what Truth Historian said. There you go. Because we used to bash on Christianity in the back, and he used to beat us up on what the Christian church did. That's when Rawbon started teaching this stuff. So all this stuff you see Pastor Bennett teaching, Rawbon taught it, and I learned from them. Don't blame us. Look at the information. Shout out to Sister Tiffany in the building. Peace and love to your Sister Queen. Look at what she wrote in the chat. The civil rights movement in America was rooted in the black church. Shout out to my black American ancestors. And if it wasn't for the black church in America, the black church in Jamaica wouldn't have rebelled and freed us 1834, August the 1st, Emancipation Day. It was the black church with Paul Bogler, Sam Sharp, or one of them dudes. The black church. So all you Negroes who are benefiting from the civil rights movement, you shouldn't say a word. You should just stay silent. But this, I'm playing this to say why the Hebrew Israelites are jealous of the black church. Captain Tazariak, all of them, IUIC, they can't talk unless they mention a black a church. Then they say, Garfield, you ain't got nothing to say unless it's about the Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, because I'm mad with the doctrine. I don't get into the Bible with y'all. That's a waste of time. But they use the black church as a stepping stone. They got to mention the black church. And then after that, they throw in the LGBTQ people. That's how they recruit people. That's their recruiting tool. Talk about the black church and talk about homosexuality. That's it. I thought entertainers would do that in Jamaica. When they want to forward the crowd to clap them, they say, yo, if you're born bottom war, raise up your hand. Now you have Hebrew Israelites doing that to get membership. Craziness. Well, let me get back to the video. Shout out to Pastor Bennett, one of the greatest teachers in the community.
Or are not inclined to the faith itself. The truth of the church and Christianity through black eyes. As I will show in this presentation, Wilmore is just one of many of our great hero scholars and historians that proclaim the church as the central institution for black freedom. It is essential to understand the church was not given to the black man. We got to cut that out. The church was not given to the black man in the Americas. It was taken by the black man. It was fought for and built in blood. The Bible was not given to us as a reading source. Quite the contrary. It was revealed in secrecy. Upon its revelation, it was clear that Africans were much too intelligent. We must give our Africans credit, right, for the Christianity. And I'm going to show you why. Because our Africans were much too intelligent to fall for the trap of false representation of Christianity and church discrimination. Adam Clayton Powell Jr., powerful civil rights activist in Harlem, New York, Adam Clayton Powell Jr. in his autobiography, Adam by Adam, talked about how he...
I gotta beat up this fake Jamaican Akan Egyptian in the audience real quickly. He don't know Jamaican history. Why he gonna come at me for? You don't know that Sam Sharp and the Baptist War sped up the emancipation of Jamaicans? You didn't know that? You didn't know this gentleman right here, Sam Sharp, black African man who's possibly from Angola? Rooted in Angola? Helped to free black people in Jamaica? What in 1834, how did we get Emancipation Day? Why is Sam Sharp a national hero? Why did he instigate but not start the uprising that is now known as the Christmas Rebellion, the Sam Sharp Rebellion, the Emancipation Rebellion, and the Baptist War? Christmas, because it happened during the Yuletide season. stamp sharp for the obvious reason, emancipation, because it sped up the emancipation process. It is called the Baptist War. Why is it called the Baptist War? It's not called the Hakah War. It's called the Baptist War. Word of all, were mostly native Baptists who were influenced by Baptist missionaries and Samuel Daddy Sharp, an educated, articulate, and influential what? Preacher who believed slavery was wrong. You don't know about this, brother? You don't know why Jamaica is free? Really? Ah, man, let me get off of that, man. Let me deal with that another day. Let's get back to Pastor Bennett, man. Don't play with me, Kwame. You don't know history, bro. You just hate the church. This is not about that today. This is a whole different argument.
Shared with Malcolm X the fact that Christianity was not the white man's religion, and the Ethiopians were committed Christians prior to Europeans. Here is the Abyssinian church in New York, all right? And here is why this building still today is a part of that heritage that came out of slavery and out of the 1800s. It's still standing. One of the things I give black churches credit to, the institutions they built way back then through all that discrimination and slavery, still these churches be still standing after all these years. That shows the strength of the black man. Right? The Abyssinian Baptist Church is Ethiopia, right? They named it that because of their Ethiopian heritage, right? And this was a group of Ethiopians, woman and man. I need y'all to catch this. That started their church when coming to New York in 1808. They started the church after going to a white church, would put them in a slave law. They refused to accept segregated seating. From there, the mission to start their own Baptist church, giving it the title of their homeland, produced the Abyssinian Baptist Church. In fact, as I'm going to show in this presentation, many of our black churches got their start as a direct defiance to white supremacy and desire to be independent. So it's kind of crazy that we push this narrative that actually supports white supremacy, that Christianity is the white man's religion and that's your slave masters of, and they gave it, when in fact in history we record that our black people actually rejected what they were offering them on the basis of Christianity. And many of the black churches that we kind of have a negative look at got their start because our people were refusing to accept the discrimination they were facing in white churches. Right? It was from him that Adam Clayton Powell Sr. became pastor, and while he was fully devoted to preaching the gospel and teaching the Bible, he was also a pastor of social change whose churches produced educational classes for nursing business. The church went on to establish great economic and educational feats in New York, and I'm still doing that today. The reason I show what I do in my own city, it was not to boast in the brag, but to show that we're continuing the heritage, as many other black churches and black pastors are continuing the heritage of we're not just being what many people think, a church that only preaches spiritual matters. That if you are a true church and represent the true heritage of our Africans who actually started from the invisible church to the Negro church to what we now call the modern black church, then it has to carry on the other works for our community, right? And I think that's the big thing, why they presented an avenue of an institution, as we're going to see, of both Christians and what they deemed sinners, right? To be able to be participants, that even if you did not accept the faith, what in the world has pushed black people to a narrative that we would hate on black people, right? Who also push all these other avenues because of their faith. All right. Don't let that spirit of jealousy enter in as it pertains to what Africans, because again, there are a bunch of people who, not in the name of Christianity, not in the name of Jesus, did great things for African Americans. And Christians, let me say on my end, have to be able to acknowledge that we absolutely have people that don't believe in our God, don't believe in a Jesus, that have absolutely advanced black people. And we cannot hate just because they don't believe in what we believe on. But on the other end, we have to stop pushing white supremacy by giving Christianity to a white man who misused it, when obviously we have our ancestors who've seen that clearly and said we want no part of this. Yet we have narratives that say we are taking part of that. But let's just keep on looking at what they say. But just some fun facts. Here's this Abyssinian Baptist church in 1948. Just a fun fact. Church is full. This is the wedding of Nat King Cole. All right, so just some good fun facts we'll put in there every now and then, okay? The truth of the matter is, when it comes to color, We can't make the mistake of making everything white or everything black. We certainly can't make the mistake that for the sake of our belief or non-belief, that we automatically conform to lies that support white supremacy. As it pertains to history and to the Bible, white supremacy has openly whitewashed events, writings, and people despite clear evidence of otherwise in order to uphold a level of status, right? There is a danger of black suppression when we grant those who suppress ownership of things that inherently aren't theirs to claim. Throughout this presentation, we will see many examples of the intelligence of our ancestors and their rejection, not of Christianity, but of white supremacy in the name of Christianity. It was through this rejection that blacks created what is known as the invisible institution, the Negro Church, and more modernly, the Black Church. These statements can best be seen with both Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey. So if you don't agree with what I'm saying, let me just use their language of somebody you might deem one of our great ancestors. Let me use their exact language so you will understand it in the way I'm saying it. In the narrative of life of the American slave Frederick Douglass, right, in 1845, he actually at the end of his book had to go back because after reading it himself, looked at it and said, man, people are going to read this and think that I'm against religion. People are going to read this and think that I'm against Christianity because of how I banged on Christianity in the book. Yes, Frederick Douglass in this book attacks Christianity, but he wanted to come back and make it clear that I need you to understand what my position is. And I'm sure no one would deny or denounce Frederick Douglass as one that stood for his people, advanced his people. And I'm surely would hope that no one would be suggestive that he took on his the faith of his oppressor. So he states it for himself. I love the pure, peaceable, and impartial Christianity of Christ. I therefore hate the corrupt, slave-holding, woman-whipping, cradle-plundering, partial, and hypocritical Christianity of this land. Indeed, I can see no reason but the most deceitful one for calling the religion of this land Christianity. I look upon it as the climax of all misnomers, the boldest of all frauds, and the grossest of all libels. So he is clearly pointing out what I am trying to assert through this presentation. I think he speaks it even much more eloquently than I could ever do. But what he's doing is presenting the narrative that as this black man, I don't give Christianity to the white man and say it's there. In fact, I reject their Christianity and say, as it pertains to how I see the biblical text, as I read the scripture, Christianity, as he also says, is the furthest thing from what the white man represents. But let's go further. Garvey, quote, on Christianity, same type. Now, again, remember, there are people with different stems of belief within the Christianity sect. So I'm not suggesting that Garvey thinks about Christianity in the same light. There's some theological disagreements that we may have. That's all right. But as to the point that Frederick Douglass made, as to the point that I'm making to show that our black people did not just conform to a system of Christianity that the white man placed on them. He says, I believe that God, and whether you believe in the God or not, again, we cannot say that Marcus Garvey didn't advance his people, but we must not put words in people's mouths. We must allow them to speak for themselves. I believe that God lives for me as for all men, and no condition you can impose on me by deceiving me about Christianity will cause me to doubt Jesus Christ and to doubt God. I shall never hold Christ responsible for the commercialization of Christianity by the heartless man who adopted as the easiest means of fooling and robbing other people out of their land and country. Okay, those are his words. Henry Turner, another great, like, it's amazing to me how we can see what our ancestors believe or how they at least thought about the Christianity of the white man, right? When, if you go back and just do a study, they were more militant about it than we are, right? So Henry Turner, a Christian preacher, politician, activist for African-American whites, was known for his public rebuke of white Christians. He did a lot for us in the political field. He advanced us in politics and all of those things. But he made it clear and was clearly bold to rebuke white people in front of white people who pushed that Jesus was a long-haired, blue-eyed white man. Right. And he's also famous. One of the famous quotes he has where he took out a Bible and then he put two guns on top of the Bible and said, my life depends on these two things, the word of God and these guns. All right. Examples of misplaced ownership. White supremacist and racist preachers would push the lies of the curse of Ham, thus being the curse on Africans, which has time and time over been proven as false and not true biblically, nor as scientific interpretation of race power. However, even Africans in slavery did not believe the lies. So why would we? And again, there may be who did, but I'm talking about if we look at the overall majority of how we progressed, it was because Africans absolutely did not embrace Christianity. And again, you don't have to take my presentation because people will try to pick a fight with me. I'm giving you a narrative within what I'm actually showing you. So pick a fight with Frederick, who obviously said, I don't agree with their Christianity. Pick a fight with Garvey, who said, I don't agree with their Christianity. Pick a fight with Henry Turner, who said, I don't agree with that. And those of us who are free men and free women should be very careful about placing our judgment and mindsets on those who were actually into slavery. Let's let them speak for themselves. Cornelius Garner, in his slave narrative, says that old white preacher just was telling us slaves to be good to our masters. We ain't cared about that stuff because we wanted to sing, pray, and serve God in our own way. Cornelius didn't say we didn't care about that stuff because we didn't believe it. We don't care nothing about that God. We don't care nothing. They just said we don't believe what they telling us because they ain't even telling us about God. As you're going to see multiple times of slave narrative is saying, these that were actually in it, they say they don't even talk to us about God. They just tell us to be God, want you to be good masters, but we didn't care about that stuff. We wanted to sing, pray, serve God in our own way. One does not, again, I'm going to keep speaking this narrative so that somebody doesn't try to throw you off and cause you to miss the message of what I'm saying. One does not have to be a Christian or believe in Jesus. Again, I would hope that you would. I do, and many of our ancestors do. But as to this presentation, I want to be clear. One does not have to be a Christian or believe in Jesus to acknowledge the honor that needs to be given to the institution that was in many ways the first place of hope for the Black community. For one to claim faith and spiritual hope can't lead to advancement is not historically informed, as it was the very means of faith that led to educational, economic, liberating freedom via the Black church. Claiborne Gatling, another slave narrative. I had this a little later, but I'll deal with it now too. In late 1800s, he was interviewed when he was 89. He says this: before freedom, we always went to white churches on Sunday with pastors, but they never mentioned God. They always told us to be good niggas and mind our misses and our masters. This is what they're telling us. So again, we're not going to allow the white supremacy of what we think, because we hate Christianity because of how they use it to distort how Blacks actually seen it at that time, and then why they infused and used it. Okay, Dr. Michael Oben, right? And this is just another little fun fact, right? So maybe some of you know this and maybe you don't, but many of you have heard the story of the girl that got the Gorilla Glue in her hair, right? Well, this is the Black man who, when other people could not come up with anything to do, she's been in a doctor hospital and they could not fix it. This is the man that when he heard about the story, he's one of the world's greatest, born in Ghana, Africans, plastic surgeon, right? Who's a CEO of a store, and he gives millions of dollars of free surgery away in Ghana, right? He created a chemical that saved the girl's hair. And now many of us was laughing at her or telling her crazy for what she did. But this Black man actually created the chemical needed to actually get the glue out and keep the hair, right? But I wanted to bring him out again, not to suggest that you have to be a Christian, but he's a Christian. And he states for himself that he does at his surgery, like many times I say, well, leave God out of this and leave God out of that. Well, actually, for Blacks, Christianity is built within our souls to where we don't leave God out of the works that we do. And I'm only pointing this out to suggest we got to stop the narrative that bringing our faith into our science, or bringing our faith into our surgery, or bringing our faith into our economics, or bringing our faith into would mean then that we lose some type of legitimacy or intelligence or ability because of that. He states for himself that before any surgery, he takes his faith in God in the room with him and prays before every procedure. Says his faith is directly responsible for the work he does. Not suggesting that you, if you don't pray or if you don't have faith, that you can't do great surgeries or whatever it is that you do. Only saying we have to stop the narrative, right? That makes us think another way. Carter G. Woodson, for me, one of the greatest historians in our community. Let's just read his information, since y'all may not agree with mine. The Negro Church as a social force in the life of race is nothing new. Prior to emancipation, the church was the only institution which the Negro in a few places in the South and throughout the North was permitted to maintain for his own peculiar needs, offering the only avenue for expressional activity of the race. The reason I want to point out how Carter G says the only is not to suggest that there are none now, but what I want to express is being that it was the only, as we're going to show, it wasn't given. Black institutions and Negro institution wasn't just simply like, here guys, you guys are great slaves, here, go build up the black church. There was resistance against us having our own independency. There was resistance. So the fact that they built these institutions, whether you agree with the foundation of the faith or not, is one thing. But to acknowledge that this was the first institution, even as historian Carter G. Woodson said, that actually helped us to gain our freedom. But then that was prior to emancipation, right? After the emancipation, here is what it says. Moreover, the Negro church developed a social atmosphere which somewhat strengthened its hold on the youth about to go astray. Not only education found its basis in the church, but fraternal. I know some people ain't gonna like this, y'all. So I already know they're giving it to me. Some people aren't gonna like it, but it's not me saying it. Your argument is not with me. Not only education found its basis in the church, but fraternal associations developed therefrom. Business enterprises accepted the church as an ally, and professional men to some extent often became dependent thereupon. Most movements among the Negroes, moreover, have owed their success to the leadership of Negroes prominent in the church. No better examples of this can be mentioned, and it goes on. But let's look down. Since the Civil War, the Negro church as a factor in general uplift has become what the oppressed Negro longed to make it prior to that conflict. In the first place, Negroes regularly attended church, whether Christians or sinners, right? So it wasn't just you got to be a Christian to go here to receive of this education and so on and so forth. Let's continue. Attend to the church is the Sunday school. Attached to the church is the Sunday school. Many a Negro had in attending it learned clandestinely to read and write before the war. Now they, without fear of punishment, eagerly study in the churches on Sunday, learn the alphabet, the spelling of words with 1, 2, and 3 syllables, and finally to read the Bible. Finally to read the Bible. They wasn't reading the Bible like that before, right? All right. Finally to read the Bible, that they might know for themselves the truth hitherto kept from their fathers, but now revealed to children in freedom. This is what Carter G. Woodson is saying, not me. So while many people would just want to give you the impression that the Bible was just given to black folks and black folks just read the Bible and believe what the white man said, it's just actually not true to history. You may have certain segments where you can point that out, but historically it's not true. Many of these Negroes often learn more on a single Sunday than the average student acquired in a day school during a week. In these Sunday schools, not a few Negroes laid the foundation for the more liberal education, which they thereafter obtained in the schools established by the religious and philanthropic friends of Negroes working in the South immediately after the Civil War. I'm just going to read the highlighted part. From the study of the Bible, the Negro developed, moreover, a desire for biblical literature. He heard the moral appeal and gladly accepted the message to those in quest of the higher life in Christ. All right. Now I want to go back. I want to piggyback and deal with slavery in Africa just for a little bit, only to deal with how this presentation is going to go hereafter, right? So it should be understood that slavery did not just happen in Africa by accident. The Portuguese arrival to Africa was with purpose of obtaining wealth and power. Once the Portuguese became aware of West Africa's gold and natural resources, they did what they do. They looked to claim it as their own, all of Africa. It should also be understood that many African nations were already trading goods before the European arrival. No, they weren't convincing Africans to simply just trade Africans in exchange for Bibles. Europeans traded guns, powder, liquor, knives, beads, cloth in exchange for people. In the book A Way Out of No Way, Dr. Retro says this: many members of the African ruling classes were implicated in international slave trading. A few African leaders resisted the temptation, but others sold their neighbors in exchange for guns, textiles, liquor, and other products. Several of the larger and better organized African societies, particularly among the Yoruba, the Dahomey, and the Ashanti, actively engaged in slave trading at the expense of their neighbors. Many of the African leaders were well aware of the great harm that the slavery caused. Let's go and see if someone else confirms that. Dr. Hakeem Adi, Africa was, these are all his quotes, okay? Africa was impoverished by its relationship with Europe, while the human and other resources that were taken from Africa contributed to capitalist development and wealth of Europe and other parts of the world. It was gold from the great empires of West Africa, Ghana, and Mali that provided the means for the economic takeoff of Europe in the 13th, 14th centuries and aroused in the interest of Europeans in West Africa. On the African side, the slave trade was generally to the business of rulers or wealthy and powerful merchants concerned with their own selfish or narrow interests rather than those of the continent. At that time, there was no concept of being Africa. Identity and loyalty was based on kinship or membership of a specific kingdom or society, right? However, by the mid-17th century, the European demand for captives, particularly for the sugar plantations in America, became so great that they could only be acquired through initiating raiding and warfare. There is no doubt that some societies preyed on others to obtain captives in exchange for European firearms, in the belief that it did not acquire firearms. If it did not acquire firearms in this way to protect themselves, they will be attacked and captured by their rivals and enemies who did possess such weapons. It is clear that without, again, this is all Dr. Hakim's word. It is clear that without the weapons, forts, ships, and guns, resources, conquest, and colonization would not have been possible. However, it is also, however, it is also cannot be denied, because I want to be fair, it cannot be denied that European slavery of the African in many cases was being justified and supported by European churches. Many Europeans misuse the Bible, Christianity within slavery with the need to soften the spirit of the African and embolden the supremacy of the European. While it is without question that the European did not originate the Bible, it is undeniable that they manipulated it and used it as a power source of corruption in many ways. However, it also must be clear that the narrative that Christianity, a religion, or Bible enslaved is false or not completely whole. Be it clear that the transatlantic slave trade would have never kidnapped, killed, and enslaved millions of Africans from their land if it was not for European military weapons, chains, gun, trickery, insurance company, banks, government, and some African slave traders. All I'm saying, and that's so people can be clear, is that there were so many other physical elements to slavery, like the kidnapping of slaves, military, war, guns, and trade that led to it. If you take those things away and just say, here's a Bible, go get in the boat with chains and strip away from your family, ain't no African letting that happen. All right. The truth is, if we do a full historical view, we find that many who enslaved with biblical justification did not truly give the African biblical Christianity. In fact, most slave owners did not even want slaves practicing Christianity. This is not about you becoming a Christian. It's about you seeing what our ancestors saw as it pertains to Christianity. In fact, most of the slave owners did not even want slaves practicing Christianity. History proves that the European didn't just shove the Bible in Africans' hand and tell them to become slaves, and Africans became Christian. Also, once the African could read the Bible or understood the truth of Christianity, they saw freedom, not bondage, in the name of Christ. In the slave narrative of Claiborne Gladney, that's what we talked about after he stated how he never went and talked about God. You clearly see him as a member for over the years in the AME church. Right? Let me go. In fact, many slave owners didn't want their slaves learning to read the Bible or hearing about Christianity, as stated in the book, The History of the Negro Church by Carter G. Woodson. Here's his quote. Many slave owners were worried about the conversion of the slave because there was fear they would, according to Christendom, become free. So that's the reason why they didn't want them to even know about Christianity, because there's a law, or even if it was the unwritten law, that if you're Christian, you can't be enslaved. Right. And why we're going to see how they began to create laws, right, to do that. Frederick Douglass explains in his narrative that his master stated, if the slave, here's what his master stated, if the slave learned to read, he would no longer be fit to be a slave, which he was actually true. Not that we were fit to be slaves before, but our education even pushed our level of advancement and desire for liberation. He also stated while he was a slave on the Sabbath, the slave owners would want black men fighting and boxing and drinking, etc. But he would sneak and do Sabbath school, where Africans would come to learn God's will. Douglass claimed that if they were caught reading the Bible or here at the Sabbath school, they would be beat. Right? The narrative is always that the slave master gave us the Bible. The reality is most slaves had to sneak and read the Bible. And if they found out that they were reading the Bible, they was going to get beat up. Right? W.E.B. Du Bois, co-founder of the Atlantic Conference on Negro Problems at Atlanta University in the late 1800s, this conference was important. It was a social science project that he did. So those of us who like science.
Let me ask a question to the audience, right? Before the trans-Saharan trade became more of a Muslim perspective from the African side, were the Africans selling Africans at that time in the trans-Saharan slave trade? I'm talking before Ghana became, in 1054, taken over by Islam. Before Islam, were Africans trading Africans out of Ouagadougou? This is a serious question now. So if they were, what religion were the Africans practicing that were trading the Africans? I've never heard y'all say, I hate that religion that they are called Enyami. I hate Enyami, or the religion that the people of Ouagadougou was practicing, whatever African religion. But it seems like Christianity is the only religion that had slavery. It seems like Islam is the only religion of slavery, when Africans were trading thousands, millions of Africans before Islam took over Ghana, Ouagadougou. So what happened then? What happened? What happened? Akan tribes, hey, oh man, I got you, Rawborn. I'm asking you a logical question. Before Islam came to Ghana at around 1054, you told me, bro, you taught me and showed me the real Moorish Science Temple. It was slavery, though. Was it slavery? It was slavery. I know it was prisoners of war, but it wasn't like chattel slavery. I agree, but it was slavery, though. I'm gonna open the panel, but this is not even the point of why I'm playing Pastor Bennett. I'm saying the Hebrew Israelites are jealous of the black church. That's why they're using them as a linchpin to promote their ideology and their doctrine. They say, don't follow the church, because they want integration. Yeah, Islam came to Africa in the 800s, but I'm talking about before Ghana, before they took over Ghana, the Ouagadougou Empire. Before the Ghana Empire. That's what I'm talking about. Who were they trading with at the time before Ghana, before Islam took over Ghana? They adopted Islam. Who were they following? It definitely was no Abrahamic faith, but they were still doing slavery. Oh, okay, I got you. All right. Let me get back to this great video by Pastor Bennett, True Story, and says, thank you, Garfield. Woke fury warms my heart. God is forget to say all the time.
It was a social science project, really, that he did. The conference was important to the development in African-American education, especially the research looked into history of the African-American past and present of that time institution, and ways in which the problems of education, economics, etc. could be solved in the African-American community. The Negro Church Report of Social Study in the 8th Conference. The facts is this deeply researched report shows that Europeans actually had to, in the 1600s, create laws that conversion to Christianity, baptism, or holy sacraments did not free the slave, because initially was the law or way of belief as to Christianity. Again, maybe that unwritten law that Christian view through scripture would not comply with the intentions of the slave trade plantation. And they knew that, so they made up laws like the 1667 law that states African baptism no longer would allow for liberation. It is clear from the citations that in the 17th century, not only was there little missionary effort to convert Negro slaves, but that there was, on the contrary, positive refusal to let slaves be converted, and that this refusal was one incentive to explicit statements of the doctrine of perpetual slavery for Negroes. In the 1800s South, here was what another law said: it shall not be lawful for any number of slaves, free, Negroes, mulattoes, mezzosos, even in the company with white persons, to meet together and assemble for the person of mental instruction or religious worship. I know we only push the narrative that you got this. The white man wouldn't even let black people get together to have religious worship, either before the rising of the sun or after the going down of the same. And all magistrates, sheriffs, militias, officers, and hereby vested with power for dispersing such assembly. We're gonna get you out of here, right? So again, the black Negro institution, the black institution, the invisible institution that black people started was as a threat of being disassembled, beat, abused, and many killed, right? To this, the Reverend C.C. Jones of Georgia adds, we cannot cry out against the papists for withholding the scriptures from the common people and the keeping them in the ignorance of the way of life. For we withhold the Bible from our servants and keep them in ignorance of it, while we will not use the means to have it read and explained to them. Again, blacks weren't simply handed churches, Bibles, and Christianity were led to African slaves, creating what is known as, which this led to Africans creating what we know as the invisible institution in hush harbors. Here they secretly held their worship service and in many ways integrated their traditional African worship and those things within the worship and prayers and all the things they had. Here again, I'm just read some of the slave narratives to let them speak for themselves, so it's not, you don't feel like Pastor Bennett is just making this up. All right. Start with the quote. Us niggers never had a chance to go to Sunday school and church. The white folks feared for us to get any religion education. We quoting these people, right? The white folks on the next plantation will lick their slaves, meaning hit them or beat them for trying to do like we did. No praying there and no singing. This testimony is corroborated by white visitors of the South like Fanny Kimball, whose journal speaks of planters being entirely inimical to slave worship, fearing Christianity's potential subversive impact. It is clear that they thought if these people really read the Bible and if they really know the Christianity, they're going to want to be free. So we can't give it to them like that. Right? For those who did hear the message, it was intentionally abused, and the slave and the African knew it. Again, that's why I'm trying to point out that our Africans were not intelligent. They understood what they were being told. So it says in this quote, when the white preacher come, he preached and pick up his Bible, and he claimed he get in the text right out from the good book, and he preached. The Lord say, don't you niggas steal chickens from your missus. Don't you steal your master's hog, right? That would be all they preach. All right. Former slave Mattie Curtis recalls that we ain't had no sociables, but we went to church on Sunday and they preached to us that we go to hell alive if we sass our white folks. Obviously, says same stuff that you don't actually find in the text. Lucretia Alexander, another one, says this same old thing all the time. My father would have church in dwelling house and they had to whisper. Sometimes they would have church at his house. That would be when they wanted the real meeting with some real preaching. Clearly, all I'm doing, again, is pointing out that as for them, these are their words. They're telling you, we don't believe what they're saying. This is all they ever say. But we did go have our secret meetings. We did go have our belief where we wanted to hear what we actually believe, right? I'm just for time's sake, I'm going to skip some of these. Again, this is just another slave narrative of it saying the same thing and pointing out, I would say, at the bottom of it, where they say, and they cannot believe or trust in such a religion, meaning the slave did not believe and trust in what the white man was telling them. If you skip down third or fourth, I want to pick this up where it says, and again, we're reading it in the way they were, speaking it. However, there was some niggas that wanted to learn so bad, they would slip out at night and meet. Why they have to slip out? I just want us to have the right narrative and push the narrative that they push. Slip out at night and meet in a deep gully war where they would study by the light of the light torches. But one thing show, they better not let no white folks find out about it. And if they was lucky enough to be able to keep it up till they learned the Bible, they kept it a close secret, right? It was a secret as they're reading the Bible. They weren't just giving the Bible countless time and over. They're telling you how they couldn't read. It was against the law to read in general. And it was definitely against the law to read the Bible because they didn't want them reading what they knew would cause them to want to be free. Former slave abolitionist William Brown states, the American Bible Society is sending Bibles all over the world. Wait, let me just back up and say this for clarity. Clearly, the the white man did use the Bible to try to convert Africans. Nobody can argue that. And they used it as a justification for slavery. You'll never hear me not argue that. I think our historians and ancestors and slaves are proving that despite what they did, they were doing it through manipulation and not giving us the full text. And we were not hearing them. We were not believing them. And when we could read it for ourselves, that ain't what we took for it. That don't mean you got to believe in it, but we have to be honest, or we only support white supremacy. They didn't support white supremacy. That's why they would not believe in it, right? They took the text for themselves and said what it means to them. Right? If you have the mindset that, and you just accept what the white man said and not what your ancestors said, then to me, that is supporting white supremacy. The American Bible Society is sending Bibles all over the world for the purpose of converting the heathen. Its agents are to be found in almost every country and climate. Yet 3 million of slaves have never received a single Bible from the American Bible Society. A few years since, the American Anti-Slavery Society offered to the American Bible Society a donation of $5,000 if they would send Bible to slaves or make an effort to do it. And the American Bible Society refused even to attempt to send Bibles. These are not my quotes. These are quotes of people that lived in that time, all right? And again, I give the names, I give the quotes, look it up for yourself. The haters of the Bible and Christianity will always sell you a narrative of slaves coming off ships with Bibles being placed in their hands and Christianity being whipped into their mind. A circular view of history erases that lie and paints a more accurate picture told by the very slaves themselves, right? Here's another slave narrative. And I would rather listen to those who were actually in slavery than including myself who wasn't in slavery to begin to tell you what they thought. The well-known narrative account of former slave Charles Bell echoes this conclusion, contending that Christianity cannot be called the religion of these people. Talking about white people, right? Blacks were not dumb. Blacks were not dumb. And they tell us themselves that what the white man taught about Christianity was a lie according to their view of the Bible, and that it therefore could not be their religion. As soon as enslaved people learned to read English, they immediately began to read the Bible, and they immediately began to protest this idea of a biblical justification for slavery, right? Yolanda Pierce, PhD, Howard University, literally as soon as Black people took pen to paper, we were arguing for our own liberation. It is a historical fact that the book the European used for the oppression and justification of the oppression of the African American, the Black man used for its liberation. All right, let's just read this. Slaves and Bible Interpretation. This is from Dr. Keener. Black and white abolitionists understood the Bible correctly on slavery, but they were not alone. A few records of what the slaves believed show that slaves knew from the Bible stories that they did not hear that their preachers weren't telling them the whole story. And they reconstructed a more just version of Christianity on their own. As Cheryl Sanders, a womanist theologian and Howard Divinity School summarized her findings in her Harvard dissertation, conversion introduced the slave to a gospel of freedom, which contradicted the gospel of submission they were taught by whites. Some slaves were able to learn to read before Nat Turner's rebellion and discovered the truth directly from scripture itself. When my master's family were all gone away on the Sabbath, I used to go into the house, get down the great Bible. There I learned that it was contrary to the revealed will of God that one man should hold another slave. Again, these are slaves telling you how they viewed it much different from how they were hearing it from the white man. Again, this ain't to get you to believe in the Bible. You don't have to accept it if you don't want. That is not what this presentation is about. It is to honor our African ancestors for not doing what the narrative is, and that is accepting what white people said was Christianity. All right. The truth is the majority of history does not agree with those that say that book, the The Bible has been the worst thing that happened to Black people. In the 17th and 18th century, the African American actually viewed and used it as their spiritual and physical book of freedom. It is absolute fact that the Bible is what Blacks craved for literacy, education in that time, and spiritual revival. Ironically, the book that the Europeans used to justify slavery, Africans used to justify their freedom. Scholar James Cone, the father of Black theology, states, freedom is the gospel. Jesus is the liberator. There is no doubt, right, that millions of Blacks viewed the scriptures this way. Again, for Dr. Inger's book, slavery generally did not serve to promote Christianity. Through most of U.S. history, slaveholders did little to promote the evangelizing of Blacks. For the first century and a half of North American slavery, until religion gained a stronger hold in the Southern colonies, slaveholders saw to it that most slaves heard little about Christianity. During this period, the Black church was strongest among free Blacks in the North. The first American slaveholders did not want their slaves to hear the Bible because they feared that the slaves would understand that Christianity made them their masters equal before God. Slaveholders feared that Christianity would make their slaves not only proud, but ungovernable and even rebellious. All right. And then it says history shows that they turned out to be right, because when they read that, they went against that. All right. African slave insurrections motivated by Black preachers. Like we got this narrative, like the white man gave you and y'all just submitted to the white man. No, it was actually Black preachers who professed Christianity, not the white man's Christianity, that actually were leading insurrection. All right, just it goes on to talk about that, but just for the sake of time, I want to hurry through this. Now, okay, so Northern Black Christians issues called for emancipation. Like these Black people didn't receive Bibles and Christianity and be like, oh, yeah, we supposed to be slaves. What we doing? No, Northern Black Christians issued calls for emancipation and noted that the Bible obligates Christians to oppose slavery. Like we'll just say, oh, they did it just because they want to be free. No, they used the text, especially in a time where a text was being used against them, to say this ain't what it says, this is what it said. It was, in fact, a fiercely committed Christian, David Walker, not Elijah Muhammad, over a century later, who in 1829 first called hypocritical white Christians devils. So when we think, oh, it's just Islam that no, a historical view will show you that Christians were saying the same thing. All right. Though he also praised the whites who had generally joined Blacks in the cause of freedom. Let's keep going. Y'all probably know the story of Equiano, so I'm a pass if you don't get his book and you can read it. But only thing I was pointing out here is he attacked as well people that use Christianity in the way that would be oppressive to Blacks, and he used it as an abolitionist to fight for his people. All right, let's go. All right, the greater majority of our Christian ancestors, abolitionists, vastly lived a different Christianity. Even in the political world, it was the Black and white abolitionists and political figures that, with their Christian faith, Bible, and moral compass, fought for the emancipation and rights of Africans. We should be proud of this because this is Black history. It has nothing to do with whether you believe in the faith I believe in or not, or the faith they believe in, or even if you want to say the faith they came to believe in. You should be happy because this is Black history. These are Black giants standing up in worse times than we live in now, right? Standing up to this, saying we don't believe what you're saying. Absalom Jones, right? Congress enacted the act of abolishing of the slave trade in America in 1807, and it took effect in 1808. Absalom Jones preached the sermon commemorating this act before Congress in 1808. In the sermon, Jones preached from Exodus and gave a condemning of slavery speech and praise of God and a reminder of African heritage in his speech. I think it should be warranted that if we claim that the white supremacists of that time were using the Bible to justify slavery, we should be happy that we had strong Black men like Absalom Jones who would take those same texts in front of a Congress full of white people who have finally abolished the trading of slavery and use that same text to justify. He also stated this during that time: when our children shall ask in time to come, saying, what mean the lesson, the psalm, the prayer, and the praises in the worship of this day? Let us answer them by saying, the Lord, on the day of which this is the anniversary, abolished the trade which dragged your fathers from their native country and sold them as bondmen in America. Senator Charles Sumner, once a Democratic senator who became one of the founding members of the Republican Party, specifically to support anti-slavery and equal civil rights for Black Americans, gave such a passionate speech on the anti-slavery in the Senate that one of the Democrats beat him so bad it took him over 3 years. There's a reason why I'm pointing this out, that took him over 3 years to recover. And when he did, he came back even more against anti-slavery. He says, familiarity with that great story of redemption when God raised up the slave-born Moses to deliver his chosen people from bondage, and with the sublimer story where our Savior died a cruel death that all men without distinction of race might be saved, makes slavery impossible. There is no reason for renouncing Christianity or for surrendering to the false religion, nor do I doubt that Christianity will yet prevail over the earth as the waters cover the sea. Only reason I'm pointing this out and even pointing out white people now is because now we're going to go into the abolitionist movement, which is blacks and whites standing up for the rights of African. Reverend Henry Garnett, former slave, abolitionist, educator, orator, first African-American to speak in the Capitol upon the 13th Amendment being passed to abolish slavery. Also one of the founders of the African Civilization Society, who for a good portion of his time was pushing for blacks going back to Africa. He says these words, strong Black man, let slavery die. It has had a long and fair trial. Please don't ever get the idea or let the narrative of white supremacy push you that Black man and Black woman of that time who were Christians or believed in scriptures or believed in Jesus were soft, right? Let slavery die. It has had a long and fair trial. God himself has pleaded against it. Its death warrant is signed by God and man. Do not commute its sentence, give it no reprieve, but let it be executed, put to death with shame and horror. All right. Let's go on the abolitionist movement, or those who vehemently stood against slavery, mainly on the principle of religious view that God created all men equal. The abolitionist movement was one of the greatest movements in the fight against slavery that had great impact on freeing slaves. The reality is the majority of abolitionists were Christians, not all, but the majority were Christians who by their faith and biblical understanding stood against slavery. All right. Again, many only with biased talk of the Christianity held by mainly whites that slavery was ordained by the Bible for the Black man to be slaves. Yes, in the 16th, 17th, 18th century, you clearly see a European-led effort in and out of the church to define slavery as of God, of the Bible, and in favor of African enslavement, mainly because many benefit as slave owners and capitalize off of white supremacy of that day. But when the full story is told, we see Quakers of the 16th century, Protestants, Baptists, and Methodists, both white and Black, who vehemently denounce slavery as criminal and sin according to God and his word. One of the greatest abolitionists, though a white man, was William Lloyd Garrison. African slavery is the embodiment of all criminality. He started the Popular Liberator newspaper that supported the immediate emancipation, that started the immediate emancipation, and that many of our Black abolitionists like Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, and Henry Garnett also took part in. All right. He says, abolitionists specialize in calling out the lie of.
All right, Pastor Bennett, I'll play the rest next week. But the point I'm trying to make is, I said the Hebrew Israelites are jealous of the Black church. So would you rather the Black church were the main people that was behind slavery being abolished? So you don't give them that props? I'm trying to figure out. You guys don't at least give the Christian church its props for the civil rights movement. You're no longer in segregation. Ah, boy, I tell you. Anyway, let me get to this. Let me get to this whole Ron Dalton video. By the way, if anybody wants to jump on for a few minutes and talk, except Raw Bond. We don't want Raw Bond on here. We don't want Raw Bond on here. And we want people with sense. We don't want idiots like Kwame. We don't want crazy people. Christians were the main reason, and the Black church was the main reason slavery ended. If you don't believe that, that's on you. I'm from Jamaica, and I know that. The Black church is the reason why we was free in Jamaica. So whether they could believe in a damn goat for all I care, it was those organized people that help us to get out of slavery. They could believe the paper is God. I don't care. That's their business. All right. Nobody want to jump on? All right. All right. Let me move on to the next topic since nobody want to talk. Let's move on to Ron Dalton and my guy, Deacon. And this guy's running around. And for those who don't know Ron Dalton, he's the crazy guy. Don't want to debate me because I said black folks in America are primarily West and Central Africans, which no one has proven. But this is Ron Dalton from Hebrews to Negroes fame. And he's basically saying, hey, you know, Israel as we know it, the land of Israel is in the Congo. What's up, Sabio?
What up, Garfield? Just chilling.
What up? All right. What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing. Well, you know, just laughing at that video. That was he did a good job of showing the history of our ancestors using Christianity to get free. But there was a lot of conflating in that video. We're going to talk about after you play this, Garfield.
No. Let's get into it. Let me ask you a question. All right, I think our personal hatred for Christians and Christianity overshadows what the Christian church did. All right. Now, I'm from Jamaica, right? Born and bred in Jamaica. Sam Sharp was a Baptist preacher. Paul Bogle. All these guys who are national heroes, who are black, dark-skinned men who are national heroes, because you got a lot of light-skinned men who are national heroes in Jamaica, like George William Gordon, who fought for us too, and Bustamante and Norman Manley and all those light-skinned people. Right? Now, you have Nanny of the Maroons, you have Sam Sharp, you have Bogle, you have George William Gordon, you have Marcus Garvey, you have Norman Manley, you have Bustamante. Those are the 7 national heroes, right? Now, what I'm saying is this. The church is who organized and push forward a program to make us free in Jamaica.
Right.
Kwame,
I'm not disagreeing with that.
I don't want you on the panel today. I don't want no stupidity on the panel. Stupidity. I don't want no stupidity. Thank you. Thanks, but no.
Damn.
Today is not the fool day. Today is some serious. So what I'm trying to figure out is, how is the church, him pointing out how members of the church help to free people? Right now, Sabio, we're on YouTube. What if YouTube said black folks couldn't be on YouTube because of segregation? What if you're living in Missouri and you couldn't go to certain bathrooms because, I mean, the church is one of the main proponents.
And I'm not disagreeing with that. I don't think anyone in the chat will disagree with how the church was vital in some of the gains that our ancestors got. I don't think that's what the people in the chat are upset about. I think it's how he's framing it, because as if there was But what other institution, what other idea, what other book, what other religion, what other system did our ancestors have to use to build themselves up with?
A lot of Africans were practicing their own African systems. A lot of them still remembered their own systems. Remember, they didn't let us read the Bible at one point. So what I'm saying is the organization of the church. Look at what True Story wrote. The church had the ability to organize. Church had the building. The church helped the people. So at the end of the day, in the 19th century, there was people that could leave the church and do whatever they wanted to. They were free to do whatever they wanted to do. But they decided to start their own church and organize through that church. That's They also knew about Kemet, by the way, too, and they knew about Ethiopia. They didn't start no movements based off of that and organize based off of that. They had the ability and they could have done it. But no, it was the church and the people of the church that organized. You have to give them their props, bro.
a lot of the religions were outlawed. A lot of the practices our ancestors brought over were outlawed. They weren't allowed to
Oh,
practice them.
listen.
So
They
they
were
did hold.
outlawed from
So they
1712. Hold on, they were outlawed from 1712, but yet still we have enough documentation to point out the Igbo in the Atlantic, the Yoruba in the Atlantic, the Akan in the Atlantic. We know when the slaves left the Maroon communities, 5,000 of them in Brazil, the people were practicing about Orishas and Yoruba religion. I mean, they had their religion still. That's why the rebellions like Taki in Jamaica and Three Finger Jack, they were following the Akan religion.
All right, I did want to do this.
Say that.
But this is coming from JSTOR, The Religious Acculturation of the Negro by Edward Nelson Palmer. This is speaking about the religious life of the American Negro, and it attempts to survey the aspects of the religious acculturation of the Negro in America. And this it is saying that about 5% of the white population in the 17th century were church members. Masters, and it also says that in the South, the percentage was even smaller. So that right there would make one reason why, would be one reason why there wouldn't be a lot of African Christians during the colonial period. But this paper goes further into saying that, because I read it and I actually want to share my screen. It goes on to say that property interests therefore necessitated that slaveholders would make every effort to keep their slaves from becoming Christians. Why? Because of the property law. There was a law that was passed that said that if there was zeal to encourage, where is it?
Hold on, time out.
Infidels could be enslaved, but that Christians had the right to freedom. So if they were going to
time out 1 second. You just said that they were against them following any other religion. Now you're reading a paper that says that they didn't want them to become Christians. And the reason, that's what Pastor Bennett was teaching. He was saying that they didn't want them to become Christians because once they started reading the Bible, they would say that the Bible itself would allow them to be on equal standing under Christ.
Right. But that Christian slaves had the right to claim their freedom.
Let me finish. Again, though, the religion, whether we hate the religion or not, the black people use the religion to free themselves, bro.
No.
They use the religion to free themselves. Moses Dixon organized over 100,000 people in the underground, bro. The Underground Railroad was ran by Christians. Everything is ran by Christians. We can't go around these black Christians and what the black church did. We can't do that.
I'm not going around it. What I'm saying is that we were acculturated. You see, what I'm trying to, you see, the picture that I seen Pastor Bennett painted was that this was our religion when we got off these slave ships. And it wasn't taught to us.
He's not painting no picture. He's talking about the greatness of the black church. That's all the black church. No, Sabio. I'm gonna say this to you, bro. You my dude for life. You know I ride and die for you. We got to remove our preconceived notions about Christianity. We hate Christianity because of a slave trade. Automatic. Yeah. That's GP. Hold on, listen to me. We are human beings. And we have hatred in our hearts. Yes, I had to get out of it 6 years ago. Hold on, listen to me. What I'm saying is forget the fact that they're Christians. Let's look at it as an organized church or an organized system. They organize under that system to free us. We got to give them their props. And that's all.
And I am.
What I'm doing though, hold on, because you're a distraction right now, with all due respect, because the purpose of me showing that is to show the Hebrew Israelites have nothing to show what they have done for our people. So they're jealous of the Christian church. So every chance they get, they bash on the church and say, come join us. That is the purpose of me playing the video. It has nothing to do with the religion. Forget about Christianity. You see, every time we hear Christian, it's like our antennas jump up and say, oh, they want us to be that. Listen, bro, it's not about what the church believes. It's about the work that they did.
I understand that, and
There's
like I said,
there's no content. There's nothing I
you
could
can't
say.
take away from that. And I'm
I
not trying
can't
to take
take
away from
away
the work of the
nothing.
church.
I
I'm not.
can't take away nothing from what Pastor Bennett said. I can't.
But what I thought, because I'm going back to what I heard him say about Izana, the
Yeah,
Ethiopian
he's
church,
trying to
how
show that
all
black people, they had their own church and all that stuff too. Black folks, Ethiopians had their own church, and they developed what's called a black church from Ethiopia. He's trying to show that black people knew Christianity before the West. That's all. Don't fall into that.
okay,
There's a reality in that too. There's a
right.
reality. If you saw me play the video 2 weeks ago or last week about the Christian church in West Africa, it was there. We can't do nothing about it before colonization. It's a reality. We got to put aside our bias against the belief, bro. F the belief right now. We don't care about that. I'm not pushing you must accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. I'm just saying what the church has done. We have to acknowledge the fact that's what they did.
I've always acknowledged it, but what I've always tried to do was make sure that the men and women who became Christians, it wasn't because this was their true religion. They were, that's why, I actually got this paper because it says there's a part in here that says that I'm actually trying to scroll down to it where it speaks on how they weren't allowed to actually go into the church until they were fully catechized, until they knew the doctrines and things like that, till they knew the dogma and all
What does that have to do with the benefits of what the church organized, bro? I don't hear about that.
I understand all that. I understand
If you
all that.
understand that, what is the gripe?
My gripe is the making sure that I don't have a gripe now that
all right, stop right there. Stop right there. Time out. Stop right there. Stop right
what he was doing. I thought he was trying to make this our religion from jump.
Oh, stop that.
Trying to make Jesus black and all that shit.
If you want to make Jesus black and whatever, that's his business. Forget, you don't believe that. So why is it bothering you? That's his religion.
Why lie though?
Well, what is he lying about?
Jesus ain't African. Jesus ain't black.
Well, Jesus is not African. I don't know if he's black or white, but I don't know if he's African. I don't know about that part. He's trying to say that the Christianity had its own folks who were black in Ethiopia who knew about the religion, or Nubia or whatever. That's all it is.
That's all I was saying.
All I care about, you see, but that's telling you that's from an emotion part of you. That's the emotions inside of you, bro. I'm saying to you, what the church has done for us. Me, I'm in Jamaica and I recognize it, bro.
Yeah, I recognize it. I've always recognized it.
Gordon, I recognize that we wouldn't have been free, we wouldn't have an Emancipation Day, August 1st, if it wasn't for the black church in Jamaica. It's the same that happens here. The black church. So we got to give them their props.
And who's taking away from it? Okay. I'm not taking away. I'm just trying to make sure that you know that.
Play this video right here. All right, we good. All right. Let's get to this right here. This is Deacon dealing with Ron Dalton and his silliness. And Ron Dalton, you could run from me all you want. West and Central Africans. Hey, by the way, I found a genetic trait in African Americans that is not in white people. I want my brother Cedric Ortega and the pseudo killers. I'm going to send you the article, brother, so you could look at it, so I could study it some more and bring it to the people. But that's gonna be the evidence that kills the whole Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Because if you have a genetic trait that Africans have, and only Africans, and it comes from Western Central Africans with E1B1A, then we have a problem. Because 70% of African Americans are E1B1A, and the 30% that don't have that genetic trait come from the R marker, who are from Europeans. Keep playing with Garfield, Orthodox more. Keep playing. I got something for you. But anyway, let me play this guy right here. Shout out to Deacon, man. He left. It's sad that he left Sikari or whatever, because Guerrilla Hebrew is like my favorite Hebrew Israelite. But I just thought this video was very interesting. And Deacon has a debate league. I don't know if me and Deacon probably need to do a debate, man. We need to probably do a debate. 70 AD and the Assyrian exile. We need to probably do a debate on that. All right. All right. Here we go.
Keep it that way, right? This is the Father's business. He's the affirmative, we're the negative. So we're definitely going to talk about it today because we got to see if the math is mathing. Also, too, he issued a challenge. So before all you soft Israelites say, "Oh, we're attacking," this isn't any insults or ad homs or curse words at the brother. It's all love for the brother. I still support the brother. This is just we defer on this matter. We're grown. Come on, man. We're men. So, we're going to talk about it today because the math ain't mathing. And he issued a challenge saying no Israelite leader wants that smoke. So we got to get the friendly smoke going, man. You already know what I'm going to do.
Beat him down, beat you down. Who else wants some?
Beat him down, beat you down. Who else wants some? Okay, so let me put the link in the chat for my dear beloved brother, Hassad Karab. All right. There you go, brother Hassad. All praises. All right, y'all. Hit that like.
Before we even go any further, let me just make my point clear so there's no argument. I don't believe anyone can be a Hebrew Israelite. Black, white, red, yellow, green, purple. It's a narrative in a book that was created by a people to form a culture around the second century, probably first century BC. They pulled these books together, rewrote them to fit a narrative. This is why the Exodus story can't be proven. This is why the Joshua conquest can't be proven. Up to this day, 2024, people are still trying to prove that these are real events in history because of the Bible story. The Bible story was not for that. It was about a group of people trying to create a culture for them and the people under them to believe. Some people started taking the different books and create their own narrative based off of those books. And that's why you had over 6,000 different sects of Judaism or Jewish sects in the intertestamental period. No one can be an Israelite. You cannot be an Israelite from 800 BC, 700 BC, 600 BC. Israel was destroyed 722 BC approximately. There's no more Israel after that. You have Judah, and then Judah became a part of the northern kingdom based off of a storyline. Something to think about. If you notice, the Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews, they tried to connect themselves to Judaism. They don't try to connect themselves to Israel. They don't call themselves Israelites. Only African Americans and black people in the West and some people in Africa are claiming Israel. You cannot connect yourself to Israel. It's a story. Jacob is not a real person. He's an eponymous ancestor, just like Helene in the Hellenistic Greeks, just like Medusa of the Medes, just like Perseus of the Persians. These people don't exist, just like Romulus for the Rome. They don't exist. They're just eponymous ancestors. 73X, peace and love to you, brother. Thanks for the support. Share the show to 10 of your friends. Everybody that's watching right now, 130 people, share the show to 10 people. Let's get the numbers up. Let's get the numbers up. All right. So let me just say this again to everybody. There's no such thing as an ancient Israel for you to trace your roots back to. 722 BCE, some people were taken to Assyria. They assimilated into the culture. You're not going to leave your religion or your belief because of Garfield, because you have nowhere to go. But all I'm going to say is, my suggestion is build up yourself and your worth and pass a legacy on to your children and your family. That's your purpose in life. There's no God, there's no Messiah, there's no Jesus, there's nobody coming back to save you. You're the only person that can save you is the person in the mirror. Save you from what? Save you from having a bad diet. and dying from diseases based off of that bad diet. Save you from not passing on a legacy to your children. So you need to get life insurance so nobody has to set up a GoFundMe to bury you. Practice and pushing a legacy on. If you learn something from the Hebrew Israelite tradition, it's about genealogy. It's about bloodline. So you need to pass on your legacy on to your children. Stop worrying about people in the world, but worry about your immediate circles. That's one of the first things. YouTube is not real. The life you see on YouTube is not real. All these people perpetrating this fraud on YouTube and say, hey, I did this, I that, da, da, da. They ain't got shit. If they die tomorrow, their family putting up a GoFundMe. They're so selfish. They don't even have a life insurance policy. So I'm telling you right now, that is my stance. Does that mean we can't have a conversation? Psalms 3:16. I don't believe what you believe. I do accept the probability that Jesus is a real human being that walked the earth. It is what it is. African spirituality can't compete with the Abrahamic faith. Jesus is popping right now. You can't beat Christianity right now. You got to come with a better game. If that was the case, Truth Story would be the number one channel on YouTube, because ain't nobody got better information than Truth Story. They would have the number one. So what is right and what people like is two different things. Let me say that again. What is right and what people like is two different things. People like drama. Yeah, people love drama. They love Queen Strone and Napa and Shawnette. They love that stuff. They love the drama. They love that. They love Uncle Sugar and the drama with the dude that Kwame Brown and all that stuff. We love that. I don't like you. You don't like me. You scam you. You scam she. They love the drama and the foolishness. They love that. That's what they like. They don't like truth. If they like truth, Torian, no pun intended, that would be the most popping channel right now. Right now, you can't defeat Christianity and the church. You can't. They winning. This is why Hebrew Israelites, they can't have a conversation without bringing up the church. Remember, look at this way, Kwame. As a Jamaican, we know about Vybz Kartel and Bounty Killer. Remember when Bounty Killer and the Alliance and they broke up and he started Gaza? We said that Gaza can't win. You know what Gaza did with Kartel? He attacked his teacher, Bounty Killer. Bounty Killer said, I'm not responding because I'm the man right now. You got to take over the throne. Now look at Kartel right now. Gaza run the world. We got to remember that. You always, for you to overturn Christianity, you got to have a better game to offer the people. Think about it for a second. You want to overturn Christianity? Look at this. Look at it this way. When the Muslims had the rumor, think about it for a second, that if you die, you get 70 virgins or something like that in the hadith or whatever, right? Watch this, family. If you look at this right now. If you look at that for as a man, you say, oh, you're going to get 70 virgins. So more than likely, a lot of men going to join Islam because you want to get 70 virgins when you die. That didn't overtake Christianity. And look at the game that they brought in. Oh, you're going to get 70 virgins. Woo, that sounds good for a man. The problem is, family, there's no better game in town than Christianity. It doesn't make it right. There's no better game in town. You got a better game to offer the people. The Hebrew Israelites saying, oh, we the Israelites, we chosen. Still ain't working because these Israelites believe in Jesus. So they really are Christians trying to be Israelites. So 70 virgins and a Jewish zombie is better than the African system. It's a better game. It's a better offer. African systems don't work either, brother. Just because it's African don't mean it works. Spookism is spookism. Whether it's African, whether it's European, whether it's from the ancient Near East, spookism is spookism. It don't have to be real. It don't. So you're saying that if I follow the African systems, I'll be better off? What game do you have to offer to replace Christianity? They're saying if they die, they're going to go to heaven. Tell me a better game. I know in Africa, we teach reincarnation. Bruh, just take care of your family, bro. That's all you need to do in life. And get life insurance. That's it. everything is funny as hell, yo.
Well, I agree with most of what you've been saying, with the majority of what you've been saying, especially about it all being spookism. It's all spookism. And the one thing that I'm recognizing through the things that I've been reading, like Breaking the Spell and Religion is Make-Believe, is that our minds, our brains have been trained to hold on to these archaic ways of thinking, because this is what has worked for us. Do you understand? These ideas have allowed humanity to expand and continue to exist. These ideas of these gods. And our brains, because we are hardwired to believe based off of the believing brain and the way these things manifest itself in our reality, that's why these things are still prominent now. So it's going to take a lot of work to rewire that, because this has been millennia of hardwiring. This shit has been going on since we were in the fucking goat herders and wandering the deserts and shit. Shit has been going on for a long time. Cave paintings, and think about all that shit. Think about going all the way back to Samaria and all that shit.
Mm-hmm. Hey, let me we got 130 people watching. Share the show, like the show, family. Let's take a look at it real quick. Let's look at it real quick. All right, let's look at it real quick. Ralph Dalton is saying Israel is in Congo. Now you listen to me, you crazy people that. And by the way, too, I say the Hebrew Israelite movement are hypocrites. You know why? They don't agree with nothing Ron Dalton teaches, other than the fact that he thinks that African Americans are Israelites. That's it. So not everything. They don't disagree with everything, but there's not much for them to agree with. So when you ask them, what do you agree with Ron Dalton? We don't agree with everything that he teaches, but we support our brother. Why do you support him? He teaches that other people came off the ships could fit Deuteronomy 28. He actually contradicts y'all. He uses DNA and I don't know. Well, anyway, let's listen to this right here, because he's saying Congo is Israel and all this stuff. But listen to how Deacon, and I love Deacon got the Brooklyn Magic, by the way. Shout out to Deacon. He got the Brooklyn Magic. Shout out to OG for the $5 Cash App. I don't know how you remember my Cash App. I didn't even post my Cash App. But let me post it anyway. If anybody wants to donate to Brother Garfield's Cash App, it's Ask Brother Garfield, the Cash App, if you want to send anything. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. I appreciate it either way. Thank you, OG, for that $5. But we got 130 people in here. We should have had 530 people in here, because ain't nobody dropping information like Garfield on the internet. Think about it when it comes to the biblical text. Ain't nobody teaching y'all like this. Y'all want to be comfortable. I'm gonna make you very uncomfortable.
You know what? That's why I like listening to people like Myth Vision and Jacob Berman. You know, they did a great video, Jacob Berman, and who was he? You had him on your panel, I think. Older white guy. Shit, what was his name? They were speaking on Paul. Shit.
All right, let me get into this video so we could hurry up and get out of here. Well, let's check this out with the Deacon. Shout out to Deacon, by the way. Deacon Destruction. He's no longer a part of Sakari. He got a group called Genesis. I don't have no feelings about what he's done. People leave groups for whatever reason. Gorilla is still my guy, but I had to play this video because this was going in on Ron Dalton, who I think Kyrie Irving lost a lot of money because of this crazy ass dude. Ron Dalton is a nut. And I'd love to debate him, but he don't want to debate me because I said African Americans are Western Central Africans.
Like button, audio and visuals good. All praises. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this off real quick. Then let's see if that works.
Let me see.
These guys don't know what they're talking about. These guys are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and it's so easy to debunk these guys. Then debate us and mop the floor with us. So, like I said, I challenged IUIC's leader. I challenged GOCC's leader. I challenged ISUPK's leader. I challenged GMS leader. I challenged Sakari's leader. I challenged Pastor Dow. I challenged the Watchman Reports and his wife. And any other Israelite, Israel of God, Pastor Bowie, Pastor Omar, all these teachers that are teaching right now as we speak.
My bad. Yeah, so.
And let me put the challenge out. The Dagger Squad is putting a challenge out to all Israelite leaders and all Christians, because they're all Christians, by the way, too. They're just like the prodigal sons. That's what they are. Who teach that we are the Israelites in America. I am challenging you to say that your Hebrew Israelism is false. It's a lie. I'm challenging everybody. Deacon is watching. Hassad is watching. Let's put a team debate together.
I'm standing with you.
Me and Rawborn, you bring Hakah and Hassad, and we bring that information out, and we deal with it, and we do it on pay-per-view, get it out, and they'll say, hey, this is what's going to be World War III. Team non-believers versus the Israelites. Let's get it. Because these are brothers who I love and respect, and I would love to have a dialogue with them. And I think that their information is incorrect. That's it. It's not a personal. I think Deacon is a hell of a dude. I think Hassad is a smart ass dude. But I just think that you're incorrect. You're teaching the people a lie. That's it. That's it. And shout out to Larry Prideaux, always supporting the Dagger Squad. Ask Brother Garfield, man. Listen. No, not all of them follow the same camp doctrine. I respect them, but I don't respect Jabari. Why would you say that? I don't respect Jabari because Jabari is just a liar. You heard the tape with Nepal made. They plan to blame me for the debate. Why should I respect somebody that plots to lie on me and put my name out there in some mix-up and lies? And then why would you respect him when you heard that? That's the question you should ask. Why do you respect Jabari? Because he claims Kemet? So you need to look in the mirror and ask yourself, why would I respect a man like that? But on the other hand, too, with Jabari, if Jabari wants to debate, I debate him on Jesus. If Jesus existed, I would debate that. If somebody could set that up, set it up. We could do an event, and if it's pay-per-view, pay-per-view. It's not pay-per-view, not pay-per-view. I kill him for free. You know what I'm saying? Pastor Bennett didn't lie about Plato stole from Moses. Jerome taught that. Eusebius taught that. It's in my book. You see how your energy is towards Pastor Bennett and how your energy is. Jabari is a Christian preacher claiming Kemet, trying to make the Kemetic tradition into Christianity, but you respect him. Look at yourself in the mirror, Kwame. That's why I don't want to bring you on the panel. I don't want to hear your foolishness. You're crazy. But anyway, enough for you. Let's get back to this video right here.
He's got smoke for everybody, basically. Basically, he's just got a gun. He's got two guns, and he's looking for someone to shoot. Of course, proverbially, you know. Anything you want to say to that, Deacon?
Yeah, I got one thing to say. I got a few things to say. Anywhere, anytime, right now. Anywhere, anytime, right now.
Oh, praise to the Most High. So He's, like I said earlier, he's done a series of videos. This is one that he did. And I believe that, I could be wrong, so I don't want to emphatically say it, but I believe the title of this video was changed, because I believe that the original title was like Challenge to All Hebrew Israelite Camps, etc. But listen, in this video, I haven't got to see all 5 hours, but I've seen a decent amount of the video. And he attempts to say that Hebrew Israelite congregations and their leaders, they don't want their congregation to look into this information because we're going to lose members, and we know we're afraid of that. Listen, family, you guys are more than welcome to watch this video in its entirety. You can watch all of his videos in its entirety. And if you believe him, then hey, you believe him. But there's certainly over here no fear that we possess, my brother. And again, with all due respect, I do believe that what you're teaching is beyond pseudo. Like, they've got Impossible Burgers and Beyond Burgers. This is beyond pseudo. And so I don't say that with any like disrespect, but that's true, brother. And this is going to be a small taste of us examining and proving how this is pseudo. So
yeah, so like I said, we'll see. The email is Deacon at Genesis144.com. We'll have some PR reach out. You guys reach out. Let's set it up. It's all good. You know what's going on. And if not,
This nigga's scared.
So yeah, let's start with yours for yours first, and then mine, right? I'm gonna have to send my video to you. And you could just let it play up till the 13-minute mark. But we're gonna deal with this first. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's start right here.
I know all the tricks. I know all the angles that the Israelites use in these scriptures. Now, when the scripture, Christ says, "And Jerusalem should be trodden down of the Gentiles," automatically we're thinking that the white man is going to come and replace all of the people in the land of Canaan. So if I said, "And Detroit will be trodden down by the Gentiles," it doesn't mean that the white man is going to kick out 700,000 black Detroiters out the land, and then they're all going to just come in and make the face of Detroit all white. When you look at the Greek New Testament and what they put in that scripture, it says, "And they shall fall by the sword and are taken captive by all the nations, and Jerusalem is oppressed by the nations until the time of the nations are fulfilled."
I'm not sure what version he's reading, Deacon, but I'm almost 100. Matter of fact, I don't want to. Let me know if I'm pausing the video too much. But Luke 21 and 24 in almost every other version, I'm going to double check, says they're going to be led away captive. Let's see what the NIV says. Okay. As they will and be taken as prisoners to all the nations, what the NIV says. The NLT says they will be sent away as captives. The ESV says they will be led captives. The Berean Standard Bible says they shall be led captive. What version of the Bible is he conveniently reading that? Because I don't want to accuse the brother of just not reading that part, right? But
I think what he's saying is that's what the actual Greek is saying. The Greek, he's saying that the Greek isn't saying, so maybe he's a linguistic scholar in Koine Greek.
Okay, well, let's just take a look at Luke 21 and 24 in the Greek. I did before I joined the stream, so let's see. Luke 21 and 24. "And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive." Strong's G163. Ike malo tizo, and it means to be led away captive. Literally, to lead away captive. So why do we go here? Why is this important? Because the Bible says that the real Israelites would be led. They would be led away captive into all nations. What that denotes is that they would be kicked out of the land of Israel. And
but Hassad, we got some Israelites are kind of slow, right? So we got it. No, I'm playing. But for those of you who are not keeping up, the reason why we're even going here, the reason why Ron Dalton Jr. is addressing this is because he's saying you know, the Bantu people in sub-Saharan Africa, they're Israelites, and that's the land of Israel over there. And so Luke 21 and 24 debunks that, because Luke 21 and 24 says the Israelites will be scattered and be led away into all nations, not in their own land. And then it says Gentiles would occupy that land until Gentile rulership is over.
I just realized something. The reason why Ron Dalton is saying that, Deacon, is because he deals with DNA. E1B1A. Let's look it up for a quick second. I just realized something while you're talking, Deacon. There's a couple of things that's wrong. Luke 21:24. I think the Israelites are just so wrong on that. And remember, Luke is written around 85 AD. This is after 70 AD. And the Israelites say that they exiled out of Jerusalem, 70 AD. So when the book was written, they wouldn't have knowledge of the book anyway. So they're looking at it as a prophecy, Luke 21:24. But let's look at E1B1A for a second. That's the basic haplogroup for a second. Let me just bring that on the screen. All right, just to make the conversation move really fast. Think about this for a second. This is why Ron Dalton, not that I'm taking his side, but this is why he says it's in the Congo, because E1B1A, and by the way, to where is the Congo? Let me put the Congo on the map. Let's go to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Hold on, let me stop sharing and let me go here. Is he saying that this Congo is Israel? Let's think about it for a second here. The Democratic Republic of the Congo. Here. So we know where it's located. So that's what it looks like. That's what he's saying. This is where Israel is. You know, the majority of the slaves that came on the slave trade, I think 42% comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, or from West and Central Africa. So that's where most of the slaves come from. So his argument is that they've been led out of this area to all nations. So Israelite spread out over the whole world, Papua New Guinea, Australia, whatever. So they should have these genetic markers. I don't know what's his logic, but I guess that's what he's saying. But if you look at the E1B1A map, right, you see that the E1B1A map, it's very interesting. Let's look at what AI says. E1B1A is a major human Y chromosome DNA haplogroup that is primarily found in Africa. So it's in other places, but it's primarily found in Africa where it was homegrown. Two basal branches, EM329 and EM329 is a subclade that is found mostly in East Africa. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. An enslaved West African man who carried haplogroup E1B1A and L3B1A was buried in Portugal between the 16th and 18th century CE. So this is the haplogroup EV38. It says possibly origin where? 41,000 years ago. There's no Hebrew or no Israelite at that time. Possible place of origin is in East Africa. Or some people might have a little Arabia argument. But if you read this article here, the whole sequence-based haplotypes reveal single origin of the sickle cell allele during the Holocene wet phase. It talks about the origins of the sickle cell trait. Very interesting. So E1B1A is no longer called that. EV38 haplogroup 40,000 years ago. There's no Israelites. No Israelites at all. So what should we do if there's no Israelites at that time?
Throw it in the garbage.
EM2 is the predominant subclade in West and Central Africa, Southern Africa, and African region, African Great Lakes. So it is EM2 So he's saying because African Americans have E1, B1A, this is why I think Ron Dalton is making this argument. Just for the record, just to give it some context. All right? Because Ron Dalton is into DNA. He's into that. All right, so let's get back to my brothers right here. They're breaking down Luke 21.
So in order for, his understanding of where the land of Israel is to fit and to stick, he has to change what this verse is saying. Let's just be real, because he came up with his own translation. There isn't one translation that would agree with his. So that's why we're reading this. Wherever the land is, Gentiles would occupy it, and the Israelites would not be there by and large, or even the majority at all.
Yeah. Also, too, this has happened on a smaller scale, but on a scale nonetheless prior in the Bible. For example, before the Romans did it, the Greeks did it. This is First Maccabees 1, and I'll start at verse 37. It says, "Thus they shed innocent blood on every side of the sanctuary, and they defiled it, insomuch that the inhabitants of Jerusalem fled because of them. Whereupon the city was made a habitation of strangers, and became strange to those that were born in her, and her own children left her." Now, I'm not equating this to what the Romans did, because ultimately we fought back. But had we not fought back and, become victorious, then it's likely the same things that the Romans did, which was completely remove us out of that land, would have taken place. And the Bible actually tells us that this would take place. Let me go back here. And if I need to stop or slow the hell down, Deacon, please let me know. But the Bible tells us this would happen if we broke the commandments. This is part of the curses. Leviticus 26 and 31. "I will make your cities waste and bring your sanctuaries unto desolation, and I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors. And I will bring the land into desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it. And I will scatter you among the heathen." So we're not going to be in our lands. We're going to be scattered amongst the heathen, and then the Heavenly Father is going to have our enemies live in our land.
Yeah.
One thing we got to realize is that the Bible has nothing to do with us today. Has nothing to do with us. Let me do this.
Hold on. Did he just make us Israel? Did he just place?
Let me do this for a second. Hold on one second. Yeah, go ahead. You could talk. Go ahead.
Did he just replace the Israelites with Africans or black people? Did he just replace a whole group of people in Israel? And did he just change them to a whole different race of people?
Yep.
Wow. See, this is the problem with this book. With these books, yo. Damn. Don't act surprised. I thought he was being honest. So yeah, I am surprised. I thought he was honestly critiquing Ron Dalton. So this is a double critique. Wow.
Wow.
How you gonna be mad at somebody else's lies, but you telling lies?
Hold on one second.
Wow. We might as well be the Black Russians at this point, Garfield. We might as well be the Black Europeans at this point in history.
gonna play something for the audience.
And Spider-Man. And every last syllable of the Bible was written by a human being who was operating within a specific set of social circumstances. And those social circumstances influenced their perspective and their thinking and their rhetorical goals, which were associated with trying to influence those social circumstances. None of that transcends those social circumstances. It's not possible for them to do so, and they were never intended to do so. And what that means is that if we want the Bible to be applicable and authoritative to today, we have to dislodge the texts from those social circumstances that created them, and we have to reorient them to today. We have to negotiate with the text. And in that process, we are the authority. The texts themselves are not the authority. Now, there are dogmas out there today about the text being inspired and inerrant and univocal. And because of those dogmas, the text is thought to transcend those social circumstances and be directly transferable to today. But there are at least three problems with that. The first is that we have to reconstruct how we understand those social circumstances and the intentions and goals of the text within those social circumstances. And that is a process that is governed by our own perspectives today. And so if we believe that the text transcends those social circumstances, in the process of reconstructing what we think those texts meant then, we're going to be heavily influenced by what we want them to mean today. Additionally, none of these dogmas are arrived at by a careful interrogation of the data. They're dogmas, which means they're things people just choose to accept, and overwhelmingly so that they can access the power and the resources provided by the social identities that adhere to those dogmas. And finally, those dogmas exist precisely so that people can endow their own socially contingent identity politics with an authority that can be argued to transcend their own social circumstances. In other words, it's just a way to arrogate the Bible as a divine proof text for their own socially contingent identity politics. Absolutely none of the Bible was written for us today. Hey, everybody.
All right, that's Dan McLennan. I just thought that clip was very interesting.
Damn.
And the truth is, none of it has to do with us today. So when he talk about I will bring the land into desolation, he's talking about the past in Leviticus 26 and try to say, hey, well, we're the Israelites and it did happen to us at this time. Yeah, some of the stuff did apply at that time period, written retroactively. We don't even know when Leviticus 26 was written. We have no idea. No idea when it was written. None. Deuteronomy 28, we don't know when it was written. We know when some of it possibly was written, but we don't know when it was written. And then to try to apply to us today is just absolutely nuts. Nothing to do with us. Absolutely nothing. So we running around saying who is who and who is who. The only thing that saves the Israelites, excuse me, is Jesus being a real person. Because they're basically using Christ and the body of Christ to justify why they follow the Bible. Without Christ, there would be Orthodox Christians. I mean, Orthodox Jews. Without the New Testament. It's crazy. Nothing to do with us. But anyway, let him continue teaching.
Yeah, that's a part of the curses. Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26 are parallel with each other. I forget what it's called. There's actually a theological word for it. How one chapter is saying one thing, another chapter saying the same thing in different books. But that's actually one of the curses, that our land would be occupied by our enemies, by Gentiles, and that we will be scattered. So unless you're saying the curses are over, are you saying the curses are over?
Right. And without giving away too much, redundantly, the Bible talks about bringing us back to our homeland, right, as a collective. So,
hey, the water, a buyer for becoming a Genesis flex.
But anyway, we can keep going.
When you look at the Hebrew word that is used in what we see as trodden,
huge problem there. Sorry, Deacon had to stop it. The Luke 21 and 24 is written in Greek, not in Hebrew. So I don't know what maybe he misspoke. Maybe he meant to say the Greek word, but it's Or sorry, maybe he meant to say the Greek word, but he said the Hebrew word.
It's the Hebrew word 4823 miramos, which means to trample. To trample. To trample can mean to treat harshly, to treat ruthlessly, to dominate, to oppress. So when the scripture is talking about the Jerusalem shall be trodden down or trampled down by the Gentiles, it's saying that the Gentiles are going to come to the land of Canaan and the city of Zion, and they're going to oppress, they're going to ruthlessly and tirelessly trample down or put affliction on the Israelites. It doesn't say that they're going to kick out and replace all the Israelites out of the land. And that's the thing you got to understand. Trampling, trodden down is basically talking about another nation coming and oppressing, dominating, treating the other people harshly, ruthlessly. And that's exactly what the other nations did when they came to the land of Canaan. They came ruthlessly, they came with harshness, and they oppressed and dominated. So they trampled over the people. The people were just minding their own business. And they came with the sword and the gun. In those days, they didn't have the word rifle and AK-47 and Glock and SIG and all this sort of stuff.
This is pretty much it, Deacon. I mean, he just kind of goes on a bit of a rant as it relates to that.
Okay, that's it on that whole video?
I mean, just on that part where he goes into the time of the Gentiles, at least.
Okay, yeah, because there's, if he takes the debate, we have a plethora of prophecies that state that Gentiles would occupy our land and that we will be scattered until the Messiah brings us back.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to deal with that if he takes this debate. Like I said, we're not going to shoot every bullet, but there's some bullets we're going to shoot that he can't get around. So we don't care if he has them already. You just can't get around it. Now, you can get around it when you're just teaching and nobody's giving you no pushback or resistance. But once we get to hacking at that doctrine, you're going to have to adequately exegete it. Right? Yeah. So you got another point you wanted to make, or you want to go to the next video?
I just shot you something. Let me know, because I don't want to give everything out right now, but I really would like for an explanation on this.
I know, huh? Okay, let's go to the video.
So no.
By the way, there's nothing to hold back about this. It's stupid to say that Israel is in the Congo is dumb. There's no holding back to hold back. This is just misinformation. It shows that the dude is just a liar. What is there to hold back? The dude is just a liar. You don't even need scriptures. But even if you're going to scriptures, so you're telling me that Cyrus was freeing the slaves to go back to Israel? What about Nebuchadnezzar? He invaded Congo. When did Nebuchadnezzar invade Congo? When did the Persians invade Israel? Because remember, wherever they invaded was right beside Egypt. This is the stupidity. Oh, man.
Say what?
I text you. I'm not going to give. Listen, y'all, we have a nuclear arsenal. There's a red button. Remember Donald Trump when Kim Jong-un and him were beefing back and forth, and Kim Jong-un said, "I have a red button," and Donald Trump said, "Well, I have a red button too, and mine's bigger and mine works." We have a red button that is bigger and it works.
No biome Messiah. Israel is in Africa, no question. Why don't you come on the panel right now? Come teach me why Israel is in Africa. Come on. I bet you won't come on the panel. Oh, I'm at work. My internet's not working well. I can't. Watch. Kwame, go sit down here. I don't know what's up with you here. Go sit the F down.
No, yeah, we'll hold that in the clip. We'll hold that in the holster. You got any other parts on the video you want to play?
Let me see. Yes. I think this one is this what I want to play. That's in a different video, I think. My bad. Maybe I got the wrong timestamp. Hold on. We'll go back to it because I think I accidentally got the wrong timestamp. So
okay. So I just sent you one. Just let that play all the way up to the 13th minute mark. We're gonna be stopping and dissecting and dealing with it. Okay. Hey, listen to this, y'all.
That's part 2 or part 1? Part 2. Okay.
Yeah. So listen, by a show of hands in the chat, we're just gonna see. You know, it like I said, we're not here to attack. We just defer on this understanding. Who believes the land of Israel is do we got you? Show on stream. Okay. Who believes the land of Israel is in the Congo? Put a 1 if you believe that. Put a 2 if it's where the Ashkenazis are, like the Bible says. Because remember, we got another precept aside. The Bible actually tells you which nation by name. We're gonna save that though. Which nation by name?
Multiple that say it
will be occupying. Multiple scriptures say which nation by name will be occupying our land. All praises. Put a 1 if you believe that Galilee is in South Africa. Put a 1 if you believe the mountain Calvary, Mount Golgotha is in damn Zimbabwe.
Okay, we got a 1 in the chat, Deacon.
Okay. Oh, that's the brother. That's the one brother. Okay. So we're gonna play his video. Maybe he'll convince you. Maybe Ron Dalton Jr. can convince you guys this.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, this isn't a cult. What I realized after a couple videos I did a couple of days ago, I'm not gonna say on who, I realized that a lot of Israelites are actual cult members.
Yeah.
But anyway, I digress. Okay, play that Hassad from the top, Bubba Kashai.
Apparently Jesus is from Lubumbashi. Lubumbashi, Congo.
So that the very Bible said was it's the Red Sea. No, because when you cross the Red Sea, you're getting into Saudi Arabia. When we look at when the Israelites in the wilderness, God gave them quail, and it says in the morning there was dew on the ground,
yes,
and quail. How can you have dew on sand?
Ron, how did they manage to deceive us for so long? What tools did they use? How do we get our people to understand that we've been deceived?
So Hassad, try not to play the music, Bubba Kushai. But anyway, it's too late now. He said that there's no dew on sand. We're gonna get to that in a second. But this is why Hassad said a lot of pseudo scholarship. I don't even know if it's like it's beyond pseudo. It's like Lego work right here. This is actual Lego work. So he talks about the dew on the sand again. We're gonna deal with that when it comes up. That was just a little prelude. So keep going.
Okay, I've got 2 sources for that, just so you know.
Notion, that narrative.
Easy. The Bible mentions the lions and leopards.
It mentions that
in the Bible.
Yeah, it mentions
like Samson, he fought a lion.
Oh, a lion,
and he killed the lion.
Awesome.
King David killed a lion. Daniel and the lion's den. Lions are apex predators. So these apex predators, they have prey. In Africa, we should know what the lions like to eat. They like to eat the wildebeest, the African buffalo, giraffes, zebra, and big things like hippopotamus and even small elephants.
Hold on, brother Ron. Let me challenge you on that one, because it also speaks of a bear.
Hold on, pause it. Hassad.
I know bears in Africa.
Hey, whoever this African is, rewind it just a little bit. Whoever this, the guy who's interviewing, he just destroyed Ron Dalton in his own interview. He said, wait a second, it mentions a bear in the Bible. There's no bears in Africa. Now watch Ron, and that was just gutted him. He just gutted my brother Ron. Play that again and just let
buffalo,
it play.
Giraffes, zebra, and big things like hippopotamus and even small elephants.
Hold on, brother Ron. Let me challenge you on that one, because it also speaks of a bear, right? There are no bears in Africa, not that I know of. I know there are some bears in the Middle East.
Yep.
So let's clarify that one.
Guess what? and who wrote that Bible?
I don't know.
The Europeans translated and authorized it.
Hold on. So this is what we do when we get cut. When we get cut with the Bible, this is what we do.
Yo, Deacon respond the same way I would have responded right here. This shit is funny. So you can't explain bears and lions in Israel, by the way. The lions, there's an issue with lions in Israel, but there probably were lions in Israel. But the person who is writing this is not writing from a perspective of reality in that time period. They're writing 1,000 years later, and who knows what's going on because we can't even live to 100 years. Can you fathom 1,000 years? So you're talking 1,000 years is like 50 generations back then. But the average person probably lived 20 years old, 20 years. So you're talking about a different time period with culture and all that stuff. I mean, like, well, let's hear what these brothers say anyway. I found this part very funny.
Well, listen, in one breath, he says the Bible talks about lions and leopards. And then he says, well, it talks about a bear in the Bible. Well, who wrote that Bible? Brother, you just was quoting the Bible. And Europeans did not write the Bible. So in one breath, he says, who wrote the Bible, inferring or insinuating that Europeans wrote the Bible. Then he said, well, the Europeans translated the Bible. Okay, so you're saying that this is an incorrect translation into the English? Is that what you're saying? Let me share my screen real quick.
I got a source for the bear too. I mean,
that's fine. Let me just share my screen real quick so you guys can see this, right? Look at this, y'all. This is the word for bear in the Hebrew, right? This is the word for bear in the Hebrew. And what does it say? Is this did the English translators mistranslate this, or in the Hebrew, does it actually mean bear? And it destroys your whole argument. It's Strong's H 1677. Bear. Look at it, literally means bear in the usage and the definition, and sir, in the Jacinius lexicon. In the Jacinius lexicon, it also means bear. Boom. This is all the times it's used. A bear, a bear, a bear. There's a bear. Where? Over there. Right? And if this is a bear, since we on bears, Yogi Bear, it got a lot of marks from Jellystone Park, right? So he's trying to say Jellystone Park is really in South Africa, right? This is all bear. This is an actual bear. All right, brother. You can't try to change that. In the English, it corresponds with the Hebrew. Let's stop saying, oh, the white man had an agenda to translate it into bear. Why? Go ahead.
First of all, this is the stupidity. So because he's light-skinned, light-skinned African Americans can't understand that the Bible is in Africa. For them to believe it means that they're kind of insignificant byproduct of two races. You see how stupid you sound? This is what the Bible has done to us. We should even open the Bible. This is what it does. There's no more divisive book than the Bible, in my opinion. It's so divisive. So now you want Africans and African Americans to beef based off a book that don't belong to none of them. The Bible is not African Americans' book. It's not an African book. It's a book by the people who created the culture. Those people from the ancient Near East created it. It ain't got nothing to do with us. Nothing at all. Show me Africa in the Bible. The only place they talk about it, about Africa, is probably the northern parts. It ain't got nothing to do with Africa. There's no West Africa in the Bible. Hamites don't include in West Africa, Central Africa, South Africa. We're not in the Bible. We are not considered a part of the world by those people living in those time periods. Even Herodotus in the 5th century BC, the known and unknown parts of Africa, he called it Libya. Oh, boy. We can't help everybody, yo. We can't help everybody at all.
Brother.
And let me just share or I can just read this real quick.
No,
so even
you
if
share it, if you go back to sharing yours if you want.
All right. And before I do, let me say this. I understand that Wikipedia is not a source. I, however, do understand and know how to use Wikipedia. And so Wikipedia has sources. So just in case anybody has a problem with that. Now, even if you just look it up simply, did bears ever live in Israel? Yes, bears have historically lived in Israel, but they are now considered, extirpated from the country. And it mentions the Syrian brown bear, right, that once lived in Israel, Jordan, and Palestine. So if you look at the Syrian brown bear, it tells you about the Syrian brown bear. It is a medium-sized and endangered subspecies of Eurasian brown bear native to the Middle East. And so what you're going to find out is this is common with a lot of the stuff he makes, with a lot of the claims that he makes in relation to the animals. Also, where are the lions? Where's the bear? Where's the, the ostrich? Well, brother, these animals did exist there in large quantities, but they no longer exist. Same thing with the buffalo. Like if somebody could say the same thing, Deacon, about, well, they could read, I don't know, one of these Benjamin Franklin or one of these
an old Western novel.
An old Western novel and talk about the buffalo. And then someone could walk outside and go through all of America like, where the hell are these buffaloes that these guys are talking about? Well, I guess that they weren't here. And I guess that the real America is Neptune. Like, who knows the type of stuff that you could come up with if you don't do a little bit more digging. And when I say a little bit, I mean like 2 minutes of research. So bears once inhabited that lands. They still technically do, but they're endangered. So they actually still exist there. And what's interesting enough is then it talks about the brown bear being mentioned in the Bible and the protectiveness of the mother bear towards her cubs. That's how you know it's an actual bear, because it talks about her cubs in 2 Samuel 17:8, Proverbs 17:12, and Hosea 13:8, right? And then you see this, look at this. This is a silver commemorative coin depicting the Trans-Caucasian gray bear, right? So this shows you this same bear, it existed, as a matter of fact, right here. Wojtek, this was the name of a bear. Look at this. Wojtek was a Syrian brown bear adopted by soldiers of the Polish Second Corps during World War II. So they've existed there for a while. They still exist, but they're just an endangered species.
However, even then, it's not native. They're not native or even in Africa. That's the point. It's not native or anywhere in Africa and hasn't been. That's the point.
Yeah. And the same thing with lions. The exact same thing with lions. Y'all are more than welcome to look that up as well. When you look into the Asiatic lion in the places that it once lived, one of those would include Israel, but they went extinct in that land because of the Crusades, right? During
hidden enigma, the Atlas bear was not in sub-Saharan Africa. Nevertheless, that's a rare bear. The Bible is talking about something that we encountered plenty of times. And it was wild. And it was indigenous, meaning native. Now, let's continue on here.
When you look in our Bible today, we see the word unicorn.
Is it?
But yes, but in the Greek Septuagint, it's rhinoceros. Rhinoceroses are not in Israel. They're in Africa.
Yeah.
When you look at the word In our English Bible, we see the word owl.
Hold on. Pause that.
In the Greek Septuagint.
Pause that. Everywhere. See, this is even other Israelites. This is where you guys fail in your hermeneutics. You go to like the word usage and you ignore the context around it. That's where you fail in your hermeneutics. Everywhere the Bible mentions unicorn, is not even talking about Israel. And we know unicorn means one horn, it's a rhino, that or it could be a wild ox, right? Because some rhinoceroses have 2 horns. So when the Bible is mentioning unicorn or this one-horned animal, it's never in reference to the land of Israel. So for him to say, look, the Bible says unicorn. Unicorns aren't Israel, but when the Bible talks about unicorn, it's talking about the unicorn in other places. He acts like people in Israel can't have any knowledge of any animals around the whole world.
Exactly.
Let's just prove that real quick. Let me go to where it says unicorn. Let me share my screen.
It's like horses while you're doing that. It's like horses. You know, horses are not indigenous to the Western Hemisphere, but people know about horses.
Knew about them. So let's go here to when the Bible says unicorn, right? Look at this. Numbers. Okay, let me make sure you guys can see. Okay. In Numbers 3, take your screen down real quick, Asad.
All right.
Somebody said a good comment. Did Titus Vespasian siege the Congo in 70 AD? That's a cut. Numbers 23 and 22. God brought them out of Egypt. He saith as it were the strength of an unicorn. Did it say, oh, and I was walking down Jerusalem and I saw a unicorn and I saw a rhinoceros? No. God brought the strength of a unicorn. Will the unicorn be willing to serve thee? Canst thou bind the unicorn? Like a young unicorn. So it's only mentioned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 times. Horn of a unicorn, and it's all given analogies or metaphors about unicorns. Not saying, yeah, we were in, walking down the streets of Galilee and we seen a unicorn, and then no, brother. Just because we mention animals, it doesn't mean we're saying that they were in Israel or indigenous to Israel. It's just bad logic and bad Bible. Go ahead, brother.
Lennox Lewis' nickname is the Lion. You know what I mean? Is he one a lion, or is number 2? I think, where's he from? He's from the UK, right? Does that mean he encountered lions? Indigenous? Is a lion indigenous to the UK? Were they walking down the streets of London and seeing lions? No, but they were aware of a lion, and so they were just likening just how everybody does a lion. He's like a lion. It's just a fierce animal, strong.
I know you guys got a lot of questions. Where's the Red Sea? Where's Babylon? Where is Egypt? So he's going to explain some of these things, and you guys are going to be shocked just like everybody else is. I don't think there's one scholar or historian that would agree on his understanding of this. Now, I could be wrong, but I highly doubt it. So go ahead, brother. Let's keep going. Share your screen. Keep playing the
Another
video.
brother brought up a good point. He said rhinos definitely were in Israel. How do you have an African rhino and an Indian rhino? Did they fly over Israel? Okay, let me keep going though.
When you look at the word owl, they can replace the word crane and heron with the word owl. Cranes and herons are birds you see along the banks of the Nile River.
Yeah.
The African ibis, like what's that Egyptian god that has the ibis head? All these things are animals in Africa.
I'm sorry, Deacon. I don't want to keep pausing it. He said he made mention of those animals. And he's saying those are all animals that are on the banks of the Nile River. Where is current day Israel in relation to the Nile River, everybody? It's right next to it. They're acting like it's a completely different area. It's right next door. So you're telling me, come on, bro. Chat, do y'all understand what I'm saying? let me go back right quick.
The African ibis, like what's that Egyptian god that has the ibis head. All these things are animals in animals in.
Whoa. Our brother Hassan just got taken out the game. Okay, he's back. You got took out the game.
You can't hear me?
We hear you now. You dropped off, but you came back.
Okay, let me go back.
Yeah.
The African ibis, like the word owl, they can replace the word crane and heron with the word owl. Cranes and herons are birds you see along the banks of the Nile River.
Yeah.
The African ibis, like
what I was saying, I'm gonna make this very brief. He's acting as if like the Nile River, it's just so impossible that these birds that we see on the banks of the Nile River can't be literally the next place over. Literally. It'd be the equivalent of there being an animal in South Carolina and then somebody finding it just absolutely preposterous that that same animal could be in North Carolina.
Like what's that Egyptian god that has the ibis head. All these things are animals in animals in Africa. When you look at the wild bull, we know what a bull is, but then in the Hebrew is a word for wild bull and bull. A wild bull is an African buffalo. When we look at the word ass or donkey, we know what that is. It's a domesticated animal. But what is a wild ass? A wild ass in the English Bible was what we today will call a zebra.
Okay.
When you look at
Pause that. We got to fact check that. So when the Bible says wild ass, it's talking about a zebra. Yeah, let's fact check that. I'm calling BS. I'm calling BS. Now donkeys are zebras.
Okay, the first time we see the word wild ass is in Job 6:5. Doth the wild ass bray when he hath grass? Let's take a look. It's translated as donkey in every other version, but hey, let's take a look at the Hebrew word paray. It says wild ass. It just says wild ass colt.
That's a donkey, brother. I would love to see a source that says the Hebrew word right there means zebra. Because we have sources saying the Hebrew word right there means donkey. We would love for you to produce a source saying the Hebrew word right there means zebra. Not any modernization, morphology, lexicology. We want to see what that Hebrew, any source that says this Hebrew word can mean zebra.
In the scripture, you have the word ostrich, jackal, and hyena, all in the same verse. Where can we find a hyena?
What scripture is this?
It's in the book of Isaiah.
Okay.
Anybody can Google it. So why would the Israelites mention an ostrich, a jackal, and a hyena in the same scripture, in the same verse, if it wasn't present in the land of Israel?
Okay, pause that. You know, this debate, if he takes the debate.
This is what I gotta say though. All these guys support Ron Dalton. All of them in the name of Israel. When the whole thing with Kyrie Irving went on and they're talking about all this guy's this, they don't agree with 99.9% of the stuff he says. The only thing they agree with is that African Americans are Israelites. This guy is the worst scholar in the history of the Israelite community. Let me tell you something. I would put Tazariak as a historian. Tazariak don't even F with history like that. I will put, let me say who I would put over this guy. I would put everybody. I would put Gideon Israel over him. He's the He is the worst scholar in Israelite history. He's worse than Rudolph Windsor. It's a money maker now, because if he debates me, it's a big time money. Because I was trying to set the debate up, but he said Deacon already reached out. Then I sent him the video of Deacon, and they, all right, do y'all thing, man. If y'all need me to moderate, I'll moderate or whatever. Shout out to Corey, Christian Corey, who is my guy that moderates for me over here. So they seen the good job he does moderating, and they say, okay, come moderate in the name of Israel. It's crazy. I'm saying to everybody right now, if this guy was representing not only Israelites, but black people in general. No one takes this guy serious. This is just a money grab at this point, because people are going to be excited he's debating the Israelite. But I'm going to tell you right now, what's his name is going to tear him up. Deacon is going to destroy him. And Deacon is quick on the scriptures like that. He's quick on it. Boom. What do you mean by that? Boom. And he going to have Hassad texting him what during the debate. It's a wrap. We want Israel to be Africa because we come from Africa. I support you with that, Ron. But Israel ain't in Africa, bro. It's a whole nother tradition. It ain't got nothing to do with us. It ain't our book. That's where you're getting everything wrong. Because he's mixing up DNA. Yeshua beat him up on Clubhouse. And Goldie beat him up on Clubhouse. I don't remember if Orthodox more beat him up. I don't remember that. But everybody beats him up. I beat him up. This is why he don't want to do a debate with me. All right. Let's listen some more of this.
We love him, but this is fun. It's going to be a complete beatdown. What? You should know what I'm doing. Anyway, look at this, yo. Let me share my screen here. Take your screen off. Now watch this. I want everybody to see this. And he's talking about Isaiah 13. He's talking about Isaiah 13. He's talking about verses 21 to 22. It's sad. Now look at this in the NLT. Let's take a look in the NLT. He's saying there's one verse that mentions an ostrich, a hyena, and a jackal all in the same verse, right? Now, look, let's go to it. I think the KJV doesn't word it like that, but I think the NIV does. Okay, look at this. Look at this. Jackals. He's saying that.
Hold on. By the way, Isaiah 13 has to do with the prediction of the Medes, I think, destroying Babylon. All right. So now, where are the Medes? Are the Medes in Africa? Is Babylon in Africa? All right. Just look at the context of what the verse is. All right. Watch this.
Owl, the word owl right here means ostrich. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. We'll just entertain that. Wild goats, hyenas. Now, he's saying that why would the Bible say this if they're not indigenous to Israel or if they wasn't living in Israel? My brother, do you understand the verse that you're quoting is about the destruction of Babylon? Let's go back to the KJV to prove that. This isn't talking about these animals being in Israel. This is talking about the animals, those animals being in Babylon, a desert-like creature after it's destroyed. That's for one. Look at Babylon will fall. Behold, I will stir up the Medes against you, right? They will dash your men in Babylon, not Israel. Babylon, unless you're saying Israel is Babylon, that's yucky. Babylon, the glory of the kingdoms and the beauty, Chaldees excellently shall be as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. Babylon, shall never be inhabited again from generation to generation. Neither shall the Arabian pitch tent there, but wild beasts of the desert, here's your hyenas, ostrich, desert-like creatures, will dwell there. Hyenas, jackals, full of doleful creatures, owls, and the satyrs shall dance there. Wild beasts of the island shall cry in their desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant palaces. And her time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged. So for one, you're wrong about where these animals will be. For two, are you saying that Israel is Babylon? That's diabolical work. And for three, are you saying that Babylon is in Africa? Oh my God. Babylon is now in sub-Saharan Africa because it mentions what you believe to be animals that are only indigenous to Africa. This is where understanding the Bible has gone completely mad.
That I
Hassad,
agree
you want to say
with.
something?
If Babylon is in
I just text
Africa,
you. Let me know.
Lord,
yeah, if Babylon is in Africa, yeah, this shit is going nut.
But
If that's what,
hold on. Don't jump out the window yet. Watch this. There is a Babylon in Africa, in Egypt. So we have to be careful. But where he's talking about, there's no Babylon. Remember, there's Babylon. They formed one under the Ptolemies, a place called
right
Babylon.
under the Ptolemies, right?
No, not under. Actually, it's actually late. Matter of fact, hold on a second. Let me show it on the screen real quick so people know what we're talking about. What's his name taught me this? Babylon in Egypt. It's a fortress, Babylon fortress, right here. So for those who don't know this, and that's for Deacon too, and for Assad, there is a Babylon in Egypt. So you can't say Garfield ain't teach y'all nothing.
Yeah,
there's a Babylon right here. Babylon fortress is an ancient Roman fortress on the eastern bank of the Nile Delta, located in the area. So it is right here. See, on the map right here. Here, Babylon fortress located in Egypt. So
and when was it built?
According to 7th century writer John Nico, the name Babylon was given by Nebuchadnezzar, who conquered or campaigned in the area circa 568. I don't believe that, but the history from the historical sources between Memphis and elevation on the eastern bank of the Nile, the canal was redug by the Persian king. The fortress origins are often associated with Trajan, who created. Yeah, it's during the Roman time period. It's from the Roman time period.
Yeah.
At the time period. The fortress was built circa 300 AD by Emperor Diocletian in order to protect the entrance of the ancient canal. 300 AD. So that's good. So we know there's a Babylon in Africa, but it's not in Central Africa or where they're talking about. It's in Northeast Africa. All right, let's get back to this video right here. So don't let them pull that out on you, Deacon, and try to trick y'all into saying Babylon is in. When he say Babylon is not in Africa, he gonna say, look, there's a Babylon in Africa right here. So he gonna pull the fast one on y'all. So just be careful, because Ron Dalton is a swindler with the information. Let me go back to this now.
Christ.
You seen that?
yeah. Let's pull that out real quick.
Okay, so speaking of you guys, Babylon, and how that scripture is talking about Babylon, let's let the man himself, the brother himself, tell us where Babylon is.
Listening to truth and facts and information and research, we're going to be knuckleheaded and hard-headed and stiff-necked, and we're going to say, no, I'm staying right here in Babylon, America. Ron.
Huh? Right here, where, brother? Where? Because we're stiff-necked. Where do we want to stay?
Stiff-necked, and we're going to say, no, I'm staying right here in Babylon, America. Ron's crazy.
Oh, so Babylon's America.
Sometimes I just wanted to bring that in light of the scripture that you just read that named all those animals there. And he's trying to say that that's talking about Africa, but it's talking about Babylon, which is America. But those animals aren't here in America, are they? I don't recall any hyenas in America.
Come on, Nubia Messiah. What's popping?
Hey, greetings to everyone.
What's up? What's up?
I'm waiting on you to ask me a question.
No. What are you saying? You said earlier that
I said a whole lot in the chat. I mean, if you can review my text.
I'm not reviewing anything. You
But
said
I don't want to come in here and start just speaking arbitrarily without having a subject to speak about.
Well, you got to pop out and show niggas what it is. You know what we're
I
talking
already
about.
popped out and showed you. You hollering about Egypt. You hollering about Israel is not in Africa. And the basis and foundation that you're using to support that argument is, in my opinion, trivial and nonsensical, because you're arguing from a book that was given to your foreparents in order to make them like you are today, mentally enslaved. They gave you that book and they ingrained it into your genetics, generation after generation after generation after generation. And you were forced to believe this doctrine. So therefore, anytime you have an argument or a debate or disagreement or discussion about a subject or a topic of this nature, you'll always lose because you can't move your mind outside of the mental box that has been placed on you by the Bible. Now, these are the people that have historically, this is not something that happened yesterday. They have historically lied to you. They have historically distorted the truth. Right now, as we're speaking, they're attempting to erase African American history from the school curriculum, which shows you that they alter history. They alter history. They don't want the generations to come in looking at it like that.
Stop the nonsense. All this talking and talking and talking and talking and talking to say what? The white man lied and we don't know what we're talking about. The conversation is about Israel being in Africa. So now, can you prove Israel is in Africa? Bro, can you prove Israel is in Africa? I ain't got time for the silak with it today. I ain't got time for that.
When you're aggressive and disrespectful, like you are.
Bro, nah, we ain't got time. We ain't got time. We ain't got time.
Because I was finna ask the same thing. All that roundabout shit to say the white man lied to us. Can you show us Israel in Africa at any time in history? Any time. Can you show me Israel not being in the place that we consider or that we call the Levant? Please. That land that is called Israel. That's all I need to see.
I'll give it to you.
Are you ready to give out information? Or are you going to? Do you have evidence of Israel?
So the first thing you need to understand and fix your mind.
No, I don't need to understand. I want you to show me Israel. Bro. I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for none of that. Is either you're going to show proof, you could share your screen, I'll take the screen down, and you could show whatever you want. I don't need no speech like some nigga know more than anybody else. So it's either you're going to share your screen or what are you going to show? Well, I ain't got time for foolishness. So are you ready to show evidence that Israel is in Africa? Are you ready?
I'm going to try to say this again. I'm going to try to say it.
Do you have evidence that Israel is in Africa? I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about.
If I put up a chart.
All right. Listen, let me get back to the video, yo. I ain't got time for foolishness. No time for foolishness. Oh, the white man did this. The white man is trying to take stuff out of the educational system. The white man,
at least.
But you
are being indigenous. I don't recall the American hyena. What animal? I'm sorry.
So either he would have to say that Isaiah 13 right there is America, or that's ancient Babylon, and Babylon is now in Africa too. Now you guys see the problem with saying Israel is somewhere, because then you have to bring everywhere that the Bible say is around Israel there too. Like when niggas say Judah, Utah, niggas was actually saying Judah was in Utah because it they thought it sounds similar. So now you have to bring everything over here to America. Babylon, Assyria. Just this is why a lot of people in the field of scholarship laugh at the Israelites and they don't take us serious because of this type of stuff.
Where's the ostrich? Where's the native, the indigenous ostrich to America? Okay. Anyway, let's go back to the initial video.
Where did we get lost in translation, and how come we got this book that confuses us and make us think that Israel or the land of the people of God is not here and it's over there in the Middle East somewhere?
Well, we have to understand that the oral history of the Bantu people was what they had, and they passed down the oral traditions to their children and children's children, so that although the Bantu people, when the Europeans came into Africa, they didn't walk into sub-Saharan Africa and see all these people in the village with Bibles, but yet these people were circumcising on the 8th day. They were naming their children on the 8th day. They had cleanliness ceremonies when somebody died. They had to go to the mountain, they had to shave their hair off, all these things. If they had to dip in the river 7 times, there's certain foods they couldn't eat. Back in the ancient times, they couldn't eat the pig, they couldn't eat the horse, they couldn't eat the donkey. If they would do sacrifices,
For Miss. So why don't you debate him? Why chop and screw his work? Debate him or make your own documentary. Well, it seems like you've come here recently, so that's okay. We've already accepted his offer to debate, so now it's a matter of him reaching out to us for this debate. We're not chopping and screwing any of his work. We're making comments. We're responding to what he said. Unbelievable, man.
For the atonement of their sins, they would get a chicken or a goat or a ram, and they would bring it to the priest or the diviner or the Sangoma and offer this animal for your sins. Even in regards to having a baby girl versus a baby boy, how long is the woman considered unclean? Mm-hmm. In Ghana, a woman is considered unclean twice as long as the number of days as if she had a male child.
Okay,
that's in scripture.
Mm-hmm.
I ask people all the time. Like,
pause this real quick.
What's going on with
the Bantu people? Are by and large not following the laws of God. The Bantu people, by and large, are not following the laws of God. If you look at their religion's over there. Veneration of the dead, magic, traditional African mythology, animistic, with various polytheistic and pantheistic aspects. This includes the worship of tutelary deities, nature worship, ancestor worship. Like, you can say, oh, well, they're keeping a day holy, or they wash themselves, or they circumcise themselves. I know white people who do that. Egyptians were doing that. So just because they may have parallels with some of the customs, where is their profession of their faith? Where is their profession of who the creator is? Where is their acceptance of his son? Because he's saying, Hassad, that he's saying the Bantu people were never scattered, because the Bible says the Israelites will be scattered. That's a prophecy. So if he takes the debate, he's going to have to deal with that. The Bible says the Israelites will be scattered. When were the Bantu scattered? And then the Bible says after they got scattered, they will come back to the land and be righteous. Matter of fact, they would have to be righteous in their exile before they got back to the land. That's what the prophecy says. And then when they got back to the land, they would be righteous. That's what the prophecy says. And not only would they be righteous, they would have slaves and servants under them. This is all against prophecy. Deuteronomy 30. Only way we could come back to the land is if we repent, if we repented, and then our children's kept the commandments, then he would gather us and bring us back to the land. Show me in history where that happened with the Bantu. Deuteronomy 30, when we're exiled among all these places, we will return, keep the commandments, right? Then he would end our captivity. What the? Then he would end our captivity, bring us back to the land, and then the curses will be put on circumcised. We would be in the new covenant. This is against prophecy. Somebody got to be misunderstanding. I ain't gonna call him a liar, but somebody got to be misunderstood here. Let God be true and every man a liar. We already watched the whole thing, bro. We watched many videos already on it. When I tell you we're ready, we are ready. Keep going, brother. Salaki.
And they said this is an ancient tradition that they do. You know, so we see a lot of the biblical traditions going to the high places, meaning the mountains and the hills. They see that as a place where God dwells. So you go there to pray, you go there to fast, you go there to circumcise. You know, take the men up there to circumcise, and they stay and they come down when they're ready. You know, all these things that we see in the Old Testament.
Your Mount Sinai, and these guys going up the mountain.
Yeah, all
Jacob,
all the laws in the Torah,
Moses, all those guys.
They are seen in Bantu traditions and customs.
Pause the
Yet
video.
the Bantu people.
Pause the video. My brother Nzinja, I'm about to bring you on here real quick. I'm about to bring you on here, and I want you to tell me that majority of the Bantu people are worshiping Yahweh, keeping his law, statutes, and commandments. I ain't seen no big bad hell of a Hebrew Israelite coming up out of the Bantu. I ain't seen no big badass Israelite coming up out of the Bantu people online or even outside, bringing out the prophecies, waking up the prophecies, beating the hell out of theologians worldwide. I gotta see. Somebody said most Israelites in America are not following the laws either, but there is millions of Israelites in America who know they're Israelites, even if they're not following the laws. My point is this, Aki Charles, the Bible says that when we get back to the land, our hearts will be circumcised and we will be following the laws of God. If our homeland is the Congo in the Bantu area, then that means they would have to have gone back there because they repented, was gathered, brought back to the land, and are righteous in the land. All of them are children's. Then the curses go on the other nations, and we get servants and handmaids. Gadal, the water for the super chat. Also, Princess Pamela, the water for the super chat donation. Greatly appreciate you. But I'm not saying they don't have any Hebraic customs. I'm saying, are they fulfilling prophecy? That's what I'm saying. So I'm going to bring the brother on here because he's going to tell us if I want to show me something. You got to show me something, brother. You have to show me something. I'm going to bring our Bantu brother on here. Okay, so we're going to bring the Bantu brother on here. We got a Bantu brother. We're going to see if he believes that Israel is over there. Yes, exactly. Isaiah 14:1-2. When did we get set back in our land? He's saying that we got set back in our land already, and that now we have take them captives whose captives we were. Isaiah 14:1-2. Is he saying that, or is he saying that's a future prophecy? Now, if that's a future prophecy, then he would have to say the Bantu people.
You will be a Messiah. What's up?
I just wanted to apologize for coming on the live earlier. I was perfectly content just putting my comments in the chat and the text. I don't like going back and forth and disrespecting people that look like me or related to me. And so
Hey,
if
Nubia.
everyone has a different way of talking and explaining things.
Hold on one
Some
second.
some people talk really, really fast. Some people like you talk really, really fast. And some people like me talk slow and choose their words. So I just wanted to apologize.
Yo, hold on a second, bro. I'm asking a question. What is your proof that Israel is in Africa? That's all I need to ask you. What is the proof that you have?
I don't even want to comment, man. Like I said, I'm going back to the.
All right, let's go. All right, next. Let me just clear it. King J, you want to say something, bro?
Peace. No, I'm listening. I'm here for everything. Yeah, that was a crazy comment, brother. You said if you didn't want to comment, why you pop on to comment? But I would say Israel is not in Africa. So nah. And some people try to make the argument about the tectonic plate thing. That's a weak argument as well. So yes, I definitely would say it's not in Africa.
He's saying it's in Congo. That's what he's saying.
Congo. Oh no, he
moved it to the Congo. I mean,
how he get that far down with it? It's like, does he have any sources? I haven't seen him provide any source or anything he's saying.
The dude is a weirdo, yo.
Yeah.
Weirdo. Here goes this dude again. Hold on a second. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just popped on to apologize is the reason I popped on.
Thank you, my brother. No problem.
Okay.
All right, peace.
But all we wanted from
if you want to show us where Israel is in Africa, like you said in the chat, it's all welcome. But let me play the rest of it real quick.
People are going to get scattered out their land. It just don't make any sense. Okay, so let's get this brother on here. Okay, hold on. All right, we got you. You're live. Can you hear him inside?
No.
Hey, say something, brother.
Did you? Congo.
We can't hear you.
Mr. Congo.
Okay, we barely hear you. Go ahead. Say something.
No, the Bantu in Congo, we don't worship the God, the pantheon of God. We worship Congo. We worship Yahweh. We worship Yahweh.
Do you guys believe in the New Testament?
Yes.
Most of the Congo, they know. So you're telling me most people in the Congo know they're Israelites and follow the whole Bible?
No, they don't know they're Israelites. They don't know that because they forget everything, because with colonialism, like in the slavery, everything was washed out.
Okay. And you're from the Congo?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe the land of Israel is where you are?
Zephaniah 3:10.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you a question, brother. Do you believe that Jerusalem is in Congo?
Yes.
Okay. So where is Babylon?
Babylon. Wait, the light is very dark. Can you see me?
I don't need to see you, brother. I just need to hear you.
Okay. The Babylon is in Iraq.
Babylon's in Iraq. Jerusalem is in Congo. Where is Egypt at?
Egypt is in Africa.
Okay.
Where?
So, where in Africa is Egypt?
Northeast.
Hey, get that scripture inside. It's time to bring. It's time.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, brother. We love you, but I got to ask you this. So Jerusalem is in Congo. So when we travel to Egypt, we travel north, correct?
Yes, but the map used to be reversed.
The
map used to be upside down.
Okay.
The map used to be upside down. So when you travel to north, you go to the south. Because the Bible says the land they're gonna send you, gonna be flourished with water, with food. The land of Israel is a desert. The land of Israel is a desert.
Okay, I want you to listen to this Bible verse right here.
Okay. Genesis 12:1. Now the Lord had said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy father's kindred. It says, and from thy father's house unto a land that I will show you. I'm gonna get to the point. Let's see. Okay, verse 4. So Abraham departed as the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abraham was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And I want you to pay very close attention, Mokongo. It says, and Abraham took Sarah his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran, and they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. So they go to the land of Canaan, right? And into the land of Canaan they came. And Abraham passed. So you're saying that Abraham was in the Congo right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Let's keep going. And verse 10. And there was a famine in the land. There's a famine in the land of Canaan. And Abraham went. So I'm going to go to verse 9. It says, and Abraham journeyed going on still toward the south. And there was a famine in the land in Canaan. And Abraham went down into Egypt to sojourn there. If the Congo is the land of Israel, how is it that Abraham is going south to go to Egypt? Which
beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching.
Africa.
Abraham started with the Ur in Iraq.
What?
Started in Ur.
I don't know. What is he saying? Did you not? What I'm asking you?
We got it. Yeah, I think he understands what he's asking. What you're asking is just that his head is rolling down the Congo streets right now, brother. We love you. And let me say this, because somebody asked in the question if I believe the Bantu people are Israelites. Bantu is a language that a particular group of people share. And so I believe some of them are Israelites. My point is, if that's the land of Israel, we're supposed to be kicked out of that land and then accept the Messiah, keep God's law, statutes, and commandments in order to be brought back there. And then when we get back there, then we will still be righteous, heart circumcised, and
hold on, Deacon. But let me ask the audience this: where is the Bantu land? I'm gonna ask it again. Where is the Bantu land? King J, Savior, where's the Bantu land?
I thought it was in Central and West Africa.
There's no Bantu land. There's a Bantu language.
Language, right. Yeah, there is no land. Right. They lived all over the place, right?
Bantu simply means the people, right?
Right. Yep. Or the language, right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the issue is, if the Bantu people migrated, talk about the Bantu language, Bantu expansion and all that stuff. I'm trying to figure out if he believes that Babylon is in Iraq, because he's saying that it's in Iraq, in He's saying it's in Iraq. And the brother is reading the scripture that they went into Canaan, and Canaan is where Israel is. Is he saying, I don't know, man. These people are crazy, yo. These people are crazy.
This shit is insane. I heard him when Abraham walked all the way to the Congo.
Hey, Nubian Messiah, you had your chance to come over here. Nobody is disrespecting you. You came on, you said you had a point. You started to lecture me on my podcast about the white man. People who use that as a crutch, they're not on my level. And you can't use the Bible also and then bring up white and black and all that stuff if you're in the body of Christ. So if you have the information to prove that Israel is in Africa, is in Congo, come on and explain it. Don't tell me, yo, your mindset is this and da 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 da, and I'm better than you and I know more than you and da 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 da. So shut the hell up. And we ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Come on and explain that the Hebrews. Come on and explain that the Israel is in Congo. That's all I want to hear. If you got something else to say, I'm not interested. Go ahead, Nubian Messiah. Go ahead. See, you ain't got nothing to say. You just want to waste people's time.
Have slaves and servants and handmaids. So that's what I'm saying. It does not fit prophecy. Now, is there any archaeology down there in Congo that like any temple remains of Solomon's temple?
The Caucasians, they explode everything. They destroy everything inside Africa. There used to be castle like in Ethiopia. You know there are castle in Ethiopia. Inside the Congo, in Bantu area, they destroy everything. The colonizator, they destroy everything, every evidence. But you know, Deacon and Assad, the first slave coming to America were from Congo.
I'm not saying that we don't have Israelites over there, brother. I'm saying that can't be the homeland because the Bible says, for one, Gentiles would occupy our homeland till the Messiah comes back. And it says we will be scattered until the Messiah comes back. This is what we're going to utilize if Ron Dalton takes the debate. And then we will go back to the land. That's the point I'm making. I'm not saying y'all are not Israelites over there. I'm saying that can't be the homeland because it's against prophecy and you don't have one shred of archaeology or even history that's on your side.
No, they are found in the cave, they written in the Paleo-Hebrew, in the cave in Congo.
Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
They are found in the cave in Congo, writing in Paleo-Hebrew.
Okay. So there's writings in Paleo-Hebrew. There's writings in Paleo-Hebrew over here in the Americas. That doesn't mean Israel is in America. There's the lost lunar stone.
Hold on a second. He said there's Paleo-Hebrew in the Congo. Good answer, by the way. There is Paleo-Hebrew in the Americas. That is actually more of a recent writings after Columbus, not ancient. But
Paleo-Hebrew in the Congo? Damn.
Yeah, Paleo-Hebrew in the Congo. Yo. But it don't mean, even if Paleo-Hebrew was in the Congo, what does that prove? He said, where's the Solomon temple? Oh, everything has been destroyed. You see, there's an argument for everything, yo. That's the reality of that Bible, that book. Now, that's where, Saber, you could come in and burn a fire upon the Bible. Because people are misusing the text to fit their paradigm.
You're right.
It's what he's doing.
You're right. They're making shit up to put themselves in the places where they don't belong. And that's the issue that I really have with the Bible. That's why I initially joined. So my fault. What Pastor Bennett did, it was some great history of the usage of how the church was utilized by our ancestors to fight oppression and get gains and build communities and shit like that. It was a great presentation. I will agree. It was a good presentation. I just thought he was conflating like these dudes are doing, you know. That the conflation is the problem.
Let me play some more of this. This is sad, yo. This is sad.
Yes, but there are other recovery. There are other discovery in Congo they don't talking about. Because the problem is with Congo, we speak French, we don't speak English. So people think because we speak French, we are not Israelites.
No, that's not. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, brother. The Haitians speak French, and they're Israelites. We got conquered by different white people. I understand that. The Spanish, Portuguese, French, Dutch, Irish, British, you name it. I understand that. But I'm saying, can we find any archaeology? And you said they destroyed everything. You don't have any archaeology that says, the city of David or the temple or the wall, any of our walls, any of our gates over there?
There is in Banza Congo in Angola.
In Angola?
Banza Congo, see.
Okay.
Banza Congo.
Well, you're gonna have to tune in. If we do debate Ron Dalton, tune in. Let's talk about it. And just because we believe Israel is not over there, we don't believe that our brothers are not over there. We don't believe all the Bantu are Israelites. We don't believe all of Africa is Israelites like certain people. That's ridiculous.
Bantu, we are Israelite by blood. We are not Israelite by conversion.
Okay,
all
but
Bantu are Israelites.
there are some brothers in Africa who are converts though by conversion. They wear the small hats and all of that, and they have the little curls, They are
Bantu.
Okay, well,
the miseducation of the Jewish people, or the small acts. The small acts, they want to colonize everything because they're Edomite. The small acts, they're Edomite.
The Edomite, there you go. The Edomite. So at least you know that the white man is the Edomite of the Bible.
Of course.
All praises to the Most High. All right, brother, we love you. And Lord willing, we can get this debate so you can tune in. All praises. Let's take a quick break real quick. I'll bring you right back up, Hassan.
There end our beginning, Genesis. Join the new camp by emailing me, Deacon at Genesis144.com. Genesis.
Or
Moses, all those
yep.
guys.
Okay, I played it a little bit, then I paused it.
Second. Okay, there we go. I'm tripping. All right, go ahead.
And they stay and they come down when they're ready. All these things that we see in the Old Testament.
Your Mount Sinai and these guys going up the mountain.
Yeah,
Jacob.
All the laws in the Torah.
Moses, all those guys.
They are seen in Bantu traditions and customs. Yet the Bantu people, when the white man came to Africa, they didn't have Bibles in churches where they were reading the book of Genesis, Exodus, Numbers, Leviticus, and so forth.
And you still have that here with so-called African traditional religions, like your Shembe. They still observe the Sabbath. They go up the mountain when they pray. Is this proof that these are people of God that came with this tradition and have kept it over centuries without the adulteration of the Bible as it is presented to us today?
Yes. Well,
so that's a problem.
Where'd you get this from?
That's a problem because we were supposed to lose our identity and nationality. We're supposed to be stripped and called proverbs and bywords. So that's a problem. Now, we did keep some customs, but knowing that we're Israelites, we're supposed to lose that. Like I said, we would keep some of the customs, but knowing that we're Israelites, children of Abraham, part of the curse is that we were supposed to be stripped of all of that. So that's a problem. And so it seems like what he's saying is because those people are Israelites, that's where Israel is. So we can apply that with a lot of situations because some indigenous people know they're Israelites or keep some Israelite customs, that's where Israel is. We need more proof than that. that can't just be the smoking gun.
I would dare say that there are more Israelites in the United States of America keeping the customs than there are in Africa. And
for sure,
if I was to use that as a talking point, that wouldn't make America Israel.
Yeah, but they're going to say we were scattered here.
Yeah.
So that then their, alternative logic will be the Bantu was never scattered. Well, if they were never scattered, then they don't fit prophecy. Got to deal with this stuff.
Did you get it from the white man? They're gonna say no. He said no. If they say, well, we till the land, and then after a certain period of time, we let the land rest. That's called the land Sabbath. It's in the Bible. Taking the first fruits of your harvest and offering a portion to God. That's in the Bible. Leaving a portion of your land for people that are poor or strangers or sojourners, so they can come and walk through your land and maybe eat some of the food. That's also in the Bible.
Is that some sort of tithing, as it's referred to in the Bible?
Well, there was a tithing where you do that, yes, and this is for the Levites, and the Levites also were to receive a tithe from the village, and a Levite is just like a priest or somebody connected to God, like a Sangoma, like a voodoo, like a diviner, and so all these things we see in the Bible. Yet many of these people will say we've had these traditions and customs before the white man came with the Bible, and these are all Hebrew traditions and customs. The key is when you start to uncover the Hebrew and the Egyptian in their actual language, and you start to say, now how old is the Zulu language? How old is the Ashanti language, or the Igbo language? Can we see evidence of it written down on rock going back to 2000 BC? The answer is no, but we have.
Hey, pause that
Hebrew
real quick.
That we can,
like Allah Yashai. Oh my God, Salakia. I can't even say the brother's name right. But at the end of the day, the Aztec and the Mayans were doing all of this, and this is how we know they're Israelites. But are we saying that Israel is in damn Mexico or Central America? No. But those are Israelites. Go ahead.
you can find written on rocks going back to 2000 BC. And it's the same written Hebrew pictographs or hieroglyphics that is inside the language of the Bantu people in terms of how they formulate words and what the words mean and how the words tell the stories of biblical things that happen.
I could be taking a bit
Hold
back.
on there. I gotta rewind that. Hold on there 1 second. Did he just say 2,000 pictographs in the Congo or in Israel? What is he saying? This guy here, he be making up shit as he goes, yo.
Answer is no, but we have.
Hey, pause that real quick.
That we can,
like Allah Yashai. Oh my God, Salakia. I can't even say the brother's name right. But at the end of the day, the Aztec and the Mayans were doing all of this, and this is how we know they're Israelites. But are we saying that Israel is in damn Mexico or Central America? No. But those are Israelites. Go ahead.
What? Really? The Mayans and Aztecs are Israelites?
Going back to 2000 BC. And it's the same written Hebrew pictographs or hieroglyphics that is inside the language of the Bantu people in terms of how they formulate. Answer is no, but we have.
Hey, pause that real quick.
That we can,
like Allah Yashai. Oh my God, Salakia. I can't even say the brother's name right. But at the end of the day, the Aztec and the Mayans were doing all of this, and this is how we know they're Israelites. But are we saying that Israel is in damn Mexico or Central America? No. But those are Israelites. Go ahead.
you can find written on rocks going back to 2000 BC. And it's the same written Hebrew pictographs or hieroglyphics that is inside the language of the Bantu people in terms of how they formulate words and what the words mean and how the words tell the stories of biblical things that happen.
I could be taking a bit back. The crossing of the Red Sea. We're told that God parted the waters. These guys could go through. So if your narrative says they were not going northeast or towards the east from Egypt, they were actually coming down through the Sahara, which makes sense, the desert, right? The big desert they had to cross, and down the valleys, whether it's the Congo or whether they're traveling by the edge of the East Coast. Where is this parting of the waters if they are going down Africa? Are they crossing the Nile River? Are they crossing the Limpopo? Are they crossing the Congo?
Easy. The in the English Bible, we see the word Red Sea. When you go into the Hebrew, you're going to see the word Yam Suf.
Okay.
Yam Suf means, or Yam can mean a large river, a lake, or an ocean.
Hold on,
and
real quick.
Means reeds.
Real quick. Congo was a major world power during the time we were in slavery. So, like the brother in the chat said, we need to know when it was occupied by the Gentiles and then when they were all scattered out and went into slavery. That's for one. For two, he's saying that we didn't cross the Red Sea when we went out of Egypt. He's saying we crossed the Nile River to go down into the Congo, which is the land of Canaan.
Well, he hasn't even said that. So like, I don't think
That's
what he's about to say.
The interviewer said, how do we know it's the Nile River? I'm sorry, not the Red Sea, but the Nile River. So he's explaining it.
No, I think he's saying there's another body of water that we
So why did the interviewer say Nile River?
Well, my bad. I'll just let him. I'm gonna hear what he said because I could be wrong.
Papyrus. Together, it could be the large or great river of reeds, or the great lake of reeds, or the great sea of reeds. Now, where do reeds grow? Papyrus reeds grow along fresh water river banks.
Right.
Pause to side 1 second. Aside, right when it said river banks, it took you off the map.
Okay, so go back.
So it sounds like he's saying that we crossed the Nile River when we left Egypt and not the Red Sea, right?
I don't know. I think he's saying there's another body of water that we passed or that we crossed. But I'm waiting for him to say it. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay.
Grow along fresh water river banks.
Right.
Papyrus reeds do not grow in salt water.
Yeah. So the Red Sea would be salt water.
The Red Sea is extremely saline, salty, and is very hot. So if you look at the banks of the Red Sea, you can just Google Red Sea coastline. You will not see any reed.
Dry.
So when Moses was in a papyrus reed basket, I mean, even in Africa today, they can weave a basket made out of papyrus reeds. We have to understand that the Israelites, they crossed the Nile River. And when you look at the land that they went,
okay,
I told you.
You're right. So okay,
I told you that's where he was going.
Here's the issue. Here's a big issue with that, everybody. I'm going to show everybody this. 1 Corinthians 10:1. Moreover, brethren, I would not that you should be ignorant how that all our fathers were under the cloud and all passed through the sea. There is a very large difference between a sea, a river, and a lake. So notice, even in the Greek, they understood this. So look at the Greek word for sea right here. Our fathers passed under the cloud, passed through the sea. So notice the Greek word for sea is Strong's 2281, thalassa. If river, let's see if we see river. For example, in River Jordan, when it talks about the River Jordan, Mark 1 and 5. Judea, oh my bad. Baptized of him in the river is Strong's 42:15, which says this. And I'll go back to the Greek word for sea. A stream, river. A river is a moving body of water, whereas like a lake would be a still body of water. A sea is completely different, and that's why there's two Greek words that are used for river, and a completely different one that's used for sea. And let's go back to that in 1 Corinthians chapter 10. Thalassa, Strong's 2281. What does it mean? The sea. Used of the sea in general. Used specifically of the Mediterranean Sea or the Red Sea. It would tell us if it was the Nile River. I don't want to too much, Deacon. Yes or no? I don't want to give away too much.
I mean, that's fine. I think
okay.
People get it, man.
Yeah. I'll say this.
Go ahead.
The Bible is very specific when it talks about the Nile River. Very specific. And it does not leave it up to interpretation. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay,
I'll go back
to you. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Somebody said they want a link for some smoke. Somebody said link in the chat for the smoke. Okay. So let's put the link in the chat for the smoke here. Link in the chat for the smoke. Go ahead, brother. Click the link. Oh, anybody for that matter. Before we continue on here, I thought somebody wanted to smoke. Somebody asked for the link for the smoke in the chat. Who else wants some?
But let me look at it. Take a look at a map right quick. Because I'm just interested to see how that even, what does that even look like? Deacon, okay.
They named in the Congo, gave a German churches that we've been through.
Why would we cross? We could just, you can walk around it. I don't understand that.
Okay, I don't know where the brother is that asked for the link, so let's just keep going. Oh. Okay. Oh, hold on. He's here. You
gotta delete that in the background.
Doing it now.
Okay, we hear you.
First of all, I just say shalom to y'all, man. I'm gonna let this. I'm cutting it off right now, so I can. But first, I'm gonna start by saying shalom. But I wanted to address that you have to really know, like the curses that we've been through. You have to really know how the curses fit them as well. When I say that, you know how we always talk about us being called African American, being named after, well, not when say name after, but Scipio Africanus defeating Hannibal during the Punic Wars and actually giving us them last names of Amerigo Vespucci. So when I say that Wilhelm Gleek gave a German colonist gave them the actual name, and that's so it's not even first off it's a Zulu word, and the whole language it's a language family. So these people are calling themselves a proverb, a byword. They're calling themselves after a language family, and they still hold like they still heard like some words that we use like Khan. Khan would be the to establish or to exile, and the Gello would be to settle, well, exile. So to settle or establish, when we say Khan, and they got a region where they named in the Congo, the Congelo.
So wait a minute, Congelo means exile.
It means to settle in exile.
Okay, so where are they settling?
To establish or to settle.
So where are they? So they name the place where they are exile. They settled in that land in exile, right?
Yes.
Okay, so where are they exiled from?
I don't think he's saying that. I don't think he's saying that. He's not saying
the origins come from Cameroon.
Hold on, brother. Can you hear me?
Sorry, Salaki. I'm sorry, brother.
You hear me, brother?
I can hear you now.
Your name is William, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where is the land of Israel today?
Well, it's been established in since like I want to say 1917.
I didn't say the state of Israel. The land of Israel that God promised to us. Where's that?
I'm definitely going to say it's got something to do with Africa, because I'm looking at the land of milk and honey, and I'm looking at the evidence. When you go and look at the elder maps, and you see that it's an actual place that was established where they had emeralds and the land of emeralds, and I'm looking at things like this context clues because I know our oppressors have suppressed a lot of detailed information. You know, so like when I talk,
real quick, brother.
okay,
I'm trying to understand because you're saying the people in the people in the Congo. They said that we're in this land called whatever. We're gonna call this land Congo because we're here in exile. Am I following?
Now you missed me a little bit, brother. What I was saying is they have a place that they actually named for themselves that wasn't named by their colonizers, and the word they used for it was named as Congello, which, you know, the word Con, we all say Con, which means to establish or to settle, and the word Gello, which means exile.
Well, those people named that place that we now refer to as Congo. They called it not the oppressor, but the people themselves of that land referred to it as Congo, which means the place where they settled in exile.
No, not the Congo, the Congello. It's a place there called the Congello.
Where is Congello?
It's in Congo.
Okay.
It's in the Congo.
In Congello, the people said that this is the land where we are in exile from. So this is the land.
No, the word Congello. I'm sorry, brother. Let me say it right. The word that Congello that's being used in the Hebrew means to settle in exile.
Okay.
So, like when you look at they ethno-linguistics, there are Hamites among them. Now, Genesis chapter 10 will tell you that they settled amongst the Hamites, and basically the Israelites always settled amongst the Hamites. And First Chronicles chapter 4 verse 40 to 41 tell you that we actually conquered something over there, and we settled there to this day.
Okay,
so we know that
Will.
our people still there.
Okay, brother Will, I'm with you that some of our people are in Africa, even though the prophecy states majority would be in Babylon. So, but I'm asking you, where in Africa, since you say the promised land is in Africa, where in Africa is it? Do you know or not?
This gonna sound petty. I will not say that I exactly know, but context clues that was left. If you look at this, like I say, bro, I'm not trying to be like delusional or nothing, but when you look at the movie,
we're not gonna judge you.
Okay, so listen. I'm sorry, brothers. But nah, you know, you look at the movie, you know, if you look at the movie Lion King or whatever, like it was a part in there where I really this is years ago. Like when I first came into the truth, that really kind of hit me. And
brother,
so I looked up who wrote the movie.
We don't need to know about Hakuna Matata, my brother.
Okay, but it's leading to the point. It's leading to the point. That's all. I'm just trying to get to the point, brothers. I ain't going off topic. But what I'm saying, brother, is they said they ripped the movie out the tour. But then when I looked at the land masses that they actually was on during the movie, it was all in Kenya. It was in Tunisia. It was on like a certain borderline. It wasn't like a state like they established, and you know they tried to establish Israel in Africa in 1903 with the Uganda and the British and the Uganda agreement. So they always have been looking at the land of Africa. They even try to establish in Australia, but I don't want to leave from the point. I can get into the ethno-linguistics of how they still keep the modern day Hebrew today.
Okay.
That doesn't prove that land is Africa, brother. Can I say one thing?
I'm not saying that.
No, he's saying. I think he's saying Kenya. If you had the gun to your head, you had to choose where the promised land is today, where would you say?
I'm going with Africa. I'm gonna say if I'm going, I'm gonna have to say around Cameroon, around there because they still calling themselves Uande today, which means children of Judah. So I will have to roll with that because I'm just looking at the facts of things. Like I study a lot. I look at the facts of things. It's in the Bible, but you know.
So he said, you said Cameroon, so West Africa.
Yep.
I'm a roll with
that's
with we dwelt in. I'm rolling with we dwelt in West Africa because I find the land of Judah being established, but being established there.
Brother, yeah. Cameroon is in West Africa. You understand this?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
But they was called the capital of the city of Cameroon is called Yaoundé.
Okay.
Which, if you understand what Yolande,
beautiful. Okay, so
is Judah.
Got you. So if I wanted to go to Egypt, which direction would I head from Cameroon?
You going east?
Oh, well, not just directly east. If I go directly east from Cameroon, I'm not going to get to Egypt. I'm going to go to like some Eastern African country.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Like northeast, like kind of northeast.
Right. You're going to go northeast. So if what you're saying and other brothers are saying is true, why in Genesis chapter 12, when there's a famine in the land of Canaan, so Abraham leaves the land of Canaan, he goes south to go to Egypt.
He said he goes south to the land of Egypt.
Yeah. Want me to read it for you, brother?
No, I'm with you. I know exactly what you're talking about.
How can he go?
That's it.
How can he go from Israel, or at that point, the land of Canaan, south into Egypt? This is land of Canaan. Here's Egypt. If Egypt is here and Cameroon is over here.
Well, wasn't he in Mesopotamia? Which means, what I'm saying to you, wasn't he in Mesopotamia? That's where he was established at from the beginning. So you said that when he went to Egypt, he went south.
You mean
brother?
You mean Mesopotamia? And he was Ur the Chaldees. Then he went to the land of Canaan, and he was in the land of Canaan. There was a famine there, and he goes south to get to Egypt. But what you're saying is he should have gone northeast to go to Egypt. You don't understand, brother?
I mean, if you coming from Mesopotamia, that would be different, bro. Like a lot of people believe that the maps that they use, like the other brother brought out earlier, they believe, but that the maps is upside down. But I'm just looking at the evidence that's being left, like far as the ethno-linguistics, and far as some of our people over here, even still, them being called the proverb, the byword. We've been called the byword,
and not to cut
so
you
we
off,
stripped of our.
Not to cut you off, King. We're gonna. I understand that some people say the maps were flipped. I get that. We're not talking about cartography. We're saying what the Bible said. That's not a map. So bring that one scripture out, Hassad, and then I'll make one more point, and then we'll move on with the video.
Okay, Genesis chapter 12, and we'll start at verse 6. It's verse 5. And Abraham took Sarah his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. So they're in Canaan. And the Lord then in verse 7 appears to them. And then the Lord said, I'm going to give you your seed this land. Verse 9. And Abraham journeyed going on still. So he's still on his journey. Where is his journey direction going, Hassad? Still toward the south. So he's walking south. And there was a famine in the land of Canaan. And Abraham went down or south into Egypt. So the Bible says that the land of Canaan is north of Egypt, and Egypt is south of the land of Canaan. What you just told me is Cameroon is part of the land of Canaan, which would make Egypt northeast of Canaan, when the Bible does not say that. The Bible says literally, not even me trying to be funny. It literally says the opposite of what you're saying.
And I agree with you. Like I told you, I roll with that, bro. But this is the thing. I'm looking at it as I believe all the scripture, bro. But I'm looking at the evidence that's being left with the ethno-linguistics about a lot of our people have actually. I'm looking at the curses, bro. The same way our people look at the curses and actually say.
But you said you're going with the curses, right? Now.
Mm-hmm.
So who had the Hebrew language? Who had the Hebrew language before we even came into existence?
Well, I would guess the Canaanites, or the not the Canaanites, but the
Canaanites.
I would guess,
the Canaanites.
Yeah.
So who shares our language?
The Canaanites.
The Canaanites.
What about our curses, though?
Okay, but you kept on you just started talking about the curses. You kept harping on linguistics. So if we're gonna use your logic, we can't just say somebody's an Israelite because they speak our language, because the Canaanites shared our language. We even got it from them. The whole earth at one point spoke this language.
I definitely. I mean, like it's more than that I'm looking at though. I know, but look at how they call themselves Bantu, bro. Like that's first of all, Bantu. They got over 300 different languages and 200 different ethnic groups. The ethnic tribes amongst the people. I'm not even gonna say groups, but ethnic tribes. That's groups, whatever. But anyway, it's over 200. They're calling themselves still Bantu today. If you look at the Oxford Dictionary, it tells you that it's basically offensive. The word is not an ethnic group. It's supposed to be an ethno-linguistics that they use in the Zulu language, but these people are actually calling themselves Bantu from what they were taught. And you know what they was taught during the times they was colonized by Wilhelm Gleek.
Well,
and that was in 1762. You can look that up.
Like I said, I'm not saying that some of our people are not in those Bantu areas, but I do not believe the majority of our people are over there according to prophecy and history and archaeology. So that's my stance.
I agree with you. I'm rolling with you on that, Deacon, for the simple fact we're supposed to be scattered to the four corners of the earth, you know, and a lot of us is not on the land today. So I roll with you. But yeah, I got more information.
Why is your screen black though?
What y'all want to see me?
No. I'm just making sure it's not a problem with my software. Okay, there we go.
I had my camera off.
Okay, that's cool. Because you know I'm still learning how to work all this software over here, brother. This is a huge learning curve for me. But I appreciate you, Ken. Thanks for coming on.
I want to say I salute to y'all though for just moving forward, man, enduring, even when things change, man, just to keep the word going out and doing the most high work, man.
That's right. That's what it's about, King. Hey, I appreciate you, Thewada, for coming on. There's not a lot of people in here who disagree with us, so that's why there's no smoke really in the chat. But we're hoping our brother Ron gets with us, Lord willing. Stay posted, King. We'll tap in.
Okay, shalom, Kings.
Shalom, brother. Okay. All right. You want to his side? Let's finish that. What time is it? Okay, we got a little bit more time.
Time for a drink after that one.
It's time for a drink. I got my drink right here.
Man, we got mine right.
Turmeric and ginger.
Oh, mine's a lot stronger than that, and ginger's strong.
Somebody said, "Thank God I'm not in your position and just gotta listen." Well, everybody thinks they want to be one of the leaders of Israel or, putting in the most work for Israel. I'm telling y'all, you have the most gray hairs, you have the most stress, you have the least amount of time for yourself, you have back aches, neck aches, leg aches, all of that. $5 for the drink. There we go. Oh, praise it.
Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas.
He said $5 for the drink. Okay.
Genesis.
We're gonna utilize that. I thought it was Tuesday. I was about to say, we're gonna use that for Taco Tuesday. Lord in Christ. Okay, so let's pull up this and let's finish this.
Scatter and disperse.
Oh, rewind that.
3, verse 10. When the rivers of Cush, beyond the rivers of the Nile River, is where the Israelites were scattered and dispersed. This is in Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 10. When the Bible mentions fat pasture, that is the grasslands. When the Bible mentions the mountains of Israel and the cattle and the livestock eating off the mountains of Israel, when you go to Israel, you look at their mountains, you're not going to see cows, sheep, and goats eating and grazing on what we would call fat grassland pasture. If you go to the Congo and you go into the mountains of the Congo, you're going to see cows. You're going to see mountain farms.
Pause.
You're going to see mountains that have.
He's clearly saying Congo is Israel, so I'm not lying on the brother. He just said it right there. What minute mark are we at?
We are at 11:14.
Okay, go ahead.
Grass all over it.
East Africa, your Kenyas, Tanzanias.
Yeah, exactly. These cows are in a buffet. They're never going to have to leave and go here to graze because there's nothing here to eat. Like the Bedouins in Israel and Jordan, when their little small livestock eats up enough of that area, they gotta move like nomads to another area. The water is scarce because it's the desert, and the grassland is scarce. So when you look at Africa is full of savannas, or plains, and also forests. When we look at the thrones of King Solomon, we look at the horn that the Israelites blew, the elephant horn and the ram's horn. Where do you get ivory to make King Solomon's throne?
From elephants, right?
Are there elephants in Israel?
Pause that.
No.
Pause that. Pause that. Pause that. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
I have something too, but I'll save it for the debate.
Watch this. Watch this. Hey, get 1 Kings 10 and 22. Because he's saying, since we had ivory, Israel could. This is such a dagger right here. He's saying, since the Bible says Solomon had ivory, and ivory, you can't find ivory in Israel, that means that, and you can't find ivory in Africa, that means that Israel is in Africa. Get 1 Kings 10 and 22.
1 Kings 10 and 22. For the king had at sea a navy of Tarshish, with the navy of Hiram. Once in 3 years came the navy of Tarshish, bringing gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks.
Sir, just because we mentioned something doesn't mean, and it's in Israel, or it doesn't mean we didn't go and get it. The source right here in the Bible, the scripture just said we went to a place that took 1.5 years to get there and 1.5 years back to get ivory, apes, and peacocks. So you listen, you left your jaw out for that one, brother. You really left your jaw out for that one, right?
Say it again. Say something else. Oh, say something else.
Go ahead,
say something else, nigga.
So in order to make a lot of the things in Israel, for them to use the ram's horn or the
kudu
elephant
horns, right? You can use kudu horns.
Yeah, they would have to be in an area that had these things readily available. They didn't have Amazon. They didn't have UPS, FedEx, and these different places where they could just put an order in and then somebody's flying it or having a boat to bring it into their country. No, they had to have these things already there. And so we have to understand that when the Israelites crossed the body of water that the very Bible say it's the Red Sea. No, because when you cross the Red Sea, you're getting into Saudi Arabia. When we look at when the Israelites in the wilderness,
that's not true. I mean, can it be true? I mean, there's parts of the Red Sea that you can cross and enter to Saudi Arabia. There's other parts where you can pass over it and go into Israel. But that wasn't true. There's so much that I want to say, but I want to save it for the debate. But much love to this brother. Again, I want to remind everybody, this is our brother. We love him. I've never met him personally. I don't got anything against him personally, but
I have his book. I have his book right here. Hebrews to Negroes.
But this is pseudo. I love the brother, and I do believe that his heart is in the right place as it relates to this. He believes that he's found some very valuable information that he would like to share with the community. Unfortunately, in this matter, it's completely and utterly false. But no love lost towards the brother at all, and I look forward to potentially having a very, very peaceful discussion with him and his associates and Deacon and myself. So I just want to keep reminding, this is still our brother.
God gave them quail, and it says in the morning there was dew on the ground, and quail. How can you have dew on sand?
Okay, you wanted me to stop there, Deacon?
I gotta get some more sound bites, because right there it should have said, "Really, nigga." I just like my soundboard, y'all. You know, it's dope. You know, all praise to the Most High. Can there be dew on sand? He said there can't be dew on sand. This is why we're saying it's pseudo. Go ahead, brother. Go into it.
Okay.
Share your screen.
Well, yeah, here's the first source I'll share. This is from Science Direct. This is specifically from the book called Journal of Arid Environments, volume 42, issue 3, from 1999. This is pages 211 to 222. This is from various scientists, and look what they say. Dew deposition and drying in a desert system, a simple simulation model. In a desert environment, dew serves as an important source of moisture for plants, biological crusts, insects, and small animals. A measurement program was carried out within a sand dune area situated in the northwestern Negev desert. Oh, Israel, to acquire data on daily dew deposition amounts as well as related data of the meteorological conditions during dew formation and the drying process, right? So I'll just get to the point. Measurements carried out during September and October of 1997 show that the daily amounts of dew range from 0.1 to 0.2 millimeters per night. We could continue going into this, but the point is this shows you that there is dew on the sands. And that's how there's even plant life able to grow in the desert. You ever seen like a tree that's in it because there's dew?
That's
pretty clear.
That's pretty clear. Well, let's be clear. Clear about being what? Well, let's be clear about being clear.
If you like.
I mean, I think that was.
This is from Wyoming. This is from the University of Wyoming, and it talks about the topic of dewfall in deserts, right? And then specifically enough in the Negev desert of Israel. You know, so the brother asked, how can it be dew in the desert? Because that's how God made it to work, brother. Let me go back.
No, it's over. So we reached our 2-hour mark. You know, moral of the story is, you know, hopefully brothers from his side can reach out to us. You know, we can reach out to them. We're willing to accept. He put out the challenge. We're willing to accept it. Easy work. All praise to the Most High. You know, we're going to end this, y'all, we're going to end this with a commercial, and we're going to also end this by giving all praises, honor, and glory to Yahweh. We do so by Shema Mashiach Yahweh Shai. Until next time, y'all, peace, blessings, and shalom.
Shalom.
There end our beginning, Genesis. Join the new camp by emailing me, Deacon at Genesis144.com. Genesis. Deacon's new clothing line, the whole armor. Put it on. 613, flawless, not lawless. We got stuff for the Northern Kingdom, Southern Kingdom, men, women, and children. Support Israelite businesses at thewholearmor.com. Genesis Varsity Online Academy, specializing in Hebrew apologetics. Come learn how to swing sword and defend the gospel. Email me, Deacon at Genesis144.com.
Yeah, family. I was on a room, so that's why I had to playing so long. But I hope you guys learned something about these guys. And I mean, I want to promote Africa and said Africa is this, Africa is that, but Israel is not in Africa. And if anybody feels that way, you could click the link and jump on. I'll give you the floor so you could make your case. But Israel is not from Africa. I mean, Israel is not in Congo. It's not in Kenya.
Not in Egypt. It's not in Egypt.
Anyway, family, I'm out of here. If nobody wants to jump on and build on that or want to prove their case that Israel is in Africa, if you're on the tectonic plate argument, I'm not debating that. All right, because that's some new science that just came in the other day. But I do want to say to everybody, peace and love to y'all, man. We got a lot of stuff coming up. Hey, El Dayara, who do you want to debate, man? Do you want to do a debate on Equiano, man? Yeah, you could do a debate on Equiano, man. Cedric, I'm going to send you something about a trait that African Americans have that white folks don't normally have. I need to send that to you. You're going to be the first person. This is going to be the ultimate dagger to show who we are. Nubian Messiah, what's up? Do you want to explain how the Congo is Israel?
Well, I can't explain it the way you want me to. I don't talk really fast, and I don't quote from books written by Europeans. We all know that our people were taken from Africa.
My brother, I'm going to ask a question again. Can you prove that Israel, the place that's called Israel in the biblical text?
No one can prove that Israel is in the Congo or Africa. In order to do that, you would have to be alive.
All right, I'm done with him.
He
First of
just
all,
wanted to talk at us.
first of all, the idea of saying Africa as if it's Jamaica or St. Martin or even the United States for that matter is erroneous. We're talking about a continent. When we talk about Asia, we do not confuse Chinese with Mongols. We do not confuse Chinese
Right.
with Russians. We do not confuse Indians with Vietnamese. When it comes to Africa, we have this fantasy as if we're talking about one singular entity. First of all, it's the birthplace of humanity. That means there is the most diverse population on the planet. Let's get that firmly understood in our head. If you understand human evolution, at no point in time was there one human being. There were different population groups from the jump. So these are the steps we're missing in just basic understanding of evolution and of human beings. Now you take West Central Africans, and that again is hundreds of different cultures, different languages being spoken. We tend to forget that when we're talking about Egypt, the Nile, the expanse of the Nile is the length of the United States and back. Again, there to assume that we're talking about a singular group of people is just wild. Then to make the geographical equation with West Central Africa to the Levant is infantile, pure stupidity. And then, Lord have mercy, the Mayans and the Aztecs were people. We making ourselves look ridiculous on a world stage. To listen to the rhetoric and all this engagement with a document that is about a particular group of people that had no idea about the rest of the world. They were trying to create a narrative to identify themselves. And they did it a la Greek. Nothing more. Have nothing to do with West Central Africans. You talk about and this apologetics you hear where every time we challenge the notion of this concept because it is flawed reasoning, we get the apologetics. Well, when we were in slavery, the black church, man, stop your nonsense. Taking the same concept what got you into slavery, it should be the least they do to get you out of it. Done. We need to grow up. I'm tired of all these emotional arguments from fully grown men. You sound like little children, but you do it too.
Hold on, Cedric. Hey, Elder Yara, you are aware that the Genesis narrative of the Torah and the Aztecs is because of colonialism. You do know that they actually rewrote the stories of the natives. So if you meet somebody up in the Aztec story, you'll see that the Noah story is in the American. This is what Yawasat brought up in our debate, but I never really conquered it. But I do have information that talks about how they translated the Bible into Native American languages. So they changed the stories of the oral traditions to fit into a Bible narrative. I do have some sources and PhDs on that. So
but then exactly what Yara doing too?
Yes. What you say, my brother?
This is exactly what Yara doing too.
No, I'm just responding to what Yara said. I don't know if
yes, but it fits the narrative because it's exactly what this group of people is doing, right? They creating a whole narrative, Deuteronomy, we come and chip. I mean, at which point are we going to actually get real?
Yeah, that shit is just
Pastor Bennett starts,
bro. Food, clothes, and shelter, man.
Pastor Bennett starts by identifying that
watch this. Hold on, watch this. Elder Yara say I have PhDs that disagree. Okay, show me a narrative before colonialism of the Aztecs? Show me that.
Show me it written in their
By
own
the way, to
native
the
language.
Aztecs are the ones that have the homosexual deities and all that stuff. They're the main culprits of that nasty behavior. These people have nothing to do with no Israelites, bro. Nothing. The only good thing, though, Cedric, hold up. Just like Pastor Bennett earlier, I could tell you something that's very beneficial of them saying that the Native Americans were Israel. Because if the Native Americans were Israel, are connected to Noah, it would promote monogenesis. And that would make all of us one, making us come from God. So they had no right to enslave us.
Can I inject?
So it was an argument that the argument. No. Hold on. The argument of us being Israelites over here as Native Americans being Israelites helped African Americans. It actually helped us in 1865. Yep, during the time of Lincoln. So it has its downfall. We don't support it, but that's how it helped us as black folks. You laughing, but it's not. Hold on, let me bring up the source. I gotta bring up the source. Don't joke. It's not a joke. It's serious.
You know, I mean, even if it's serious, it's hilarious. What do you want me to do, Agapi?
No, but people laugh when I talk about it. But it's the truth.
Hello?
Hold on, let me show you right now. Right here. Here go right here. Here go.
Am I on?
Yes, you're on, brother. Just a second.
Here go right here.
I love the way you.
Hold on there. Watch. Hey, Serious B, jump on. Look at this. If you don't believe me, look at this. Garfield is a teacher, man. I'm a master teacher, y'all. I don't believe Garfield when he talks.
Garfield, you.
Look at this.
Garfield, you is the ultimate gaslighter.
Look at this. The Newark Holy Stones get their name because they were found in Newark near the Octagon earthworks, right? The keystone was found first in 1860. Then they found out it was the dude made it up, pretty much, right? So when he made it up, it was a lie. So he decided to make a whole nother stone to answer the lies that he made with the first one. So this was what's supposedly on the stone: the law of the Lord, the word of the Lord, the holy of holies, the king of earth, translated by Reverend McCarthy, right? Time for my close-up, whatever. So this is what it looks like. All right, so look at this. I'm gonna bring you up in a second, bro. Why is there a controversy? Some people believe the holy stones are proof of ancient Israelites in America. Archaeologists and historians concluded that the holy stones are forgeries, right? I'm not going to get into the details of that. Whether it's true or false is irrelevant. But look at what's happening in America in 1860. Remember what I just said? And your brother from Pseudo Killer said, Garfield, watch your mouth, right? Now watch this. Ideological debates between scholars regarding the unity of man before the theory of evolution. Monogenesis, all people come from Adam and Eve. Polygenesis, different races were separate creations on different continents, making white people who came from Adam and Eve superior. High tensions about slavery, directly related to these ideological debates. Hold on 1 second. Let me come down a little bit. Now watch this. Hold on 1 second. Let me see who this is.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
All right. So now watch this. Watch it. Serious B. No. Because he's saying like I'm BSing. So I'm proving things.
No. What it is. Before you finish, let me finish. No. You can read it after. Let me see for right now. This is when Darwin's theory became relevant in ending that debate, because his father and his family were of the monogenesis people, and they were using that argument fundamentally against slavery. So when it was established that by means of Darwin theory, it fueled them even more. Am I in the right direction?
Yes, sir. High tensions about slavery, because directly related to these ideological debates, questions of whether African blacks could justifiably and righteously be enslaved. President Lincoln's election and subsequently the dawn of the Civil War. So that's what was going on, Serious B. And then what happened after that? If monogenesis are correct, this means that African blacks and Native Americans are fully human and could not be enslaved or exterminated. Finding an ancient Hebrew artifact within an ancient Native American burial mound means that the Native Americans would have known about Moses and the Bible, thus providing proof that they originated from Adam and Eve. If Native Americans were fully human, so were African blacks. Therefore, slavery is immoral and goes against God. So why would someone forge the holy stones? If the holy stones were forged as an attempt to provide scientific support for monogenesis, if monogenesis was proven to be true, then support for slavery would decline. It might even be abolished without the need for a bloody civil war. The discovery of the Decalogue stone was carefully timed to coincide with Abraham Lincoln's controversial election. It was meant to sway the minds and votes of those on the fence. You see?
You mean the
fighting
was
against
in full
the Hebrews, these lies helped us. Okay? Stop banging on the lies.
You mean propaganda was in full play at this
No,
time?
y'all banging on the lies, yo. The lies helped us as a people.
You need to stop this gaslighting, Garfield. you need to stop trolling like this, yo.
Bro, but it helped us though. Just like our Christianity, the unity of the Christian church helped us.
No. You see, these emotional arguments why you bring up when we challenge the ridiculousness of these concepts, and especially the way it is used.
Shout out to the black church.
See that?
Darwin ain't free you niggas.
I've been sitting here.
I
haven't been able to say anything at all.
Hold on a second. Nubian Messiah, are you saying something, brother?
Hello?
Yes, Nubian Messiah, what are you saying?
I'm saying that I love the way you speak for 10 or 15 minutes uninterrupted. I love the way your other guests and podcast contributors are allowed to speak and explain their point without interrupting.
Bro, I don't care.
That's right.
I know them. But the thing is, we're asking you a question. Can you prove that Israel, the location of Israel, is in Congo? It's not a dance around competition. I know Cedric and I know Robon for more than 10 years. So what are you saying?
Yeah,
you can't compare yourself to these guys. These guys I could give them my code and say start a show. We're cool like that. I don't know you.
I'm not debating the fact.
I'm not debating you either. Just say the information. That's it.
I first ran into you. I first ran into you.
Israel's in Congo, bro?
I first ran into you.
I'm trying my best not to be upset. I don't care about you running into me. Bro,
but you're not letting me. You're not letting me
the evidence. So tell us how do you
if you would just allow me to speak.
Go ahead, bro.
I first ran into you on a podcast called Killer Priest Podcast. You would come.
That is fine, bro. That is fine. We're talking about Congo. Bro, why don't you just talk about Israel in the Congo? I don't care where you saw me. That's all I want you to do.
I didn't see you there.
Oh, man. This dude looking for a relationship. I'm telling you. Yo, black man, yo. For real, black man.
Rabon, which part of the black church helped? The front door, the back door, the altar, the chairs?
Let me see if he's going to lie. Let me see if Rabon is going to lie today.
Which part of the black church helped?
Oh, his name ain't Rabon no more. It's Warlord. We don't call him Rabon.
The talking snake or the donkey story. Which part of that narrative?
Now you gaslight.
Which part of that narrative was the actual agency that helped black people? Or was it the people themselves who were oppressed that did what they needed to do?
Crazy,
Which is it?
crazy.
So it's either people or the church. And if it's a black church, you gotta tell me the front door, the altar, the pews, the choir hymns, the drums. Which part of the black church was the active agent? Which chapter in the book was specific to freeing black
still
people?
going, bro? How
Yes,
many
I'm
times
preaching
you
it
gonna ask?
Sunday. Have mercy. I'm being very specific in my question, guy. Why you run around the place?
Cedric, you finished? You finished? Are you done?
Yeah, he's done. Come, what you gotta say?
Yeah, you need some bodies under your belt for you even talk to me. You need to go debate a Hebrew or something. You don't got no debates under
Again
your
with
belt.
these irrelevant arguments. Just answer the question, bro. You know why I ain't got no belt under my body? Cause you gonna do this every time I come step up, y'all gonna run anyway.
Could you bring him down so I can answer his question? Because you think this
say
is the
what you gotta
pseudo
say,
killers.
Raw.
You think it's the pseudo killers.
You
Just
low.
like your fucking now I'm low. How am I low?
All right, go ahead, Warlord.
So you thinking I'm low, just like your boss is scared to debate me. You down with him. You don't want to debate. You talk about the Hebrews. You talk about all these people, but you don't want to get in the ring. So now, to answer your question, what black church? We're going to talk about the AME church. You mean that church that helped with the Underground Railroad? You mean those churches who was holding the guns for the black people? You mean the church in Rhode Island in 1789 that made the first black school? Or you mean the black church that was in Manhattan that had the first school there? Oh, you mean those people in the black church? You mean to shut up and get educated, nigga. Shut up and get educated.
Dumb fucker, ask you if the people or the church. So if you're telling me the people, I expect the people to do something. For the damn church, I ask you a very specific question and you start already with your emotional answer. So dumb fuck, answer the question I asked you, which part of the church? Because I understand people do it.
Cedric, you gotta let him talk.
You gotta move it down so that people can learn, bro. First off, since you want to know the verse is Psalm 86 when it says Egypt and Ethiopia shall stretch forth their hand before God. That is the origin of black nationalism and pan-Africanism. You have something called classical black nationalism, which was ruled by the deity, meaning the black people wanted to have a state by themselves representing that Pacific God. All of those people, whenever they come in, whenever they at church, they are Jesus believers. Your first Black Panthers that come out of the church is called your New York Vigilance Committee. These are the people who was running down up on slave ships, such as David Ruggles, with that talking that Bible shit, telling the white man that you lying about the Bible. We ain't no fucking curse of Ham, nigga. If you want to say that Africa, Egypt is the founders of civilization, those niggas. Those are the people. Those are the people who started the Back to Africa movement. Those are the people who started the Negro Color Conventions, which starts from 1803 to 1899, which has every political organization or philosophy that we made. Nigga, you don't know history. You're just like your leader. You're fucking pseudo. You're caught up into this doctrine shit from fucking side matter. You don't know what these people did, and you just want to talk about doctrine. You niggas make me sick, which is why I don't come online talking to you niggas no more. Now bring that fucking sidekick up here, nigga.
I'd make you sick. That's too bad. But again, all you presented me was a bunch of nonsense and emotional rhetoric because you're too simple to think beyond the fucking Bible. All right? These people, their own efforts and not the fucking doctrine, not a book, because that has no power over people. So if you so simple that you don't understand the bigger picture that I'm painting, that's on you, nigga, because your simple mind can't understand a conversation that's beyond your small little mind and scope. Go in the gym and pump your muscles, but they ain't gonna make your brain bigger, dumbass.
I know. So Nat Turner was using the Bible in his verses. In West Africa, you got Kimpavita, who started her own movement called the Antonio Movement, talking about she got revelation. Nigga, you don't know Black American history. Go back to go talk that scientific lyrical bullshit. This ain't your lane,
Yeah,
nigga.
that's your
This
problem.
ain't your lane,
Scientifically illiterate. Because I'm
bullshit,
having a
nigga. This ain't your
conversation
lane.
beyond
You
your
don't know this
comprehension.
shit. I'm
I'm telling
embarrassing
my
you up
people
here.
it's the
I'm
force and
embarrassing you,
energy
nigga.
that the people do, that the people engage in, not no dumbass doctrine. The doctrine ain't did shit for them. It's their own energy, their own force. That's what did it. No stupid ass doctrine what had nothing to do with them. And if you so simple to stay there, right, my brother, then stay there. My reality is bigger than your simple mind view. You think because you can quote these things and the church and this makes it any more relevant to the argument? I do not have these emotional based arguments because I reason beyond that bullshit. But you are a classic Christian, so you can find every reason to defend the black church. I don't need to. I defend black people. I brought their strength. I don't give it to a third party, nigga.
Yeah, shout out to the answers, to the black church who created the free black community. This guy can talk all he want. Shout out to the black Hebrew Israelites, the founder of William Soundies Crowdy, who brought black nationalism to the black community, who brought
No doubt.
businesses to the community, who brought science to the community, who brought a technical institute to the community. Shout out to the Moorish Science Temple of America, who created orphanages for people who are not part of their organization. And we could go down the line. You don't know what these people did with that doctrine, you idiot. You sound stupid. You niggas is
They
outdated,
didn't
son.
do nothing with the doctrine, idiot.
I'm done, man.
Time out. All right. Let's stop for 1 minute, take a step back. I don't think, Cedric, I don't think you disagree with what the Christian church as an organization have done. And I know you're not saying that. Your problem is you're saying that because they have the label Christian over them, you're looking at it from a doctrinal perspective. It's not that they have a doctrinal, but at the end of the day, they were Christians and they believe that, but they did all this stuff. And we got to add.
Yes, the two is separate. Their belief had nothing to do with their situation and their necessity to get out of it. They have that. That's like saying Carver was talking to the fucking peanuts and not recognizing he had a fucking PhD. This is the argument we gonna make because I'm a scientifically literate black man who want my people out of this nonsense. So argue that shit all day, but I don't have that emotional connection to the nonsense. So I'm never gonna argue from it. I'm always gonna argue from people's own strength. Because at the end of the day, it's you have to get your ass up and do it. And no belief in no supernatural shit does anything.
Yeah, but
and if you continue to promote that fuck me in 2024, then you're the jackass.
But you gotta give props to the church because they're the ones that did it, bro. They still were a church. They still were members.
Shout out to the black church who put the money up for our first doctor and pharmacist in America, James McCune Smith, with that church money. Shout out to my niggas. You don't got no rebuttal for nothing I'm saying because you don't know black people history.
You're almost stupid, yo.
Hey,
I'ma hurt you.
You're
That's
funny,
why you don't debate these niggas. That's why
you gonna continue to make the same emotional argument and not address anything I say because what I'm saying is above your intellectual capacity.
Let's take
You
some bets
keep
now.
saying,
Everybody in the
I
chat.
keep asking you, how did the book or how did the doctrine do it? I'm telling you, the people themselves with their own energy and their ingenuity is what did
I
it.
want you to debate
Still
Elder Yara
2024 giving the power to something outside of the people themselves.
No power to no God,
That's it.
son. I'm never doing that. And they didn't do that. What are you talking about? They didn't do that. They was a part of that. They took the principles of that and they put it into activation. They wasn't waiting for no God to save them, nigga. What are you talking about? You sound stupid. I got $100 that Elder Yara will kick your ass on this debate.
How the fuck I sound stupid when now you regurgitating what I've been stating from the jump? You now regurgitating what I've been saying.
Are you ready to step in the ring with a Hebrew Israelite, or you just want to do commentary? Which one is it?
Now
are you a commentator? Are you the great conscious community commentator?
You are so full of shit.
Nigga.
Now you regurgitating what I've been standing on? Rob, get the fuck out of here.
Bro.
You're a cunt.
I know.
All right, everybody stop. Everybody stop.
I want Elder Yara versus Cedric.
All right, hold on, guys. Hey, Yara, you saying that the Aztecs, the origins of the Aztecs oral traditions, they have Hebrew Israelite murmurings in them because they're Israelites? Is that what you're saying?
Not because they're Israelites. I think that's the flawed argument, but I would say that we do see residue of particular stories that we see coming out of the ancient Near East and the Levant among the Aztecs, more so than we see any other
any other connected cultures. I mean, there's really no argument, to the fact that whether or not, the Spaniards or conquistadors and the conquerors came over and they had political influence and forced influence over specific narratives to subjugate the people after conquering them. But I think that we can show, because I've done some extensive work and reading that that I can show with Ivan Van Sertima. Some of it, we consider it to be pseudo today, but some of the things we see that are coming out that he was sort of correct on. We do, so we do see some of these things that are, like I said, that are residue in this particular culture, spanning from 1300, AD to 1500, circa 1500 AD. So in that span period, when we're talking about colonialism, we can go back to the burgeoning beginnings of the Aztecs, pre-colonial times. I usually start pre-colonial times at around the late, early to mid 1500s. I don't have to argue with that, or early 1500s. So, but like I said, around 1300s, we see that they have oral traditions that are there from almost the beginning of the founding of their civilization. These motifs that do reflect what we see in the biblical narrative, right? So that's sort of my position.
Yara, this is what I want to ask you to do, right? I don't know if you're home, you're on the road with your family on a Sunday. Yeah. All right. Can you give me a source that says they have information from the 1300s on the Aztecs? That's all.
Yeah, let me.
You said because James Adair has a lot to do with the Aztecs, right? And he does talk about the Aztecs, and one of the things that I noticed is that would you agree that the Aztecs were cannibals? Would you agree to that?
Yes, I do agree with that. Yes, yes, they were.
All right. So now, so we know. All right. Okay. All right. So now, before the Spanish come, I'm not worried about what the Spanish says, because you said the oral tradition. How are you getting this oral tradition, by the way? Because that's very important, because you're saying the oral tradition and you specific to when you said it. Because I think you're being slick, but I'm gonna keep you at a level.
Thank you, Dalton.
I'm saying to you that you don't have no oral traditions between the 13 and the 1500s saying that. That's what I'm saying. I'm willing to put $100 up right now. You're willing to put up $100 right now, and I've said that you have no oral traditions from between the 1300s and the 1500s. No. Between the 13th century. Are you saying the 1300s and the 1500s, or the 13th century and the 15th century?
Between the,
because in the 1500s you have Diego Duran, who is writing in the 1580s and putting a biblical twist on the Native American stories. There's records of that, so I understand that part. But if you're saying the 13th to the 15th century, that means you're talking from the 1200s to the 1400s.
Yeah, from the 1200s to the 1400s, I'll say that they do have a oral tradition. But I will admit that the artifacts that I'm referring to comes much later.
All right. So do you want to cancel that statement?
No, because I think this proves
that the oral traditions. Give me a source on the oral traditions. And bear in mind, family, if he has records of the 12th to the 14th century, or 1200 to the 1400s, right, before colonialism, right? And although colonialism came 1492 and whatever, but I'm gonna say 1400s. I'm gonna say before the colonialists came here, right? You're gonna have to show it in. How are you gonna show that in a source? Because it would also have to be the colonialists who are translating the source, which is my point from the jump. So how are you knowing that between the 12? Don't put yourself in that box, bro. You could time me out. Say, Garfield, time out. Let me gather my thoughts. Let me talk about something else, and we come back to this later. Because what you're saying, it's not adding up. The math ain't mathing.
Well, again, as I said, the artifacts that we do have that have been found come much later than the time period from the foundations of, the Aztec Empire to, sort of towards the end of it, which I date to the around of the Spanish conquest and them being subjugated during that time around the 1500s. So, but to say that they didn't have an oral tradition would be ludicrous. But we do know the artifacts that we do have been dated much later than that 1300, 1400, 1500 CE time period. So the artifacts that we do have are about actually the artifacts that we do have some come earlier than that, but they are debated. They are under debate, the artifacts that we do have. And I'm prepared to show that. Like I said, I've done the work. So I am prepared to show that and talk about it. It's not difficult.
So first, every culture has an oral tradition prior to the advent of script. The question here is the assumption that Hebrew or Israelite motif and text are present within this culture. Now that is the evidence we need. And if there's an oral tradition, that oral tradition needs to be told. And how do we collect that evidence again prior to colonialism?
Like I said, there are some artifacts that date prior to and some date much later. So some that date earlier and some date much later. But we can see, like I said, I can show my screen. I'm prepared to do that, to show sources. And I'm not.
I'm willing to go down the rabbit hole. Let's go.
Well, what you call a rabbit hole, I just say it's knowledge you're not aware of. So until you actually look at the sources that I have to present, you should hold that statement, because then you're just rambling.
I am in the lack of knowledge, so I'm going down the rabbit hole. It's a quest for this.
Well, we'll see. That's a person that really can't learn new information.
Hey, you want to share your screen, bro?
Yeah, I can share my screen if you don't mind. Like I say, nobody's all right, nobody's all wrong. So, I've come to understand that. But like I say, we can discuss it for the sake of.
See, my thing is,
scholarship.
You have the A side and the B side, right? And I think you come from an A side perspective that the biblical text is an A side to you. I'm coming from a side that the Israelite society is the B, C, D, E, F, G side. And what I'm saying is I don't have the mindset that's a culture is a part of an Israelite culture. I don't have that mindset. That's the whole Hamitic hypothesis, and these people that in this culture doing this.
Why you agree with that?
Why you have Christopher Ehret saying that henotheism and monotheism was brought there from Northwest Africans, the Mushabians, before the Natufians that came into the Levant and brought this information. And as a matter of fact, 50% of West Eurasians may possibly have West and East African DNA. So we have people who are females who are migrating to the Levant from a long time ago. So, who knows how information is being passed on to bring to us. All right. That's from an African-centered perspective. All right. But anyway, go ahead, brother. Let me see what you got. Cedric, the floor is yours, and Yara.
Yeah.
So
I do lean more. Yeah, I'm trying to make it a little bit bigger. But I do lean more towards sort of in the middle of that, because I do agree with you, Garfield, to a degree. Now, just let me go back just a little bit, right? Just to sort of in the work that I have done. I won't even go into the Mesoamerican pyramids. I think that's a different conversation that doesn't really connect as much as to what we're saying today. But if you look at works like, and I consider this somewhat pseudoscientific, but it's good for argument here when you talk about the works of Muada Ashby in 2008, when he talks about the Kemetic tree of life and ancient Egyptian metaphysics and cosmology for higher consciousness. He also talks about this to a degree. and he goes into different things. But here, right, they talk about the Phoenicians from 1500 to 300 BCE, right? There's still arguments. Phoenician colony traditionally founded in 814 BCE that may possibly have ventured beyond the Straits of Gibraltar as far as Britain in search of tin. However, much of our knowledge about the Phoenicians during the Iron Age, circa 1200 to 500 BCE, and later on the depending on the Bible, Assyrian records, and Greek and Latin authors, for example, according to the Greek historian Herodotus, Phoenician sailors at the request of Pharaoh Necho II, circa 610 to 595 BCE, circumnavigated Africa. And we could see some of the artifacts or rendered from that time. We know that these are Phoenicians. This is sort of their sort of a rendering of a tree of life here, but it does have both Egyptian, Kemetic, and Assyrian type motifs when you artwork when you talk about the tree of life here, right? Different things like that. So then you have the Olmec or the Zia, right? And this is, I think this is a very strong source, me in my opinion. They taught us the Azapa stele, number 5, right? And it's entitled The Tree of Life. So on the Pacific coast of South America, where the states of Chiapas, Mexico meets the border of modern Guatemala, once lay at the center of Zapian civilization, various researchers and historians claim that this area was inhabited as early as 1500 BCE and date remaining artifacts somewhere between 650 BCE and 200 CE. However, of those objects upon which scholarship focuses on, no work may be as debated or as significant that one thrust into the spotlight in 1941 by archaeologist Matthew W. Sterling on Stela 5, right? And this is a picture of it. You can see here, I think I got a bigger one on the next slide here. No, actually, no. But if you can look up the Azapa Stele, number 5, and read the research on that, is discovered in 1941. We can talk about that. It lends some credibility to the argument. I'm not speaking in absolutes here, but it lends credibility to the argument.
This is the Olmec, though. We're talking about the Aztecs, bro.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Yeah. Yeah.
Aztecs.
Yeah. We talk about the Aztecs, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there because what we have to, a lot of what we talk about with the Aztecs, those people came from somewhere, right? They came from somewhere. So a lot of the motifs that we see in the Aztec traditions, we still see heavily in those Aztecs and even the Mayan cultures. It's there, some of the exact same motifs. So we know that these people had to have a connection somewhere because they talk about it in the same ways that we see as we read in the Torah, right? When they talk about the first tree or the Chieba tree, right? The Chieba tree, the sacred tree of life of the Mayan people. Let me go down. I'm just showing like we can't just dismiss these things as just simply not being connected in various ways. Like we can look at the Madrid Codex, pages 75 and 76, and the Dresden Codex, page 3a, right? They talk about a sort of tree of life, and they sort of show these things, this tree in the center of a garden and surrounded by angels and different things like that. So I'm just going through this a little bit, right? The Selden Codex is another one, the Tree of Life, circa 1556 CE, right? Which is also they call it Mixtec in origin, right? This is from the heavily prevalent in the Mayan culture, right? So these are actually things that we know that were dated during these particular periods of time. So like we see these things, and here, this is what did we saw here? There's a commentary done by Alfonso Queso in 1964. They makes the connections. Herbert Spendan, right? He talks about the treatise of the on the 6 monkey story, right? That goes from pages 6 through 8, has very similar connections to what we read in the Torah, right? When it comes to that. Let's get it here. I did a lot of work on the Codex Selden. Let me get it here. Let's get to it here. We start talking about the Aztecs here. All right. I may have shot past it. Hold on one second. I mean, you feel free to interrupt me. I don't want to just take up your time with dead space, but I want to.
No, I just want to see what you're saying regarding the Aztecs and so forth. That's all I wanted to touch on.
Yeah. Let me get it here a little bit. I may have shot past it, and I don't want to do that.
Sabia, what's up? You want to jump in the meantime? Anything you want to add on, bro?
I just want to see where he's going with this.
Yeah, me too.
Let me get into it here. I haven't gone into this so long. Hold on one second.
Yeah, Sat 12, I do agree. Brother Goffey, people in different parts of the world can come up with a similar ideas, but with no actual knowledge of each other. I believe that every single day. And what it has to do, it has a lot to do with colonialism and white folks. And again, people not knowing where other people on the planet come from. It has to do with monogenesis and polygenesis. If you hold a polygenesis mindset, then you're like, people came from all over. Like now, when they talk about civilizations, where it come from, they said civilization started at 6 different areas of the world at different time period without influence from each other. So you had China had their own civilization, had nothing to do with Egypt or Mesopotamia. Indus Valley also, nothing to do with Egypt or Mesopotamia. Then you have Egypt. Then you have South America, and then you have some parts in North America. So you have 6 different areas where civilization started, according to science today.
Oh, which is natural.
And by the way, too,
people were migrating. People were migrating prior to the advent of civilization, which we know developed somewhere in Mesopotamia and in ancient Egypt, right? Civilization as we quantify civilization today. And migration were happening prior to that. So these people that migrated out have no direct or indirect connection to the civilizations which developed in the early Levant and Northeast Africa. So these things developed independently. And you have to take into account geography and proximity when you're trying to equate two cultures. So right then and there, archaeology would first ask these questions before you start to make these equivocations. So,
okay.
Well, I think that actually kind of goes against your argument if you're saying these people migrated. They migrated from similar sources or who lived in close proximity to one another. So to say that they're independent or they develop independently, you can't really make that argument.
Again, you
have to add too much of what.
When I talk about migration, you need to take into account this is over 70,000-80,000 years happening. Right, these people leave out of Africa, and you have different groups splitting off. And this migratory process also contains evolutionary process as people go into specific ecological niches or experience bottlenecking. Right, again, so there's a whole context in which a simple statement like migration is made, and you would need to understand archaeology and evolution to take these things into account. When we're talking about the migration to South America, we're talking about the people that reached there 12,000 years ago, right? Between 17 and 12,000 years ago, and there were 2 migratory tracks. At this point in time, we're not talking about a civilization in the Levant or Northeast Africa. We're talking about hunter-gatherer groups. So these people are developing their civilizations independently. They're creating their origin stories independently of each other.
Well, I don't think you can really make that leap simply because you're adding evolution into the conversation. evolution does not have to play a part in the conversation when you're talking about people who were once a part of, possibly once part of the same culture or in close proximity to similar cultures or different things like that. No matter how many thousands of years you date back migrational patterns, that does not give you an argument to dismiss whether or not those oral traditions, which I believe that are stronger and carry over and can extend over any migrational patterns or how far people travel, or even if you
Time out. I'm not going to argue with you about oral traditions and how long they could go at thousands of years. I don't believe that. I think that's crazy. But I see you have some slides up though. Let's deal with these slides you got up about making Ivan Van Sertima right, because he actually testified in front of Congress and lied. So I want to see what you're saying about Van Sertima, because since you ain't gonna reach to your Aztecs part yet, so you don't have that queued up. Let's deal with Van Sertima. So you want to justify that these people, these Olmecs, are from Africa? Is that what your whole argument is? Yara,
well,
you say
what I would like to say is that I'm not saying that the Olmecs are ultimately from Africa, but I do believe that they were a migratory people. I do believe that at some point they were seafarers, and then and because of that, we see them in South America. I don't think that's that's a far shot.
Why do they have to be any of that? Well, why though? Why would they have to be that?
Well, I think the burgeoning, what you would call the Jamaican civilization, was part of the Olmecs, came out of the Olmecs.
Wow,
I believe that.
Oh, wow,
Yeah, absolutely.
You believe a lot. You believe a lot.
I mean that's opinion. Nobody's really disproved that, but we're just having
bro, you're saying the Olmecs and the Jamaicans are connected now?
Yeah. I can say that, yeah.
You would have to prove it.
How?
That's an arbitrary assertion.
Well, what are you talking about, man? So when we're talking about the Z tribe, right? We're talking about the Z, right? There is evidence of connection of the Z being connected to the people of Jamaica. The original
Z tribe. What is that?
XIZ. They refer to the Z, which we know that the Olmecs originally called themselves. They didn't call themselves Olmecs. They called themselves as the people of the Z, or the Z.
Hold on. Hold on. Stop for 1 second. When do you date the Olmecs? To what time period?
What do I date the Olmecs to? What time period? I date them at least from what I could see, roughly around here. Let me not guess. Let me give you my information right here. Right? Let me not guess, because it's been so long since I looked at this information.
Why don't you just Google it? Just Google the Olmecs. Just Google Olmecs and see what pops up.
Hold on 1 second. All right.
So there is no way we're going to talk about migration, anthropology, archaeology without taking evolution and its effect on migrating people into account. There is no way that we are going to engage in these conversations in 2024 without having a foundation of genetics also in play. Right now, if we would actually take the linguistics component and add it into the equation, then we're going to be even further away from any sort of continuation or connection between people groups. As these people groups evolve within their own spaces, the connection and the disconnect becomes even greater. So there is no continuity that we can talk about. What we can talk about is humans humaning. So you would see similar cultural attributes depending on the environment that people groups are in, the type of agriculture, the type of resources that they use to produce sustain their society, is going to have a foundation in how their culture and their religions developed. So these are the similarities that we are going to encounter. And it's not based on proximity, it's based on other environmental factors, again, rooted in human development, which is foundational when we are talking about evolution. Every aspect of human beings that we're going to discuss, especially looking back, we cannot separate evolution from it. Evolution gives us chronology, evolution gives us the linguistic component, evolution gives us the genetic varieties that we're talking about. And we're talking about distinct, completely genetically distinct groups of people, right? We all understand the out of African migration. However, we understand that over thousands, tens of thousands of years, that again, bottlenecking and just sexual selection and ecological and environmental pressures are going to produce different groups of people, different population groups. This is just a fundamental understanding. And if you lack that, then this conversation is going to be inherent. That's simply the reality. That's where you're going to get these conjecture and these hypotheses based on lookership and not fundamentally understanding human evolution.
Man, that's a whole lot of nothing you just said. Like, we know when people migrate, when they come from certain particular areas, for instance, people in colder climates have thinner noses and thinner lips. People in hotter climates have thicker lips and wider noses. We understand those type of small evolutionary adaptations to their environment. But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. And I don't know why you're trying to mix that into this conversation. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. What you said is a whole lot of mishmash and gish gallop. It means absolutely nothing to the conversation about who these people are connected to genetically, because you still have some of the same genetic traits, and you can still adapt to certain different environments. So, like, I don't know why you're trying to make that as if you're making a point here. As I said before,
I understand that piece of information and what I just said would go over your head. For example,
it didn't go over my head. You said exactly what I just said. That's all you're talking about. How people adapt to different environments based on migration patterns. They look from one climate to a different climate. That's all you're talking about. Why do you think that went over my head?
No, that's not all.
Before we go
that
any
is
further,
absolutely not all what I'm talking about.
All right.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
No.
Hold on. I just wanted to get 2 points.
So the Olmecs were around.
When do you date the Olmecs?
Around 1200 BCE to about 400 BCE.
All right. So you have writings from the Olmecs that call themselves the Z people? Because you know who this sounds like? It sounds like my guy that used to be back in the days. I used to talk about the Z people and that he's from the Z people and whatever. So go ahead, man. Break it down, my brother. Go ahead.
Well, hold on 1 second. Let me try to find something for you, man. I want to search my my thing real quick, because they do talk about this a lot. And so you haven't, and I'm really kind of amazed, like you as having Jamaican roots, that you haven't heard of that before.
No, I heard it before from some pseudo guys that I know. I don't know why.
You have heard it before.
I've heard it before, but it's on some pseudo guys.
Oh, you have heard it before. Okay, you have heard it before. Okay.
These videos on TikTok and all that stuff. So I've heard it before. But I mean, are they saying the Z people is the root to the Tainos? Oh, you know what? I saw that recently where a guy talked about how the Jamaicans come from the Olmecs. I did see that recently.
Yeah, that's and I haven't seen that recently, but I've seen that before. Probably you've seen it and
why would they draw that connection? Why Jamaica? Why where I come from? Why couldn't it be Cuba? Why it gotta be Jamaica, yo? Why the pseudos always come to African Americans and Jamaicans? They don't go to nobody.
Hey, I don't see. Hey, listen, I don't see much cultural significance when you talk about Jamaica myself, but that's the connection that they make. I figure if you want to really make strong arguments, you can make.
How is that connection made though? I don't get
places
it.
Like you said. Yeah, they're talking about migrations of people.
Okay.
Yeah, they're talking about different migrations of people. I know I have it here. I'll tell you what, Garfield. I need because I hate beleaguering the time. If you allow me some space to come back, let me see if I can find this.
Yeah, every
Allow me
Sunday.
some
I'm on
space to.
every Sunday. You can bring it back next Sunday. No
Yeah, if
problem.
you allow me some space to come back next Sunday, I'll reread through here and I'll bring you that information because right off the top of my head, it escapes me because I've had
Listen,
this
man. If the
argument.
Olmecs got a connection to Jamaica, listen, man. That's more ammunition for me as a Jamaican. So I wanted to.
That's you know, I had this debate years ago.
Hold on, my brother just told me to check the DNA part of the Olmec article. Let me see the Olmec article, the DNA, and see what they say. Oh, the DNA proves that they're Native Americans. I already know that. I read that part already with the DNA. This pioneer study of the mitochondria resulting in both cases in unequivocal presence of the distinctive mutations of the haplogroup A maternal lineage. They share the most abundant of the 5 mitochondrial haplogroups, characteristics of the indigenous population of America. Yeah, we already figured that. We know the Olmecs are from here. I'm not even arguing that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not arguing that. If you want to argue that they're from somewhere else, I would love to see that information. But their genetics, even for the Native Americans, claiming a Hebrew connection, show me some genetic connection to people who are average, the average person who is a part of a Jewish or an Israelite community. So if you say, for example, E1B, if you say E1B1A or whatever, we know we have the genetics information. I could put it on the screen right now. It don't match up. The only time they get R is because the Europeans mixing with them, they get the R from Europe. But otherwise, they got C and they got Q. The Q that they have is the one that's branched off that went through Asia thousands of years ago. They ain't got nothing to do with the Levant, bro. They ain't got nothing.
Yeah, when we said,
Brother Yara, when I said we're talking about evolution, you claimed no, and then reference genetics in the second sentence. How you do that?
What?
You
said what? You said what?
You said this has nothing to do with evolution, and then talk about genetics in the second sentence. So now let's talk about genetics. How does the genetics of either the West Central
I didn't talk about anything about genetics. I'm saying I understand your argument.
Hey, true story. True story. And don't be mad because Jamaicans is Olmecs. Don't be mad. Be happy.
Yeah, and I'm never espousing that they're Israelites. I don't make that argument. I think that's a wish list for a lot of people. They want to make everybody in history Israelites. But when you say Hebrew, I get a little bit more technical with that because to me, when you talk about Hebrew, that's a wide, broader range of different groups of people.
That's what James Adair says. That's what James Adair says. He don't say they're the lost tribes. He said
that's
a lie that the one with people tell. They said that they're lost tribes or whatever. He never says that. He said that they're Hebrews. He never said that they're the lost tribes of Israel.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Columbus. I need to do that debate, man, because Columbus claims that the rabbinical Jews in Europe are the lost tribes of Israel. That's what he says in that book. You know that book that they use, this book right here. I'm gonna show you this book on the screen real quick. This book that they use right here. Hold on, let me find it real quick. They said this book. Hold on. Where is it at? Come on. Yeah, this book here is what they use to say that Columbus is what the hell is this book at?
Yeah. See, I have a bit of a different take on the 12 tribes of Israel, right? So like I have a breakdown when I talk about the 12 tribes uncharted, right? So like if you go back into some Kemetic recordings and histories, they talk about the tribe of Asherah or the Ashurites and the Asherites. And I do see them as a separate group of people who joined themselves to sort of an amalgamation or a group of people that later became known as this particular confederacy that we later become to know as the 12 tribes of Israel. But we see these Asherites being talked about well before that. We see the Horites being talked about well before that, well before these Israelites come down and these confederacies, and I believe they become part of this confederacy that later became to be known as the 12 tribes of Israel. But these people were traveling and migrating well before you had the quote unquote 12 tribes of Israel, or you have the biblical narrative of the 12 tribes of Israel. We have these people being recorded in history is dealing with in these particular lands and different things like that. So I think that because you have, for example, you have the Shasu, right, of Yahweh land, right? We know that when they talk about Yahweh land, they weren't talking about a Mesopotamian deity. They're talking about a completely different God, because this Yahweh of Yahweh land was not a part of any pantheon. So where does that monotheistic idea come in when we talk about these Shasu, right? We know that these were Bedouins or people that are different things like that, but they come away into various different lands. And then we see these same stories that these people carry popped up independently from the biblical narratives and different things like that. So
let me ask you one question. Through all that you said, was Abraham in the Congo?
No. No,
hey,
absolutely not.
Before we do anything else, all right. We Elder Yara, let me ask you this, right? Do you think the Native Americans are Israelites? Are Hebrews?
No. I think they could be Hebrews, but not Israelites.
You think they could be Hebrews, but not Israelites? All right.
Yes.
Because of course, all right. So what would prove that they are Hebrews?
What would prove that they are Hebrews? Things in their that we see in their culture. If we talk about DNA, I don't follow the Hermetic hypothesis. I think that Africa is the origin of all civilization, right? So I sort of follow the out of Africa theory. I know the arguments against that as well, but I sort of do follow that. So I don't think that these people are there are different civilizations that popped up at different periods of times, like flowers or plants or weeds growing up in different parts of the world. I think these people came from a solid group of people that migrated out and traveled across the world. So when I say Hebrew, I believe they came from that region.
Let me ask you a plain question, because you're African American, I'm Jamaican, and we both probably have family that descend from the slave trade, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that, because me and Orthodox more about to do a debate on the whole thing about the whole coming off the slave ship and all that stuff, right? Do you think that what route would you be comfortable with discussing with me as far as Israelites or Hebrews coming towards Africa? Which route is a good route for you? Is the Sephardic route a good route? Is the I don't know if you hold to Second Esdras, or the 70 AD route, a gradual migration? Which route do you hold to as far as African Americans in West Africa?
Yeah, well, number one, I don't hold to the Second Esdras at all, right?
Okay.
I think that's hogwash. But I will say a more 70 AD is a more logical, for me, is a more logical tracing, right? If you're talking about
don't expand. All right, so let's have a conversation about that for a second. Hold on. Anybody else want to jump on? Because we're gonna cut off in probably like I do have time, but probably another 28, 30 minutes, or probably 10 minutes, 15 minutes. All right, so with 70 AD, right? What is your migration route for the Jews after, and I'm using Jews loosely, for the people that lived in that region? Because 70 AD don't have to include migration, don't have to include, are you only including the people that lived in Jerusalem, or are you including the Jews that lived outside of Jerusalem?
I'm including Jews that lived outside of Jerusalem.
Inside
because
Jerusalem.
I think, outside of Jerusalem, because
let's explain to me the migration, and we're gonna have a chronological conversation, right? And anybody, Cedric or Sabio, y'all could interject whenever y'all want. So let's say 70 AD. Paul writings is there. Mark is written 70 AD. The war is from 66 to, I think, 73 AD. Luke, John, Matthew is written after that, right? We have Paul's writing circulating. There's no one group that has all the writings that say, hey, we believe this and all of that stuff. It's just, they just scattered around. So explain to me this migration process around in the first century. What happened in the first century?
I think that based on, because I do believe Christ was a historical figure. So I do believe that in his, I say that in his prophecy or in his warning, in the that you see probably that's probably retold around 70 and 90 AD, right, in the book of Matthews, when that probably was recorded. But you see that in his in what they tell you is that he sort of warns these Israelites, or quote unquote followers of the way, or these Christians, right, and some those that believe that when you see certain instances coming, or you see basically the Romans began to encroach upon Jerusalem, to flee, or they call it the flight to Pella. And I believe that flight to Pella, Josephus refers to it, and I think he puts it at a very high number of people who migrated before, who left out. I would just say left out, not migrated out, but left out of the Jerusalem and outside of that, that fled into Pella. And when they went into Pella, I believe a majority of the followers of Israelites began to scatter from that point. And yeah.
Explain to the audience carefully for me, like what time period. And by the way, we're talking about a war when the Romans, this is a real war in history. This is not a fake war made up. This is a real war in history. It's called we call it today the Roman Jewish War.
The Roman Jewish War, right.
66 to 73.
Yeah.
So now when you went to Pella, we have a source that talks about them going to Pella. What source do you have? And by the way, can you tell the people where Pella is before we go forward? Where's Pella?
Pella is in Transjordan area.
You want me to put it on
it's
the
like
screen?
in the Trans. You put it on the screen, you said?
Yeah, I said, let me put it on the screen for everybody. So
It's like the Transjordan, what they call the Transjordan region up in there. So these people are still in the Levant area. But what happens is that you don't see the Romans.
So it's not Africa.
No, it's not Africa. No,
Okay,
it's not Africa.
Cool.
It's not Africa. But I do
believe. I know because I'm well aware of Pella due to my studying of the Ottoman Empire. So a lot of this, you don't know a lot about a lot of things that you're conflating, but it's cool. Go ahead, keep making up your story. It sounds good.
Just chill out.
Well,
chill
actually,
out.
I mean, he can say that.
Back off, Yara, man. Chill out. We got this. All right. So this is a map of Israel, and Pella is right here, as everybody could see. It's right here. So let me make it a little bit bigger. Pella is right beside Samaria. All right, it's right here. This is where the people have said to have run. So they basically was in Jerusalem, and a number of them went to Pella. All right, not that the numbers. What numbers do you think went to Pella? Because I mean, it's documented. So what numbers do you believe went to Pella?
I believe up to after a period of time. I think once the word began to spread that this would be, I believe up to maybe close to 600,000.
600,000. All right. So you think 600,000 people left from Jerusalem and went to Pella. All right.
Yes,
now bear in mind now on what's important here. I want everybody to see this because this is very important now. I'm going to bring up another image, which is hold on one second. Roman Empire.
And the area is called the region.
Hold on one second. What you say, my brother?
Can you also illustrate the domain of the Roman Empire?
That's what I'm about to bring on. That's exactly what I'm about to bring on the screen. Wow, great minds think alike. Wow. All right, so this is me put this on the screen right here. Roman Empire. And put, let me get this map here. I actually have it on my, you know what? No, let me show it right here. This is when, this is 69 AD. Let me see, 69, 73. All right, I'm going to show the 117 AD just to be conservative. 193, year of the 5 emperors. Let me see, 235. Let me go back up a little bit. Great minds think alike, boy. Good job, good job, good job, good job. Hold on, let me get another image. Roman image. Let me get one more. Hold on. Why this is important? Because then we can look at where they ruled. If we know where Pella is, we have an idea of where they ruled. So it gives us the opportunity to look at the different maps and different areas and say, hey, you know what? This is what it looks like or whatever. Hold on 1 second. And this is actually the perfect map to show. Let me see. Hold on. What is this? 43 AD, 68 AD, 69 AD, 73. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Somebody's trying to come on the panel. Oh, Savior's trying to come back up. All right. So the reason why we're doing this and we're walking it slowly, shout out to my brother Yara too for being patient, is because the reason why we're doing this, family, is because if Pella right here, where is the Roman Empire and where do they rule at this time? Because that's important, because you're talking about going up to Damascus, Syria. You're talking about going towards, well, you're not going towards Egypt. You're going from Egypt at this point, because you're coming from the Mount Sinai region is far. You're going from that region. Dead Sea, Gerasa, Rephaim, Philadelphia, all these areas. So who's in control of these areas is very important. All right. And this is, let me see, we have a Omni, we have a biblical atlas. Let me see what about Roman Empire. I'm trying to find a good map to look at. All right, so here we go. This is all right, so here we go. Let me make this bigger so everybody could see this. All right, here we go. All right, stop hearing. All right. So this is the Roman Empire at 117, but it's pretty much what it was after the 70 AD war. All right. All right. A little bit popped down because of the beat up that they got. Let me see what my master teacher says. Question for LAR: is there any place in Deuteronomy where Egypt refers to the country in Africa rather than being? Nah, we're not going to do that. That's going to change the conversation. All right. So this is pretty much this is from a BibleStudy.org. I want to use a balanced approach because this is more of a favorable, more what they're talking about from a biblical perspective, how the map should look. So this is what's going on right here. So where we're talking about is over here to the right, where it says Syria, Palestine, and these areas. So the area where they actually went to was actually controlled by Rome. Would you agree to that, my brother?
Yeah, it was under Roman. It was under Roman control. It was a province of Rome, but not really heavily occupied by Roman guards. Because just to answer your question, yes. First of all, yes, it is. It is under Roman control, but not to the degree where it is heavily controlled by Roman armies, because we see a lot of traveling, a lot of between people back and forth through those lands. that was really unhindered and unhindered for a particular period of time. And I have sources that I've used to sort of show this going back and forth, right? What a lot of what the historians say are actually happening during the flight of Pella. That's why I always start. That's why I always use that. I start there with Pella.
All right. So from Pella, like what time period did they move from Pella? And then what sources are you using to say they migrated from Pella? Hold on. Before you answer that question, one of you guys have something to say? Because I gotta move from the computer real quick. I'll be right back.
No, that's exactly the point I am trying to understand. Their migratory path out of Africa, out of the Levant, and subsequently to West and Central Africa. That is a migratory path we want to see explained, and of course the chronology. Gabriel?
Nah, I'm just trying to figure out when these people left out of Pella, how did they become Africans?
It's not that when they left out of Pella became Africans. I mean, I don't know what argument about Africa you're attempting to try to make.
I'm trying to figure out if we are the people of the book. The people of the book aren't African. So
nah, bro, we going a whole different pathway. We're not doing
that's not the argument that I make anyway.
I'm walking slowly with Yara, man, because I gotta get this, because I wrote about 70 AD in my book. I mean, the whole argument about the exiles and all that stuff, I know what it originated, I know what year and everything. So maybe
I know, Garfield, you're trying to slow walk him, I know.
All right, so let me ask you this now, Yara. What sources are you using to say that the people move from Pella to somewhere else? Because
the earliest source I think we have is Eusebius, right? And he does that about almost about 250 years. He writes about it later, but most scholars say that he got it from an earlier source of someone, Ariston of Pella. I think that's the guy's name, Ariston, A-R-S.
But saying that they're leaving Pella, or are they going to Pella? It says
they were going to one
of the cities. Yeah,
they were going to Pella. Yeah, that they were going to Pella, coming back into Jerusalem, and then going back into Pella. That's why I say, even though I agree with you, it was under Roman control. You clearly see them moving back and forth freely in between these two, between Pella and Jerusalem.
I agree, but my question to you is, when did they move to go to somewhere else as far as migrating or leaving the region? I'm not worried. Them going back and forth to Jerusalem, it was been a big fight even before Hadrian took over and just banned them totally after the Bar Kokhba revolt. I'm talking about as far as life going forward.
Yeah, I think between 66 and 70 AD, during the actually like really during the starting the persecution of Nero, all the way up until 70 AD before Tacitus comes in. I think they go back and they begin to flee into various parts of the Levant, and some travel down into Africa. So I do believe that, like, this is they're moving that way.
I know that you believe, but what is your source for that?
Yeah, like I said, I have a source for you. I can show you my source. You want to see what I'm reading from? That's what I was
I'm talking about.
Yeah, Eusebius. I think Eusebius talks about it. Ariston of Pella talks about it.
What are they talking about?
Pseudo Clementine talks about it. Eusebius.
Where are they talking about and migrating to other places and telling you where the places are?
Well, Ariston of Pella, right? So he's an Israelite convert to Christianity.
Right.
But he lived around he lived somewhere around the 2nd century. But Eusebius uses his work, and Ariston talks about that when Ariston talks about the Bar Kokhba revolt, he talks about them knowing which ways to go and which ways to escape. And so he talks about these different routes that they're able to take, first going back up into Pella, and then from Pella, they go back up into Northern Africa. And then you see up into Northern Africa, you see, then that's what they, they began to go.
Who writes that they went into Northern Africa? Who writes that?
Ariston. He talks about that. Ariston.
Yeah, let me get that. You could put that on the screen. Let me see that.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Because they talk about a lot of these different groups. Hold on, let me see. All right, let me share my screen real quick and show you sources that I'm reading from. I'll do that right there.
Off the screen. Let me put the arrow back on the screen.
Let me go down a little bit real easy. Let me bigger. Let me see if I can read that. You go back up to the top. So you can see right from right here, reading from the origin and significance of the flight to Pella tradition. Can you see it?
From Epiphanius, right?
Yeah, yes.
All right,
a lot of it is Epiphanius.
Go ahead and read it, my brother. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me get down to it here. This is the origin and significance.
Quote the source and where it's coming from so people who's rewatching could look it up.
All right, this is the origin and significance of the flight to Pella tradition by Craig Costa. This is, I think the source is 1989. But what he goes into, he says the church fathers Eusebius and Epiphanius said that before Jerusalem was destroyed in AD 70, Christians fled from the city to the town of Pella in Transjordan. Some scholars suggest that the pseudo-Clementine recognitions in Luke chapter 21, verses 20-22 implicitly refer to the same event. The tradition about the flight to Pella is an important piece in the puzzle of Christian origins and early expansion, but how should it be interpreted in a recent study? Let me go down here. I want to get to here because I'm sure you don't want me to read through all of this, but let me try to get down here to where.
I'm just trying to get a source that they left from Pella and went somewhere else.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me get down here. I think I want to get right up to right here. The Pella tradition, let me see. The Pella tradition includes three main elements: the miraculous escape of Christians from Jerusalem, the relocation to Pella, and the subsequent destruction of Jerusalem. Eusebius told the entire story in subordinate clauses to show how God delivered the righteous and destroyed the wicked, which is his main point. The narrative is patterned to some extent after the Bible account of the fall of Sodom, which follows the same basic outline. Eusebius explicitly compares the fall of Sodom to the fall of Jerusalem in his histories. Ecclesiastes 6:16 demonstrates the evidence 6:18-14. Despite the pronounced theological shaping of the material, Eusebius almost certainly did not contrive the story. He could have made his point simply by stating that Christians fled from Jerusalem before the city was destroyed. He did not need to mention the place of relocation. Most scholars believe Eusebius drew his information from a source. Some have suggested that the source was the 2nd century author Hegesippus. That's his name. That's what I was trying to remember. Hegesippus. But Ludman argues convincingly against this view and plausibly suggests Ariston of Pella. That's what I was referring to, a Jewish Christian who lived in the mid-2nd century. Eusebius used may have also relied on Ariston for information about the first Jewish revolt and the flight to Pella. If Ariston was Eusebius' source, then the tradition would date back to at least the 2nd century. Athanasius, a form of Pella tradition, appears again in the late 4th century in two works by Athanasius, who spent much of his life in Palestine near Elatropius until becoming Bishop of Cyprus, AD 367. His first reference to Pella tradition appears in the Panarion, 29. This heresy historians exist in Berea around Soil, Syria, and in the Decapolis around the area of Pella, and in Pashtianitis, and in so-called Kokabe. But the so-called Kokabe in Hebrew is so-called Kokabe in Hebrew. From there, it is originated after the migration from Jerusalem, after all the disciples had settled in Pella, because of Christ had told them to leave Jerusalem and to depart, since it was about to suffer siege, and for their reasons, after settling in Perea, they were living there. And as I said, the Nazarian heresy had its beginnings. A second reference to Pella flight occurs in Panarion 30 in the discussion of the Ebionites. The Ebionites originated after the capture of Jerusalem, for at the time, all who believed in Christ had settled predominantly in Perea, in a certain city called Pella of the Decapolis, of which it is written in the gospel that is near. Let me go out here because we're going to talk about the region of Betania and Bessanides at that time, after having migrated there, and while they were living there. From this place, Ebion's pretense began. The final reference to Pella appears in his later work, The Treatise of Weights and Measures. The context describes Aquila's visit to Jerusalem about AD 129 during Hadrian's reign. Because this text plays an important role in Lugerman's argument, it will be quoted at some length. Hadrian found the entire city devastated and the temple of God trampled down, except for a few houses in the church of God, which was small, where the disciples and different things like that. I'm trying to get down to where it talks about how they dispersed. So Aquila, while he was in Jerusalem, saw the disciples of the apostles flourishing in the faith and working great things, healings, and on the works. Had returned to the city of Pella to Jerusalem. They were teaching, for when the city was about to be seized by the Romans, all the disciples were forewarned by an angel to migrate from the city, since it was about to be completely destroyed. After they immigrated, they settled in Pella, the city previously mentioned across the Jordan, which is said to be of the Decapolis. But after Jerusalem was destroyed, they returned, as I said, and performed great miracles. Therefore, since Aquila was prodded in his mind, he believed in Christianity. Here we go. There's a lot of reading. The main elements of Epinetius' account are essentially the same as those of Eusebius: the miraculous escape from Jerusalem, the relocation to Pella, the subsequent destruction of Jerusalem, following the analysis of H. Law, as well as the accounts of Eusebius. The Epinetius include many identical or similar words. Therefore, he concludes that Epinetius based all his Pella text on Eusebius. Nevertheless, Epinetius' vocabulary actually refers specifically from that. First, Eusebius and Epinetius sometimes use the same words in quite different ways. You see here. And then the expression occurs in the story of the apostles' flight from Jerusalem and introduces Jesus' Great Commission. And so here, Matthew 18 and 19, and the same expression introduces the oracle that warned the Jerusalem congregation to flee. The term is part of Eusebius' theological summary and refers to the destruction of generation. Eusebius includes in the oracle that warned Christians to flee and used it for the destruction of Jerusalem. Athanasius probably did not derive these expressions from Eusebius' second meaning verbal, and then we can go on. So apart from the place named Pella, Perea, the similarities are as follows. So after they flee, so we see them going into various areas. They didn't just stay in Pella.
But
they
that's
traveled.
They travel weird though. You see what happened is all of them are saying that they went to Pella, right? But they're not saying where they actually went to a solid foundation of where they literally went, because most of it is based off of hearsay.
Right. I don't think they can say
the traditions that they're having don't really. There's a lot of traditions that say they're trying to say where the Christian movement start from. This is the goal of these Christians, because if you notice, even when Justin Martyr get into the picture, he's the one that started talking about movements also. But the issue is there's nobody saying anything concrete about leaving from Pella to go somewhere else. There's surrounding towns that they mentioned, but they don't mention them going to somewhere else. They can't go nowhere else. They can't run. They only could run within the confinements of the Roman Empire. That was the purpose of me putting the map. But look at this thing that you're reading. Show me where it says in this what you're reading from Pella to somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking Pella to Jerusalem. I'm talking Pella to somewhere else in Arabia, to go to North Syria, to go to Egypt, to go to here. They're not going anywhere.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for that to be specified, I think that now we have to understand, did we start to see this movement occur in Syria? Did it start, and I'm talking about around these times here, during after they flee from Pella, do we start to see Christianity pop up in other areas? The answer is yes, we do see that.
But hold on. So aren't you're a believer in the New Testament, right?
Yes.
You're a believer in the New Testament. So you don't see Ignatius and Matthew having a tradition that implies that Matthew was probably written in Antioch in Syria, and you don't have impressions, you don't have letters that Clement of Rome is responding to people where Paul wrote letters. So they're responding to him, he's responding to them from those churches. So churches are around. So let's not talk like there's no churches around. If the Bible is true, Paul did go to different towns and cities and preach the gospel. Absolutely. So when you look at Mark is written in Rome. I think it's possible that it's written in Rome. That's where the evidence leads. So we see it's spreading. The word is spreading. You talk about the eunuch in Nubia who heard the teachings and brought it back. So the teachings is moving around. So we can't put it on the people in Pella. I think what happened is people are writing some sort of etiology to point themselves that they follow the prophecy of Luke 21:24, and that they are the ones. This is how our tradition, how we started as the Ebionites, how we started as the Nazarenes, how we started as this. That's what they're giving, but they're not saying where these people in Pella are going. Well, that's the issue.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. We don't necessarily read that to the exact. But again, what I'm saying is, so I'm glad you brought up Mark, right? And I'm glad you brought up Mark. How do we then, based on your argument, then how then do you compensate for the Mark and the founding of the church in Alexander in Egypt?
I mean, there's tradition of 42 AD and all that stuff. I mean, there's different traditions, but that's the main one.
But that would then place these same Christians and connecting these same people who would have had some type of connection to Jesus, Yahushua, or Yeshua, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, but
in Africa, because Alexandria would have been in Africa.
That's fine. That's fine. But the people of Pella, we want information that the people. And by the way, too, I think you're limiting yourself with the people in Pella, because say, for example, the people from Pella, they definitely came back down because the Bar Kokhba revolt, their descendants came back down and fought in the war with Jerusalem, and people from Mesopotamia and all people came about. So those descendants of those people could have been killed in that war too. They said they gave an estimate of 500,000 died. They gave 1.1 million people died by Josephus. So those people could have died. But my thing is, how do we get? You see, look at this now. The tradition of Jewish Christians flight to Pella is first mentioned in the ecclesiastic history of Eusebius of Caesarea. However, Brandon concluded that it was originally a 2nd century foundation legend. So there's people who hold to that. The flight to Pella is probably not even as historical as some. It's a place, definitely. But what I want to ask you is, which other people do you have as nominees to say that they transported or they left and went into Africa? Because the Pella people is definitely that's a dead end. I don't think we can come to a logical conclusion. That's positive in your.
I think that when we see this, when we see the spread of, I think that we see the spread of. I don't want to form it in the terms of Christianity, because then that's where I feel like we see a dead end. But I don't think that during this time of Roman occupation that we only see Christians that are being persecuted. We see Jews that are non-Christians still being persecuted. These people went somewhere as well. Pella gives us a large migration of people that I know who are Israelites and some people who have converted to Christianity. But these Christians, let's not make any mistake about it, were Israelites.
All right. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. And I'm gonna tell you why. I don't think anybody's an Israelite outside the biblical text at that point. And I'm going to tell you why. When 722 BC happened with the Assyrians, right? That culture that they destroyed was Israel. It was done. It's done away forever until 1947. There's no culture called Israel anymore. In the biblical text, it's different. You see, from the first century, you see these writings are being accumulated and pulled together for a set of people. And you had over 6,000 different sects fighting over different scriptures within that book from an Old Testament perspective. So now from a New Testament perspective, you have Pharisees, Sadducees, the Essenes, you have some Zealots, you have Zadokites, you have different groups that are forming and are very influential, right? So now I don't think the people are calling, because when you look at Judah and Israel were separate entities in the BC era, because I'm gonna prove it this way. The Assyrians helped Judah fight against Israel. They were never one.
Correct.
The United Monarchy is more of a biblical invention or storyline more than, because what happened is, for those who don't know, when the Assyrians came, around 80,000 Israelites from the so-called northern Israel ran to the southern part. That's why the story started to change and feature Judah as a top dog tribe. That's why everybody wants to be Judah. In Jamaica,
correct,
the Rastafarians, or we're the true tribe of Judah, and we're the true 12 tribes. Nobody else in the world is the 12, but people mainly want to be Judah. So when you go to Afghanistan, they say what tribe they are? Judah. You go to Japan and China, what tribe you are? Judah. Everybody wants to be mainly Judah. But anyway, moving forward, I don't think after Israel was destroyed as a culture that Israel existed anymore, only in the biblical context. So when you look at Judah, so when you look at Judah in the first century, you don't look at it as people calling it Israel, only from a biblical context, because the Romans never said Judah. In fact, they expanded Judah to include northern Israel and Idumea, which is Edom. So that was Judah. Judah was Judah plus northern Israel plus Idumea, which is Edom. So everybody who lives in that region was called Judah, was called a Jew. So you have to differentiate between the actual ethnic groups or religious group or a nationality. So to be a Judean was under Roman Judean is a total different person than what the biblical context is saying. So when you read the New Testament, you got to say that, is they talking about ethnical Jews, or are they talking about Jews that are people who are merged in, or the Edomites who converted, or because the people in northern Israel were being called Judeans. So how do we see a situation like that?
Yeah. So the funny thing is, I don't disagree with a lot of how you slicing that up, but this is where I say where we have to slow it down a little bit, right? Because I agree with you with the Judean part, right? Because what we can hold true is that when we talk about King Hezekiah, he's definitely of the lineage of those of Judah, correct? Would you agree? King Hezekiah, we know was a historical person. So I would start there. But to me, this is what makes the story of Yeshua so potent, because he himself makes the connection between Judah and the tribes of Israel. Right. And so this is why in Matthew and Luke, his lineage does not only include those of Judeans, but it also includes those of Israelites as well from the northern tribes. And so I think that this is where we see this this focus of one person who could actually say they have a genealogical connection between both the tribes, right? So when we talk about the scepter shall not leave out of Judah, we understand that, of the line of David and the kingship over Judah. At one point, King David does rule both, right? He rules over both Judah and Israel together, right? There is no split at the time. So that scepter out of the tribe of Judah is the one that actually rules all the nations, all the 12 tribes of Israel before the split after King Solomon, right? So I think during the time was it Rehoboam, right? So I think that That's why it's so significant. It's so significant when we start talking about Yeshua as a historical figure, that people view him as this person. I think that's the actual definition of the Messiah, that he was looked at as carrying versus anyone else before him or after him, right? Being referred to as a Messiah because he could connect his lineage. I think that's the more significance of his lineage in Matthew and the book of Luke, that he can show that he can trace back to the kingship, that office before there was a split. So I do agree with you on that. And so later on, you don't see much of existence.
I must be honest with you though. I agree with some of what you said, but from a theological perspective, that's your belief. We know there's no evidence of no united monarchy with David ruling over Judah and Israel. That is just mythical in its best case scenario. It's mythical because this is why we know, if we look at when Judah is first mentioned, even if we go in the Song of Deborah in Judges 5, we see that Judah is one of the tribes that exists as far as time period, as far as theologically, but physically they didn't exist at the time. Not because David didn't exist or Judah didn't exist, because that era was not cultivated enough for people to live at the time. So this is why it creeps up, the word Judah creeps up into the records of Assyria as somebody who they know from the 8th century BC, because that's when the olive oil industry and all these industry that they were running in Judah is being propagated to the masses about, hey, if you want this olive oil, you got to go to Judah. So Judah was known for that technology. It might not be olive oil, family, it might be something else, but there was some sort of technology or something they were selling that was known to people in that region. So this is why I said Assyria teamed up with Judah and fought against Assyria, fought at the Syro-Ephraimite war. The story. This is why when people say the virgin birth comes from Egypt, it's so stupid, because that story is about the Syro-Ephraimite war that really happened, where the Syrians and the Israelites teamed up to fight against Judah, and Judah got help from Assyria against them. That's something that happened in real life. And the person who they said would lead them is the child that would be born, the same virgin birth or young woman or whatever child is the child that was going to be raised up to defeat them in the war. God was going to raise them up. That's what the story is telling you. So it ain't got nothing to do with Egypt. The war don't even have nothing to do with Egypt, which is crazy. It ain't got nothing to do with Egypt, you know. But my point is, with the Israelites in the 1st century, I don't see any chronology. Like if I say the 2nd century, I'm gonna give you another example. After the Bar Kokhba revolt, they said 500,000 died. I don't think 500,000 died. I don't think 1.1 million died in the 1st century either. I just think that the estimates are very they're embellished, right? But even that, they're trying to tell us that a large amount of Jews were killed, and I agree with that. But the issue now is, if 500,000 died, right, or if all the people ran to Pella or whatever, how did they end up having 500,000 even dying in the first place in the Bar Kokhba revolt? Where did these Jews come from? All right. The second thing is, after that war, they were restricted from coming into Jerusalem. Now, watch this now. The Jews then transferred their temple and their religion to Babylon. That became the main center of Judaism after the rabbinical Judaism. That movement, that Pharisee movement, took control and became like the people who they look for as far as religious studies and moving forward as far as the biblical text is concerned. But my thing is, if the main state center moved to Babylon, where would these Jews be running to? Because now we start seeing them in the 80% of the Jews lived outside of Jerusalem before the 70 AD war. So 80% already lived outside of Jerusalem. So where were you going to go? You were going to run to places where your people already existed and they're living right. So even if you were going to run, you're going to run to areas where they are, whether it's Mesopotamia, whether it's North Africa. And North Africa was a problem too, because they had another revolution that the Sicarii wanted to start, so they kicked them out of Cyrene. So that was another issue with them and the Romans again. So they were going to do a war, and the Israelites, they snitched on the Sicarii. They snitched on Sicarii and said, yo, Romans, these people are trying to start another war. We just got out of a war. We don't want a war with y'all. and they kick them out, and they kick the people out of Cyrene. So, and this is facts. This is what they documented in history.
Yeah, that's funny. That you laugh. That's pretty much what they said. To almost like pretty much what they said.
With that being said, though, we have the Kitos War at 115 to 117. Then we have the Bar Kokhba revolt at 132 to 135. Right now, where are we right now as far as migrating into Africa? Where are we right now? So we're at 135. The war is over. You're banned from coming into Jerusalem at the time because they can't trust y'all. Y'all start wars. This is what y'all Jews do. Y'all start damn wars. So where are you moving now? Because Rabbi Hanassi builds a synagogue in Judah. He builds a synagogue, and the main stage area is now not in Juva or whatever they call it in Israel, which was temporarily for the people at Pella. Then you have the people in Mesopotamia as the main area, Babylon. So where are you now moving at 200 AD? Where are these Jews moving towards Africa? Where are they at this point?
I believe they're in North Africa. I believe many of them up in the area of North Africa, and have been there for thousands of years. Because you start seeing like these migration patterns, right, around the 7th century, right? That's when you get to where you start talking about those Sephardic Jews, right, or those Spanish Jews.
I wouldn't even talk about them yet. I wouldn't even talk about them yet. I wouldn't even reach that far.
Okay.
I
jumped 700.
Yeah, you did. What year you in, Garfield?
You want to say something real quick? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, peace and salutes to you and the panel in the chat, bro. I was just asking, what year were you at right now?
Oh, we at 280. 280. Okay. That's where we at.
Yeah. I did jump to the 700. My bad. Go ahead.
Is that the year you want to know where they were at 200? I'm sorry, I have heard your question, but yeah, let the Yara, you got it, brother.
No, I think that's the question on the table. He wants to show a consistent he wants to build a consistent chronology of where they would have gone. So you're right on with that. Right on with that question.
All right. Well, with 200, that's like around 300. You know, the Moors got it at 711. So probably about 300 between.
I don't want to go that far that quick, beloved.
Right. I'm not trying to either, but I'm just saying that's the pocket. Yeah. That's the pocket.
Hebrew Jedi, what up? What up?
Shalom. I know, aren't you, Brother Garfield? You know. So what's the topic of today? So I might be of assistance of sharing some knowledge.
We're trying to figure out the 70 AD and the movement from 70 AD, how we got into West Africa. If it's a reality we could prove, or if it's just a belief or whatever. So we're trying to figure out. We're at 200 AD right now. Do you want us to go backwards or are you moving forward? Where you at?
Moving forward. So
all right. So we're at 280. Where you want to go to? What time period?
To around, I would say, around 130 80.
Oh, you're going backwards then. So let's go back to 130. 130.
Yeah, so
hey, you can take that down, Yara. You can take that down.
Yeah. So basically, the Romans have been squashing the Jewish revolts, the Bar Kokhba revolts, and the Jewish Roman wars under Titus and Vespasian. And so the Jews, they had been scattered to what we would call today Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and Ammon. So they were scattered to those places. They went south. And so there was already Jewish community.
All right, pause real quick. So you're saying, I don't want us to run and do have no evidence. And I don't know if you're in a position to share your screen, but you're saying they ran to Yemen, Saudi Arabia. Where did they run?
Egypt, like Elephantine. If you could do some research on this. There was
Hold on. Who ran? The people at the bar after Bar Kokhba, or is it before Bar Kokhba?
Before the Bar Kokhba, because
what time period then? What time period are they running?
So there was different waves of migration. So some were from, like the Babylonians when they destroyed Jerusalem. Then some after the Greeks took over Jerusalem.
We in the first century now. We in the first century. So we're in the first century, 70 AD, 66 AD to 73 AD. We call it the 70 AD war. We already came to the conclusion that some of them, what we have on record is that 1.1 million died, and that some went to Pella. That's where they ran to, from Jerusalem to Pella, right? Which is beside Galilee, right? So that's confirmed on paper. We're not arguing that. What we're arguing is that we don't see them running off like how people would say like a million ran off to West Africa or whatever.
No,
where are they going from 70 AD?
So a lot of them are going to the east, the south, and places in Asia Minor. Some of them.
Okay, but there's already Jews living there though. Jews are already living there.
Yeah, they went to visit their relatives. So
we see that in the Jewish war. But this is what I'm trying to say.
Minor.
Where is the evidence of them migrating to these areas? What evidence do you have?
Josephus.
Josephus says what?
He basically talks about the Jews. They went to like places like Asia Minor, and he also talks about the Jews revolting in Cyrene.
Do you know this for a fact, or are you just saying that?
A fact, no, a fact. A fact is written in the book.
We need confirmation, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Hold on, give me a second.
You can share your screen. I'll make everybody share.
Yeah, and then after him, I'll go. I found what I was looking for.
You going backwards, Yara, or are you still at you?
Nope, I'm gonna go from 70 AD to 300 AD.
All right, beautiful. Good.
All right. Yara, you're getting daggers right now, Yara. This is daggers.
Hold on. I'm trying to figure out.
Go ahead, Hebrew Jedi.
Hold on, give me a second. Hold on.
Hebrew Jedi, you ain't got no beard, man. Which camp you're part of?
No camp, man. Okay. Independent research.
They gonna kick you out. They say you ain't got no beard. You are African. They gonna kick you out.
I'm an independent researcher. I'm not part of the camps because I don't support anything that doesn't have any historical, biblical information or resources to prove their claim. So I'm an independent.
I kind of like that, brother.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm on my phone right now, so I don't think I can share. But can I leave a link?
You want me to look it up? I could look it up, bro, and I'll put it on the screen.
Yes. So just look up the. Okay, that'd be better. So the Jewish Virtual Library, just look up Cyrene, and it shows you source and map.
Virtual Library.
Jewish Library. So basically, just type up Cyrene, and then that's the source that I was trying to show.
I have no problem with that. All right. So
appreciate it.
So which part of this article you want me to read? Because it talks about
just like the beginning part. You can share it so I can find
the ancient capital of Cyrenaica on the northern coast of Africa, 321 BC. Cyrene came under Ptolemaic rule. That part?
Hold on, give me a second.
I could be reading the wrong one because I think they have two articles on Cyrene. They talk about Jason. They talk about
it just says Cyrene. I think you're on the right. So it says okay. So this is the part. It says Cyrene and the other cities of Libya to strengthen that king's hold upon the area. Strabo, in a passage quoted by Josephus, describes the four classes of citizens in Cyrene in the year 85 BCE. The first consisted of citizens, the second farmers, the third resident aliens, and the fourth the Jews. The Jews of Cyrene seem to have been at odds with the local Greek population, as it's shown by various Roman decrees. Hold on. Yeah, so supporting the rights of the Cyrenian Jewry, 1 Maccabees chapter 15, verse 23. Though under the Ptolemies, Jewish civic equality has been guaranteed, the Jews of Cyrene were persecuted by the local population and prevented from sending their donations.
He talked about what I talked about. It's right here, Yara. Hold on, I got you, bro.
Yeah, I see.
It's talking about the same thing about the Cyrene that stopped it.
Yeah.
They snitched on. It's right here. Look at this right here, family. The Hasmonean uprising was chronicled by Jason of Cyrene in 2 Maccabees 2:23, and in the 1st century CE. Numerous Jews of Cyrene residents in Jerusalem. This fact sheds light on the attempt made by some Sicarii under the leadership of a certain Jonathan to incite the Jews of Cyrene to rebellion after the fall of Jerusalem. This attempt would have been highly unrealistic had there been no intermediary between Jerusalem and Cyrene. Though Jonathan made headway with the lower classes of the population, the leader of the Jewish community immediately reported, snitched. They ain't no reported nothing. Snitched on his fellow Jews, man, right here. Immediately reported his actions. There's no such thing in the black community as reported his actions. It's called snitching. He snitched to the Roman governor Catulus, who promptly put down the insurrection. Far more serious was the Jewish uprising during the last years of Trajan, which spread across North Africa. The Jews of Cyrene under their king called Lucas or Andreas, playing a leading role in these bitter battles, referred to by Greek authors as the Jewish War. Yeah, they actually crushed the people to ruins in Cyrene. So those people didn't even live there anymore.
They
crushed them.
They moved to Carthage. A lot of those people probably moved to Carthage, Elephantine.
All right.
In Elephantine, they had their own Jewish.
No. Elephantine is a whole different conversation. But let me ask you this, right? So these people in Cyrene, they went to Carthage. So what happened after they get to Carthage?
They basically met up with their brothers because there was many Israelites in Carthage at that time. Some of them went by the names Phoenician.
Did they call themselves Israelites?
Yeah. Some of them were Judean. Some of them they called.
No, but did they call themselves Israelites? Because as a believer, you're gonna say that, but these people didn't call themselves.
No, they never called them. I've made this argument before with other people that the term Israel is a fairly new word, a fairly new connotation. Like they called themselves that. I don't think that they called themselves that, but I do know we've been called many different things, and this is why I say a lot of the confusion. We've been called many different things by many different people.
Hold on one second. So my young blood. So you wanna continue and tell us where you're going, because you said they went to Carthage. So from Carthage.
So like I wouldn't say everybody went to a specific place. Everybody was scattered.
Okay.
Wherever the Roman Empire was.
Hold on. All right. That makes a lot of sense because 80% of them lived outside of Judah at the time.
This book is also good as well, like from my sources.
The Golden Tree of Boys. What are you doing with that, young blood? What are you doing with that book, young blood?
So basically,
tell the people who wrote that book.
So it was written by Edward William Boville. So it's a pretty old book written in the
19th. I got it right here. I got the original. What's his name? Raw Bond put me onto that book. Good book.
Basically talks about Northwest Africa, history of Western Africa. So it talks about how the Berbers and the Jews had a lot of trade in that area. So
all right. So this is what we're going to do. So do you have the people in Carthage, do you have any documentation of what happened to them?
So they were under Roman jurisdiction after they got conquered, after the Punic Wars. That's what I know. Hold on, I have this other book.
You're going backwards now. You mentioned Punic Wars. You're going backwards. You're going back to
I'm just giving a little background information. I have this.
All right, this is what I'm saying. I have that too. Bloom. That's what I use for my book. I use Bloom. All right. So this is my point right now. Right. So we're at 70 AD. We know where the Jews went as far as what's documented. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna turn this young blood. I'm gonna turn this over to Yara. So Yara said he's from 7 to 300. So go ahead, Yara.
Yeah, let me share my screen real quick. I like the young brother. What's your name? The young brother that was just talking.
Young blood, you got a YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's called Hebrew Jedi. You just search it down, put like the filter in.
All right, cool. I'm gonna look.
It's a pretty good channel.
It's a pretty good channel based off of whose opinion.
Yeah, I mean.
Hey, I'm gonna subscribe.
Are you from New York or something? Jamaican?
Yeah, I'm from Jamaica. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're from New York because I'm from New York.
That's what's up.
The Bronx for real, because that's where my parents grew.
Bronx all day, bro. Bronx all day.
Yes, sir.
I ain't Bronx all day.
Oh man, I really liked the brother until then. Okay, but
you stupid. All right, so let's go. We right here. Summary of geographical movement of
all right, so
past 2008, 2000.
Yeah. So this is University of South Florida, 1997, 2013, right? They really get into the Holocaust, but I want to just deal with this first, right? Because they make a lot of they sort of give us this timelines, right? So so that people can see it right here. Some of the geographical movement of European Jews in the past 2,000 years. So let's I want to read this here. It says the Jewish homeland originally was the land of Israel. Eventually, Jewish people were scattered across thousands of miles. This is known as the diaspora, a word with Greek roots meaning a scattering or scattering or to the scatter about. Jewish scholars developed recommendations and customs during the 2nd century in response to this widely geographically scattered population. The Jewish diaspora and death was critical to the survival of what they say Judaism. So the Roman Empire, from 70 AD to 300 AD, the diaspora grows. It says in 70 AD, the Romans destroyed the Second Temple in Jerusalem. A large part of the Jewish population was either massacred or exiled. In Judea, the area near present-day Israel, 25% of the Jewish population was exterminated, 10% enslaved. Jews became a minority in their own land. Many Jews fled to Mesopotamia, which is modern Iraq, and the rest fled to lands around the Mediterranean, presently known as southeastern Spain, southern France, southern Italy, Greece, Cyprus, and Turkey. Later, the Jews began to head north to present-day northern France, Belgium, Holland, and Germany, Austria, Bulgaria, Bosnia, and northern Africa, Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco. By 300, about 3 million Jews had scattered in most of the Roman Empire except Britain. 1 million lived west of Macedonia and Greece, with the majority settling throughout Asia Minor and east of the Caspian Sea and the Persian Gulf. Jews lived as far north as Rome, Germany. And then it goes into the Dark Ages, and it kind of, it goes extensively. So, again, I think we all agree that a lot of these Jews, even though they were being persecuted or being ran down by the Roman Empire, and again, by the time we still see the Romans dealing at particular periods of time, even up to 300 AD. This is where we get the term Mauritania from, that we know these Romans, they're chasing a group of people across from the region of Jerusalem across into Africa, heading towards West Africa. So this is why when the Romans go into that area, they began to talk about or name certain lands in their region. They named it Mauritania. So we know that they had some understanding that these Jews were going into these lands, but I do believe majority of them went up into North Africa, as I said early on. And then after that, I think as the brother mentioned earlier, you see them among the Berbers. We sort of see this heavily population of these people in these around these lands. So they were spread off, and so I do agree with this part most. By 300, about 3 million Jews had settled in most parts of the Roman Empire, except Britain. 3 million is a lot. That's a lot. So, but that's over a course of period of time. You're talking about over 2 centuries. So, I think you can sort of deal with these people. And we clearly see Paul being involved with Jews in Asia Minor. So all of this would sort of line up to a degree, right?
Let me
No, I would disagree with you.
Let me add on. Hold on. Red Squid. Hold on. Let Red Squid go real quick. Red Squid, go ahead.
Yeah, so the beginning respects. The beginning part was good until it got to a certain area where it became a bunch of nonsense. When they get to the scattering, like I'm coming from an angle where the nobilities was from this original source. So you're dealing with like a race war between these Slavics who previously ain't know nothing, but then that was raised up and given positions and education and shit, and that overpopulation was something that the people had to deal with. And so every time that there was battles and wars, people fled off into the interior of a land. You know what I mean? Like kind of like forfeiting a front line. Like if you balance somebody and shit like that. And so it's like, yeah, it's been interaction with these peoples for thousands of years, it seemed like, right? So I mean, that's how I see it, that the Jews, so-called Jews, that fled off into Africa, was nobles in Europe, and they, you know, they called themselves Moors, or they was called Moors, but they was never called an Israelite again until 1898, 96, when Crowdy said that those African slaves was Israelites. And then he bought a land and he called it Canaan land. So that was like the start of the foundation to all these movements that's going on now. But yeah, my bad. I went off to another little angle. My bad, but respect.
I'll come back to that if I can afterwards. After you go, Garfield.
When we look at the Roman history, right? I don't agree with what you put up, Yara. The reason why I don't agree with it, not because of the numbers, because we are documenting that more Jews lived outside of Palestine during the Second Temple period than within Palestine. So because there was no mass Roman exodus of Jews from Palestine as a result of the Romans, there was a loss of political sovereignty around the 1st century AD. An estimated 5 million Jews lived outside Palestine, about 4/5 of them within the Roman Empire. But they looked to Palestine as the center of their religious and cultural life. Diaspora Jews thus far outnumbered the Jews in Palestine, even before the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD. The source for that is the Encyclopedia Britannica. So let's look at it. The Romans allowed Jews to live in Palestine, and there was constant traffic between Babylonia and Palestine. Jews were banned from living in Jerusalem and in Judea by Hadrian. Hadrian exile was nothing more than an internal exile within the land of Israel. The Jews from Judea went elsewhere within the land of Israel. Jewish settlement thrived in the land of Israel after Hadrian. In other words, the Jews suffered in Judea during the Hadrianic persecutions, and things rebounded when Hadrian died, especially in other areas of the country. They were not thrown out of the land of Israel. They were thrown out of one province of the land of Israel. They went into exile in the other parts of their ancestral land and not from it. The source for that is Israel Jacob Yuval, The Myth of the Jewish Exile from the Land of Israel, a demonstration of ironic scholarship, common knowledge, 2006. Let me say this. I don't think the wars are wars. You know what I'm saying? The 70 AD wars, people in North Africa and Mesopotamia never got involved. In Egypt, they never got involved. But the war, the Kittus War, they got involved, and the Bar Kokhba revolt, they got involved, because remember they was eating the people that were doing cannibalistic stuff and all that stuff. So we know that's what's going on there. Now, as far as what happened after, I don't think that much change within the culture outside of what the Israelites did, as far as the Judeans did, as far as their worship, because Rabbi Hanassi built a synagogue 200 AD. And then we talk about moving it from there to Babylon. So the movement was made during the Ganoan period, or one of those periods. The rabbinical Judaism became the main part of the Jews in the diaspora and the Jews that lived in Judea. So that's the changes that were made. But as far as population numbers, I don't see evidence to say that they ran into Africa or they ran there, because the Romans controlled everywhere that they turned. They control all of North Africa. They control the trading route. They control. In fact, I wish I could show my stuff, because now you could. This is how you could make that argument. Now, I wish I could do this. Let me. As a matter of fact, let me. Hold on. Let me see if I could bring this up real quickly.
So you don't think the original Roman emperors was of color?
That's totally irrelevant, and I'm not going. Okay. I do not believe that at all. I don't believe that at all.
All right, all right, bet.
At all. I'm not even going.
You heard people say that? Yeah, all right, cool.
Yeah, they say what's her name is Constantine's mother was black and all this foolishness. You see, that's the problem. The whole color thing messed us up, man. That's the problem.
I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with that at all.
Even the young blood put in the side chat. The young blood put in the private chat that the Europeans were called swarthy and dark skinned. I don't want to go there, because they don't call black people swarthy and dark skinned. They don't call us that. They call us Ethiopian blackamoors, or Ethiopian blackamoors, or what do they call it? Negro.
Yeah.
That's what they call us.
Yeah, I think swarthy is more of a connotation to a mulatto group of people.
Even
and Muslim mean dark skin, dark Muslim. Somebody told me that.
That's the connotation of it.
That's wild.
But I'm waiting for Garfield to go, because I think we're getting to where we do see evidence of Jews in West Africa, and so. But I'm waiting for Garfield to go. So,
I don't like that word Jews for them, but yeah, those Israelites, bro.
You said Israelites.
Yeah, I mean it's just a semantic thing, man. I'm just saying.
I think when people say Jews, if you say Jews, Israelites, and to me there is a point where it becomes a the usage of it is intertwined. But I think that when we talk about these people getting to the west coast of Africa, we still can't dismiss that at a particular period of time. But I'm just trying to stay within the realm of Garfield's conversation and trying to walk out.
Their time in West Africa is all the way back to Abraham. The people of the Igbo people still say the same thing that the Abraham story tells. So that's
I think that's the oral tradition, but I don't think they were there.
I don't think you can. Remy Yona says that the Hebrews come from the Igbo. That's what he said on my channel live. He said that Igbos. He said, "What do you mean that we're not the Israelites? The Igbos, we are the Hebrews. They came from us and migrated over there." So I don't care. I don't want to hear. Listen, I accept every oral tradition.
Yeah, he might be right about that.
He's not. I accept every oral tradition in context. I accept all of them. All of them. I accept bullshit.
Yeah.
I accept all of them. No, the Rastafari in Jamaica said we the true Israelites. Split up, bro. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, look at their works. Look how they live in their life. Like in the best example.
I believe all of them. I believe.
He said, "I believe all of them."
All of them. No restriction.
Yeah, I'm just trying to walk this timeline, stay within the realm of Garfield's conversation.
Yeah,
I think that when we get to the,
so where we at 300. Let's get from there. Where do we
still haven't found any evidence of migrating into Central and West Africa by the way?
No, we haven't. But this is why I wanted to show.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that with sources. I disagree with that.
I wanted to show this picture, man. But this picture is perfect for this conversation, man. Hold on, let me screenshot it. For some reason, I can't share my keynotes for some reason. I'll show you right. But this picture answers a lot of the questions regarding West Africa, and I'm gonna tell you why the probability is not really great for those who hold to the whole West Africa stuff. All right, let me get back to the main page and let me try and see if I could share this real quick. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. What am I doing wrong? Share screen, cancel. Let's see if I could share slides. Your computer. Okay, I got you. They change. Okay. Go to Keynote. Export to PDF.
So you don't believe in Prester John?
No, Prester John was not a real person, brother. That's a story. And in fact, Prester John's story had to do with our enslavement because they wouldn't have been interested in West Africa anymore. But for the Prester John story, because Eldad the Danite is a real guy, but of course, he talk about his supernatural stories. He's trying to portray himself like he's Samson because he called himself the Danite. Eldad the Danite. And he powered the Romarios. They were trying to eat him, fatten him up, and all this foolishness.
I don't know, but I didn't hear about the Danite part. But I mean, you understand the connection with Genghis Khan that the Prester John lore has?
No, not really. Go ahead, build on it.
Well, the story goes that Prester John is possibly King David or someone related in the Solomon line, and somehow Genghis Khan is. So Prester John name is Tugro. Shout out to 432 Drop. But you know what I mean? I came across the idea independently, but there's one other person I could reference. But yeah, so Prester John could be an ancestor to Genghis Khan. And Genghis Khan asked him for a woman out of his court for marriage. And Prester John said no. And Genghis Khan brought up a confederation against him and fell him in battle and imprisoned the Israelites and scattered them. It was the gist of it.
Oh, okay.
It's a radical. It's a radical angle.
So what time frame would you put that in?
Genghis Khan and them is about 1200.
Right. So yeah, so you're talking about like the Ottoman Empire, right?
Well, the Ottomans would be children of what's going on over there at the Genghis Khan areas. They came from the steppes.
Yeah.
And so they just issued out the steppes like how ripples would issue from a source. And they was called different things over time. And that's what the people got to deal with.
And so this is where I think that I agree. And I think this is where I began to see.
Or why would you agree with that?
The history of it shows that's what it is.
But Genghis Khan is dated to when though?
I'm sorry? I didn't hear that part.
Genghis Khan is dated to when? When is he dated to?
I think he's dated around 1200.
All right. When is Prester John dated to?
He's a lore. He's a myth.
Right, but
they would have been contemporaries if he was real.
Nah, they wouldn't be contemporaries. He was
because they're in the same story together.
Yeah, but not originally. He was added to the story. He was, you see, just like with Eldad the Danite. Eldad the Danite story is around 889, but his story was added to Prester John's story around 1186 AD. So that's where the confusion starts. It's horrible, yo. It's horrible.
Okay, well, how about this? The concept of making a confederation of vagabond tribes to be a part of an army is pretty much the gist I get out of Genghis. Because the thing with me is I know that the Crusades is like 1100s. Genghis Khan and the Crusades are so close together, it don't make no sense why the Europeans would be sending white people out in the Middle East and not even saying anything about Genghis Khan, who's taking over the part of the world. It seems like a little glitch right there.
Yeah, those Crusades, 1095, like circa 1270. Yeah, but those Crusades, those groups targeted Jews too, though.
Oh, for sure. Because Jews and Muslims was the same. But I have yet to come up with that sharpest way to say that. But these are just divisions to call people things. It's really white against black, but it's all fractalized and shit.
I agree with that, brother. 1000%. I agree with that. And this is why I say we could show a certain group of people, because even when we talk about, like, let's go back just a little bit, because even when we talk about Constantine, and then the capital of Constantine is Constantinople, and then after those Muslim invaders come in, it's renamed as Istanbul, right? It's now that Constantinople becomes Istanbul, that becomes the capital. But what we still see is, I think, this burgeoning Arabic slave trade that is alive and well. We see the slave markets are taken over by these Arabs, and we can trace that and follow that all the way to the west coast of Africa. And so by the time, go ahead, brother.
Man, I know exactly what you mean. And you know what? You could cross the Atlantic and can connect it with South Carolina's flag.
Time out. Before we get to the pseudo, I don't want to get too pseudo, man.
No, pseudo. Check it out.
All right. So check this out. Right. So we have, this is the Roman Empire after the Kitos War, right?
Yeah.
Oh, think about this for a second now. So we got Jews all over the empire. Why would they go to Africa? Why are they going to the internal part of Africa? What would be inspiration for them to go?
That's what they asked us.
To escape religious persecution.
Yeah.
No, they're not getting. There's no persecution. I mean, at this time there is technically. But what about at this time? Hold on, what is going on here? Hold on 1 second. All right, this is after 70 AD. This is Josephus talking about 97,000 taking the Cyrene. This is the Roman province right here, right, including Idumea and northern Israel. All right, then you have James Bloom, the Masada suicide. Then the Sicarii snitched on by the Jews. Then we start talking about the Sahara Desert, how difficult it is to cross it. So this is between 2014 and 2019, right? This is 5 years ago. 30,000 people are missing in the what do you call it? The Sahara Desert right here. So I'm talking about it from a 2,000 years ago perspective. You didn't have cell phones. You couldn't carry water. Somebody noise background crazy. All right, so you have the Sahara Desert, and then you have the population numbers, and this is what it looks like in the Sahara Desert today. So you look at the areas that are populated. So these people would be in North Africa, and they would have to travel right through. So when we look at the records now, I'm saying to myself, what would be your reasoning that you want to go into North Africa? You can't. This is after 280. This is the problems in traveling there. Right? Water, inaccessibility, temperature, scarcity of water, scarcity of food materials, scarcity of living homes, border transport, sandwich. Those are some of the negatives traveling through. But look at the Romans, though. The Romans did carry out in the first century their own expeditions to these areas. When they entered the Niger River, Lake Chad, and whatever crossed and all that stuff. So this is the pictures of it, right? So this is the Romans, though. This is people who have an organized culture. This is not Jews. But they're in search of, because the Gadamis are the Garantes. They were trying to transport these people as slaves. So the Romans is like, we want to know where these slaves are coming from. So
yes.
This is where they ended up on whichever route, and it took them months to get there, right? Whether it's 19 BC, 41 AD, 50 AD, or 90 AD. So they are traveling. I'm saying to myself, what would be the purpose of traveling at 200 AD, 300 AD, 400 AD? What is the purpose of traveling into Africa?
I think for the same reasons you just read, for conquering lands. I think they were looking for. I think they were still looking for a specific group of people.
Who's looking for a specific group of people? Who?
The Romans. I think they've always been looking for this specific group of people, these mythical people, these people that are known.
I'm not talking about the Romans. The Romans got their reasons why they're going there. They're going there because of another group that was transporting Africans as slaves. So they wanted to see what the route was for those slaves. That's their purpose.
But the African Moors probably had control of that.
I'm asking, why would the Jews leave good old North Africa that they're living in to go anywhere inside of Africa? What would be their reason?
Oh, I think the same thing. Escape religious persecution. These people did not like their way of life.
This is after 200, 300. How could they not like it? 80% of them lived outside of Jerusalem before the wars.
But this is a commonplace.
They are prospering in the Roman Empire. They prospered in the Greek Empire. They prospered in the Persian Empire. They prospered in all these empires.
Right, and over time they was kicked out for one reason or another. And remember they wasn't all in one line traveling. This is over time in waves when people choose to raise their children elsewhere.
Let's forget hypotheticals.
Okay.
Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence of them moving around from 300 to 400 AD? That's where we're at right now. Do we have evidence from anybody on the stage or anybody in the audience of Jews moving from 300 AD to 400 AD into the west coast of Africa?
Hold on, let me look.
I think when you talk about do we have any evidence of that, I think that the people around them, though some of the African nations, when they tell you that oral tradition, what people love to dismiss, except for you, Garfield, you say you accept everybody's oral tradition, but these people will tell you that they came from these lands, and a lot of them, they came from these lands because of religious persecution, and you could see some evidences of their material cultures, but it's blended with the people around them. There's a book by William S. Bascom, and he talks about art history in West Africa, and he gives a story of particular people that lived among the Aruba. Specifically, they refer to themselves as Dan, as the tribe of Dan, and and William Bascom writes in his book that their oral tradition tells them that they came into that land fleeing religious persecution, and the only way that they survived was that the surrounding native African tribes taught them how to live off of that land. This is the story that they tell him. And so,
I got somebody from 300 years.
You talk. Hold on, bro. Hold on 1 second. GT. You're talking about GT Basden Yara?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
All right, let's look at it now. We talking about 300 to 400. I don't want no assumptions. I don't want no oral traditions, because we don't have no oral traditions for that time.
Okay.
What do we have from outsiders or from them themselves?
It is
480. Go ahead, my brother. You got the evidence. Go ahead.
Jewish revolt against Gallus, the Roman emperor's cousin, in 352 CE. And I got 400 CE. Empress Eudocia allows Jews to return to.
Hold on. Time out. Now, do you realize what you just read, my brother?
A Byzantine period.
All right, Byzantine period. 352 AD says what? What is it saying?
It says that there was a Jewish revolt against a Roman.
Because of what do you call it? Something about I forgot what is it? Is it on? He said on the Gallus, right?
It says his name is Gallus. I don't know what the reason was.
Can you share your screen and show it?
Yeah. Hold on.
All right, share your screen and show it, my brother. That was Infinite Mind. That was GT Basden about the Ebos, right? That book about the Ebos, Yara?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to find.
And he abandoned his theory after they found the Insuka find, 2500 BC. Him and Jeffries and all.
Yeah, he acquiesced to some different things, but not that part. But man, I'm trying to find there's a source. I wish Gideon was here. There's a source about this guy David Matthew, an African who he was going around in the west coast of Africa, trying to get support from other communities at the time to sort of build this coalition to fight against the Arab enslavers.
Red Squid, you showed your screen. My bad, bro. Hold on, let me pull mine down. Pull yours up. All right, so this right here. So what is this you're trying to say with this? There was a Jewish revolt against Gallus. No, don't move it. Stay right there. Don't move. What is the point, though? I'm trying to get the point.
So I put in what was the moves after year 200, and this is what it came up. And I don't think it's thorough to me though. I think it's missing a lot. But
no. See, the issue is there is evidence that we could pull out of Jews in Africa. Nobody's saying Jews weren't in Africa. They weren't in West Africa. We're not saying that. Central Africa. What we're trying to figure out is if we can find evidence of it. All right. Nobody's doubting that. All right. And then some of these oral traditions are very telling also. Remember that. They're very telling. Because if they weren't Jews, or if Jews weren't known, ultimately, though, you guys have to believe Jews were there, or a majority of them were Jews because of your religion or your belief. So what we're doing is a fact-finding mission to find out, did Jews exist at that time? As a matter of fact, it's 7 hours. I'm going to stop the video. If you guys want to continue, we could continue the conversation. But I just want to know, do we have evidence of people saying, hey, Jews are here, or they're moving around? Because I know a lot of Berbers converted. A lot of Berbers converted. They had to convert because Jews don't do business unless you are a Jew or follow their faith.
All right, so I gotta ask you a question, Garfield. When you say Jews, who are you talking about?
What do you mean?
You mean Black Hebrew Israelites? You mean Aboriginal Israelites? Like you got converts that was other races.
People who are following the faith. There's no such thing as race.
Just all together. Okay. So
I'm saying Jews who practice the faith. The people who practice the faith, who stem from the people from like the 2nd century BC, from the Gulat period. Those people, there's a tradition of those Jews coming out.
But all right, so you gotta just let it be known that there are those that say they are Jews, but are indeed of the synagogue of Satan.
No, I'm not saying that. That's religious.
But that's facts though. That's facts. Like you ever met somebody that said that was
you're right. You're right, because African Americans are claiming it and they're not. You're right. They do lie. I'm going with the evidence. But you know what? No, I'm gonna end the show right here, man. We're gonna continue next week. We're gonna stay at 300 and we're gonna build on it next week, man. Y'all got good conversation.
That was a good conversation, man. Good conversation, man.
Sometimes we got to put the young boy cut out and left us, man. The young boy left us, man. He ain't even say I'm leaving, man. I tell you about these young boys from the Bronx, man. God damn. They ain't got no manners, true story. And them young boys from the Bronx, the Hebrew Jedi. I gotta put you on the list, man. Put you on the list. But yeah, I don't see anything clear cut. I'm not saying wherever there's money. Truth Story did a presentation years ago about, I think from like the 300s. The Ouagadougou was trading. So I got to go back and look at that video. So if there is gold, trust me, Jews is coming. That's what y'all need to go. Wherever the gold is, Jews is coming. Y'all need to recognize that. Goldsmith, Summer Smith, Film Smith, Yara Smith, every Cedric Smith, Garfield Smith. They coming. They coming. They coming, man. All right.
No doubt.
Anyway, I'm out of here, man. Peace and love. Cedric, I'm out of here, man. I gotta send you this information so you could check out this. All right. Peace and love, y'all. Silverman, Silversmith, Diamond. Yep. All right, I'm out of here. Garfield, the Hebrew Israelite doctrine killer in the building. I do want to debate on this 70 AD because I have not seen evidence to prove that a mass amount of Jews are going into Africa until Ouagadougou became this big time gold dealership. You know what I'm saying? Making money and sending bodies. Pearlstein, you funny, Goldstein. All right, peace and love, family. I'm out of here. Thanks for staying, family. Peace.